Yes, she's done what can only be described in the business as a Daniela Westbrook. And we'll tell you about that one a little bit later on. Also, there's the zookeeper in Switzerland, I believe, who was attacked and killed by a giant Siberian tiger, as opposed to a small Siberian tiger. Not that it makes any difference. And people ask the question, this is the second time this happened. There was another one at a zoo in this country, I think, where the woman went in to a cage, but she was separated, but she left the door open so the tiger could get into her bit. And unfortunately, you know, whichever way people look at them, you know, whilst they're behind bars, they're all sweetness and light and cuckoo, cuckoo and all that kind of stuff. But really, it's a case of, you know, tigers are dangerous. There was this in Switzerland I'm talking about, this woman. She goes into the cage, and the tiger, obviously, you know, most animals sleep. You know, cats sleep, as you know, if you've got pussy cats at home. And this one obviously goes, hello, lunch has arrived early today. And so it attacks her. And she dies as a result, like the woman in this country who goes in, but she leaves the door behind her open, so the tiger just walks into that bit. You don't go in there and do that. Same zoo in Switzerland, they had a crocodile that clamped its jaws onto a man's hand, and it wouldn't let go, because that's what they do, because they can't bite crocodiles. They have to. That's why they drag them into the water and then drown them. Basically, I mean, it's not a pleasant death, whichever way you look at it. As I was only saying to a wildebeest the other day, I said, listen, cross this river, you're in big trouble. The crocodiles just sit there doing their nails, combing their hair, you know, trying to make themselves look attractive. And in come the zebras, you know, and they all sit at the foreshore. And they go, I'm not crossing the river, till the first one goes, oh, sod off, come on, let's go now. And that's when these crocodiles just swim up and grab them. It's not pleasant. Thank God it doesn't happen here, but as far as I know, we don't have the Zambezi River running through London at the moment. You imagine if the Thames was like that and there were no bridges and you had to take your chances crossing the river. Oh, push. Do you know, I've got no idea. I wasn't going to talk about this at all. I forgot what I was going to talk about at the beginning of the programme. I completely forgot. Oh, I know what I was going to talk about. Do you remember, you'll remember this, Karma Chameleon by Culture Club is set on a riverboat, a steamer, in wherever it was. And I was watching a Top of the Pops from obviously the 80s, and they said, and this, and they showed you a clip of this boat, and it's got the two. Where did they film it? Kingston upon Thames. That riverboat plies its trade every day up there. And I never thought, because I've been on it, and it's got these two sort of fake chimneys which they lower to go under a bridge, and they did it for Karma Chameleon. So they filmed it in Kingston along the towpath. Isn't that a useless piece of information to know this morning? Anyway, Christmas around the corner. My brother has a job. I can't tell you where it is, but he's in charge of Christmas this year. And all their Christmas decorations for this particular place arrive in August. He's so excited. He's so excited. He said, if there's anything new coming in, he said, I'll let you know. And so I said, good. I get a discount as well. So we can get a discount on stuff. So that's okay. You'll be tapping. And I've got the biggest balls at home, and I've never found a place to put them, so I'm going to give them to my godchild. They're like the size of footballs, but all decorated with glitter and everything else, and they're for outdoors, so you can hang them in trees. All different colours. I bought them in Costco years ago, and they're in tubes. I think there's 6 big balls in each tube. Yeah, 6. And so I'm going to give them to my godchildren for Christmas. Cut down on the cost of a present. I won't tell them I've had them for years. It saves the embarrassment. Get your hair cut. Although I bet you couldn't get it cut this weekend, could you? There was no... Oh, I got mine done. I think it looks quite good like that, actually. No, it looks great. Yeah, I think it looks good, seriously. No, well, I know it's long if you've kept it short, but it's fine, seriously, Darren. Hold on, see. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yes, you have to make an appointment. Yeah, but actually, for you, it wouldn't be too bad. Because do you go home... You go to bed, don't you? Oh, well, that's all right. Yeah, but I mean, most people have them done in the morning, so by the time you sort of get up... And there must be... Wait a minute, there's a hairdresser just up the road from you. Yes. Yeah. So go and book and get it... If you really want it sorted, but to be honest with you, I'd leave it like that. Yeah, it takes years off you. Seriously. Now when you look 57 as opposed to 58. Au revoir. Have a nice day. You'll be wearing a jumper by tomorrow. I tell you, it gets colder and colder out there. I didn't wear a jumper today, but I've started wearing a jacket, you know, which I don't... have you had a haircut, Luke? Luke's had a haircut? Yes, it's very nice. Who actually did it? The girlfriend. She had to colour in? Oh, right. Colour in? What do you mean? Oh, right. Oh, right. Sounds a bit bizarre. I've never heard of colouring in your hair. Oh, right. Well, it looks silly anyway. I don't know what you're worried about. Goodness sake, honestly. I've never heard of that before. Have you heard of that before? Colouring in your hair. Sorry? Really? Oh, well, there you go. I live and learn. Anyway, so I hope you had a nice weekend. I hope you enjoyed your drink outside. I hope you enjoyed your social distancing. Liars. You never did it, did you? You never did social distancing. Because after a few drinks, people's inhibitions go. And that's where you go, you know, I'll tell you what I'm bored witless with watching. These sort of Love Island type programmes. It's just a bunch of dreadful people who are all trying to pull. Most of the girls have got the most irritating voices you've ever heard, and the blokes think they're God's gift to everything. I mean, there's one, I think it's called Ibiza Weekender or something. It's got a bloke called Jordan on it who thinks he's the bee's knees, and apparently there's nothing he ain't had. And I mean nothing. And all the girls, and then one of the other girls says, listen, he like mugged me off. They all talk like that. They've all got these sort of mamby-pamby voices. The sort of thing you think, can you speak properly? It's like listening to The Only Way is Essex, which is really like going back to toddler school. And so he like mugged me off. So if you want to go with him, go with him. But when he was going with me, he mugged me off big time. And I'm thinking, do you know, you deserve everything you get. I promise you. And then the girl sits down and goes, she says, I don't mind being friends with you, like Jordan, but you ain't going to get nothing at the end of it. I thought, what, you're not going to cook him a meal or something like that? And then I thought, you don't look as though you'd even know one end of the stove from the other. Tom Daly, what do you think the thing is he hates on holiday? What's the thing he hates on holiday? Water. He goes nowhere near the water when he's on holiday. But I suppose that's like, you know, me. When I go on holiday, I try not to broadcast. You know, I try not to talk at all. I sit on the beach. I don't sit on the beach, full of dirty people. And you can tell they're dirty because their feet are filthy. And I remember saying to a kid, I said, your feet are filthy. He said, we didn't come to the seaside last year. And I remember thinking, because some people go, you might as well take a bar of soap into the water and start, because it wouldn't be surprising. Didn't we have the other day somebody who drove 100 miles with their kitten in the car to go to the beach in Bournemouth? Why? Because the kids couldn't bear to leave the cat at home. What sort of stupid, thick family does something like that? Also, we've got we've got a sad story in a minute. I've got a good story and a sad story. There's some poor British stewardess. She's in Dubai. She goes around to see this bloke. And for some reason, the police turn up on the doorstep and she gets arrested. Why? Because they found 2 cannabis cigarettes in the flat, which is an arrestable offence in Dubai. You can't kiss anybody openly. God, I'll be snogging them left, right and centre. And two cannabis cigarettes is enough to put you into prison. So she's in prison at the moment going, they weren't my cigarettes, they were somebody else's. I mean, surely if you know the rules... I'm told the one thing that you have to look out for in Dubai is Friday night, people turning up on little motorcycles with little brown bags and it's got booze in, because it's illegal. So they've got booze in and people buy it. You see it, don't you? Somebody was telling me, they said, how do you do it? They say, you order it through a network, it turns up, it's delivered, but it's under the counter. The police know it goes on, but they kind of turn a blind eye to it. Hotels, it's fine, you can go in and get absolutely blathered. I think you just can't expose too much flesh, which of course is a bit of a problem for me because I have got too much flesh. So I wouldn't be doing that anyway. But yeah, it happens a lot. In India as well, a lot of booze turns up with little, it's like sort of the mobile service, which is okay. Bad news. Bad news for a guy called Nick Cordero. Now, you might know Nick Cordero, or not. He's been on so many Broadway shows, and he's had recently 94 days in hospital battling COVID-19. He had to have a leg amputated because he got blood clots. He got sick in March. Him and his wife had moved from New York to Los Angeles so he could star in Rock of Ages, which is, if you've never seen it, it's fantastic, it's great. And they have a son as well. Anyway, only 41 years old. He died yesterday. Only 41. I mean, he's been in Waitress, Rock of Ages, loads of things, and it's a shame, but his wife said God has another angel in heaven now. 41 is absolutely nothing, but it just goes to prove that COVID virus, this coronavirus, doesn't differentiate between people. It doesn't matter who you are. He was healthy. I mean, God knows he was seriously healthy. He had 2 small strokes. He had fungus on his lungs. He got sepsis. He got literally everything. And then it claimed his life, and so his wife has now been left with a 1-year-old child called Elvis. Which is very sweet. But at 41, people were hoping that he was going to pull through. But in fact, it was Zora who said to me, "You remember that man, Nick Cordero?" And I said, "Yeah." She said, "He died a few hours ago." And I said, "Well, that's so sad." But then there's thousands. The number of deaths in London went up the other day. Expect it to go higher. As I keep reminding people every day, just because the government have foolishly, as far as I'm concerned, allowed restaurants and bars to open, you're going to see this thing spread like you've never seen it spread before. There's going to be serious, apart from the fact the job losses, I think they're now estimating another 55,000 jobs will go on the high street in retail. I mean, the shops closing left, right and centre. You go past a shop and the clue is there anything left in the windows or in the shop? No. Has it been cleared out? Yes. Are they coming back? Probably not. And it's like that all over the place. It's nothing new. You'll never see anything like that. I feel sorry for young people. I mean, I'm old, so it doesn't make any difference to me. I just sort of go, well, we've been here before. We've been here before. Not as bad, but yesterday deaths increased of this. They'll also increase for those people with cancer because they're not getting the treatment that they need. But apart from that, we try and look on the bright side of life. I feel like we should play the song, shouldn't we? Really? And it was highlighted for me by a lady called Kate, who wrote to me, and she said, "Steve, I've just managed to download your podcast from iTunes to my iPod, which is an achievement in itself." She said, "Our son, a paramedic, died 7 weeks ago with COVID-19, but listening to your podcasts at night is the only thing that gets me through." And I get many, many things like that because this is the worst time for people. So if we can try and put a smile on your face this morning, it's not easy, I realise, but God knows, with the help of the Waldorf and Statler, the other side of the glass. It's like working on the Muppet Show. It really is, seriously. What did he say? Did he say something funny? No. No, he really didn't. And we'll try and hit the ad breaks at the usual time. So bear with us, and together we'll make it through till 7. Okay, 15 minutes past 4. Bit more good news. We can do with some good news, couldn't we? God knows we could do with good news. And Derek Draper, we think, is out of his coma. He's opened his eyes, but we're not out of the woods yet. We're a long way out of that. So he's not having a conversation, but it's a case of it looks good. But the doctors have said, and here's the rider, his condition could go on for years. He might never be the same again because he's been in this induced coma since March. So you're looking at 4 months without any action at all. To be honest with you, I don't know how they do. How do you go to the toilet? I mean, do they have to sort of, insert a catheter or something? I don't know how it works. Because there must be all sorts of things that they have to do because you've got to keep somebody clean, so they'd have to wash him and all these other things. They put stuff in you. Right, tubes. Lovely. Just what you need in it, really. You're lying in a hospital bed, not knowing what's going on. That's the worst thing. But they would have to wash him. It's like they used to call them years ago bed baths. And they did it in some of the Carry On films, where all of a sudden somebody would come up with a big sponge, lift up the sheet and just go like that. All you go, stop it. Terrible. Steve. I'm 37 with scoliosis. Now, I know about scoliosis because there was a lady in Twickenham who had it. She's not with us anymore, sadly. And it's curvature of the spine, isn't it? Scoliosis. And that's where you end up sort of like that. I don't know why they can't do anything about it. I always thought that must be something that they could do. But we should pay a little bit more for human lives, including the elderly, because, I mean, I love the NHS, says this person, and prepared to pay a lot more for human lives. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The good news is that Boris has just given money, hasn't he, to theatres and... but you can't still open a theatre. You can open it, but you can't put anything on. But it's over £1 billion, and they've managed to find loads of benefactors, including David Walliams and people like that. And I think Steven Spielberg has given money. The Rousing family, who make Tetra Paks. That's what their family fortune is based on. And of course, any milk carton it's a Tetra Pak, and it's patented. And they've given 10 million as well. So that's good. And you've given money too, because you bought a ticket for my show and you bought a tote bag. They are coming out, I promise you. Noreen's not got hers yet, but they will be arriving, I promise you. They will. I mean, most people have actually... I say most people, about sort of 100 people have written to me saying, we got the tote. Everybody loves it. No, I'm waiting for 5. I ordered 5. In fact, Corey ordered them. So they're being delivered here, so God knows where they'll end up. Lord knows. We have to sort of check all these things. But the good news is that Noreen gets her hair cut. She said, well, not yet. It's on the 20th of July. She said, I got a call early Sunday evening offering me 9:30 today. I've not had it cut for 5 months. So it's 9:30 today she's having it. Would have been the 20th. She said, I've not yet got my tote bags, but I hope to follow fellow fans. And I finally got my framed tea towel hung. Our Janice framed it, but due to dreadful weather on the day of your Leicester Square show, then the pandemic, we hadn't seen each other, but it's now got pride of place in the living room. So nice. Somebody told me some of the tote bags are up on eBay already. I thought they might be, actually. I thought they might be. But we do take all your texts and emails on the... It's not a phone in this programme. It would be far too tedious for me to have to sort of, chat away to people. So it's easier if I just chat to you. It's served us very well for over 40 years. When was the last phone-in I did? No, I didn't do one at Christmas. No, we always say we're going to do one at Christmas, then we never get round to it, because we get a bit busy. I can't remember when the last one I did. I mean, at one time I used to do a 4-hour phone-in during the daytime. I had a 4-hour slot. I remember saying to my boss at the time, I said, what happens if I don't get any phone calls? He said, well, you talk. And then I discovered, actually, that talking was actually to my advantage. I could talk, and so all of a sudden the phone calls became superfluous. I didn't need phone calls, because I do hear some people on other stations, lesser-known stations, struggling, with sort of what's your favourite smell, and what's your favourite colour, and, what was the last show you went to see? What was your favourite children's programme? It's really what I call lame broadcasting. It is applying only to those poor BBC stations that have had to not just furlough their staff, they've had to get rid of them, because the BBC have got to save 125 million. So if you were on a double-headed breakfast programme or an afternoon show, one of you is gone. It's how they work out which one goes. That's the difficult thing. Okay. What's my favourite colour? If I had a favourite... They always say, you know what your favourite colour is when you open your wardrobe and you see all the colours spread out before you. So I don't really have a favourite colour. I have things that sort of disguise weight. Favourite number? Well, that would have to be 13. I like to ride a sort of a dodgy washing line, and washing line. I got no idea. Oh, sorry, that was a wet weekend on 1973. I can't tell you more about it, obviously for legal reasons. But no, favourite colour. I don't know. I used to have a very bland wardrobe. I don't know what I would go for. I mean, if I had loads and loads of money, I'd just pick out loads of Tommy Bahama shirts and sort of wear them all the time, because they're comfy, they hang well, and if there's one thing I like, it's something that hangs well, because it's easy, isn't it? I don't like anything that creases. I don't like anything like linen. I have got linen shirts, and then I remember that they'd come back from the cleaners, because I get Thomas, my friend, to do all my washing and ironing, and they look lovely. You put them on, you sit in the car, they're all creased and it's horrible. And so I don't do creases. It's got to be, so like this thing won't crease. This just hangs. Like most of my things, because anything that creases, it's like people who buy long sleeve shirts and then roll them up. Well, it creases to heck. I mean, it was ridiculous. It's awful. So what else do we have for you this morning? July tipped to be the wettest ever. You'll still see people getting off the trains with no umbrella. No, nothing at all. You don't even see people with rain hats now. Very few people go out with a rain hat on. Also, Sherlock Holmes statue could be the target for activists because of racism in the books, because Sherlock Holmes didn't exist. Okay, so they put up a statue of a man who never existed. He was the man who never was. But there was racism in the books, and somebody said it's not quite the same, is it? Also, John Barnes does not believe the verbal abuse and banana taunts he got were real racism. I'd never even heard of that. I had to check with what it was. Also, posties, postmen and women. How many dog attacks last year? 2,500 dog attacks on postmen. What is it about postmen that dogs don't like? What? Dennis the Menace? I don't know, I never read comics. We weren't allowed to. Nasher, apparently. Nasher. Do you used to read comics? How naff. We weren't allowed comics, they were common. My mother wouldn't have them in the house. Well, mind you, we didn't know what they were, actually. We didn't really know what sort of comics were. I'd seen them in sort of friends' houses, but we never had things like that. Comics in the newspapers? I don't think so. Well, there was Rupert the Bear with that. We didn't take the Express. My parents took the Telegraph, and there were no comics in the Telegraph, let me tell you. Lord above, honestly. Never heard of such a thing. Also, what was the one I quite like? Oh, Sandy Toksvig has called on TV bosses to employ more women. Whether that's gay women or straight women, I've got no idea. But you don't, I mean, compared to men, you don't see many women on television, do you? So perhaps we need to see more. And Prince Andrew, oh dear. Even the government have now said, so the papers say, they want him to talk to the FBI. It's as simple as that. But he was going to go and play golf because he doesn't have a job at the moment. Not that he's ever had a job. He just faffs around flying helicopters and going off to play golf. In fact, he'd do anything to play golf. And he normally apparently goes to Spain at this time of the year, but he's frightened to go there. In case he gets sort of picked up and whisked over to America. So he's now cancelled his holiday. He was staying in a luxury palatial home owned by a friend of his. They do like people with money. They're not likely to be staying on a council estate in Bridlington. They're going to be looking for somebody who's got loads of money, and so they can borrow the house. That's how it works. They don't... I wouldn't like to imagine. Wouldn't you... I mean, because the Queen's banker is Coots. Do you think Andrews with Coots? If I worked for Coots, I'd have to go through the files. You'd have to go through so much money he's got in his current account. Has he ever been into overdraft? Because the Queen Mother spent most of her life in overdraft. She had no concept of money at all. In fact, I think at one point she was bailed out to the tune of about 13 million quid. Because she'd overspent, because she doesn't know. But she was bailed, but the Queen bailed her out. The Queen bailed her out because, you know, what do you say to your mother who's gone overdrawn? You know, you're very naughty, mummy. Very naughty. The Queen Mother, you know, gin and dubonnet, yeah, you know, they just had no concept of money at all, and it runs through the whole family. I'm not with Coots, no, but I'm with the bank that owns Coots, so I think that's better. Don't you think that's better? We also own Childs, Drummonds, all the old family bankers. So Coots is an old established bank. Drummonds, Childs, all those sort of banks. They're the old banks, and we own RBS. Because that's the holding bank, and we own NatWest as well. We're very successful, very successful. Well, I personally am a shareholder, yes. They have my money. Well, I have my money now. Whether or not it remains there, I've got no idea. Church services are back, but not as you know them. They look very empty. If you look in pictures of churches over the weekend, you'll see all the chairs, no pews, chairs spread out. And I did get my hair cut on Saturday. Kasha did do me, I think it was quite nice, actually. I quite like it. Very smart. Very smart. It's a Mohican, have I? Oh, no, I don't... No, it's just a one all over. As they say, you wouldn't understand that. You will, don't worry, when your hair starts dropping out and going grey. Oh, sorry, it's already started doing that, hasn't it? You'll discover it. I tell you, the day you discover grey hairs is the day you go into deep depression. Deep depression. What are we looking at on the television? I'm looking at police officers behaving very badly with a black family in a car. At one point, the mother was dragged out. I don't know what's going on here, but I think Linford Christie's made an official complaint about it. I thought we'd stopped this kind of thing. Apparently not, and luckily somebody was filming. So they've managed to catch the police officers. I mean, it doesn't bode well, does it, really? I thought we'd got over stuff like this. You know, black people in a car. Druggies, let's stop them. It's just, it's got to stop. They have to find a different way of doing things. But because people film everything now, they can then go back to it and say, this happened. Whereas years ago, if something happened, you'd say that, you know, that happened to me, and they'll go, prove it. Now, don't need to worry about that because everybody's got cameras on their phones. People film it. Should we take a break for the news? Why not? Daniel says, my dog loves the postie, and the postie always gives him a bit of attention. I wonder why it is, because all you do, I mean, unless the dog is free in the front garden, all you're going to be doing is putting the post through the door. So you sort of, you know, here's my post. You go, now, unless you're putting your hand through the letterbox, which is most unlikely, I mean, how do they get attacked? Perhaps it's the uniform. Oh, right. Well, I don't think you should have dogs free in the garden. I don't think they should. I mean, I've seen a few dogs. I mean, I don't know what it is, but you sometimes look at some dogs, you think, you really don't like me, do you? You can tell the dog will look at you. And especially as I wear sunglasses a lot of the time to protect my eyes. And you sort of see the dog, and the dog's looking at you, so I deliberately stare at them. They hate being stared at, like that. I'm like one of those pointer dogs, staring at them. I wear all sorts of sunglasses, actually. At the moment, I'm just wearing cheapo Polaroid lenses Because I've tried my cataracts done, everything became really bright for me. Very bright. Oh, I got a letter back from the hospital the other day. I've got to go back and have my eyes tested again in, I think, 4 months. So we'll see how we're doing on that one. But yeah, anything to keep the glare away. I mean, No, I don't have prescription sunglasses. I just buy standard. But I quite like the Polaroid ones. I bought them from JML because they were cheap. They were like 50 quid and you got like 3 pairs. You know, two tortoiseshell, 1 black. And I just pop them on because they're sort of like wraparound things, which is quite nice. No, the cheap ones are not good for you. You need to get proper... I mean, normally I have Ray-Bans. I'll go... But the trouble is they're so expensive. I mean, the only place where they're sort of relatively cheap is America. Over here, by the time you've added the tax and all the rest of it onto the things, you know, you can spend 150 quid on a pair of Ray-Bans, which is not so great. But no, I do like I've got sunglasses all over the place. Sunglasses everywhere. You can't believe... I mean, there are certain things that I have about my person, which is reading glasses and sunglasses. And I must have on me at the moment, probably, I think, 10 pairs of reading glasses. Yeah. I mean, I really need to go and get my eyes done so I can get some prescription glasses. But I'm quite happy because I don't need glasses for driving. I just need them for reading. Otherwise, I'm blind as a bat. I mean, seriously, I can't read anything. You know, something comes in on the phone, I'm looking at it. If I didn't have my glasses on, I couldn't read it. But I mean, why should I bore you with my problems? Probably got your own problems this morning, I should imagine. Kanye West. You've heard of Kanye? He's the one who's going out with Kim Kardashian. You know, she's the one who's apparently worth $1 billion. Usual sort of rubbish. I've seen the programme. Right, pile of old toffee, it really is. But Kanye West is going to run for president. Yeah, he really is. He's going to run for... We think there's a hidden agenda. But then that's just us being terribly cynical. Steve, my tote bag arrived Saturday. It's gorgeous, very well made, so I've sorted out my comfy cushion for the show in August, and the bag will be with me. Wine too, says Lynn in Bushy. That's what we like to hear, thank you. And, Steve, I've just seen one of the tote bags. Apparently they did the same with the tea towel. They say they're trying to raise even more money for Make Some Noise. Such a good cause at the moment. Don't buy a black Bentley Bentayga. In black, they look like a black cab. No, this one isn't black. I think it's in a graphite colour. It's too expensive. I can't afford it at the moment. I'd have to save up for a few months to actually get it. And I've never sat in it. I've never sat in anything like that. So it could be quite nice. Steve, I had my 40th birthday on one of those boats in Kingston. I think they're called, says Javier, Turks. Yes, Turks are one of the companies operating. Stopped at Hampton Court for fish and chips for everyone. Cruised all the way back to Richmond. It's lovely, isn't it? Isn't it great? I love it. I do that quite a lot in the summer. I just get on the boat at Richmond and go to Kingston. Then you swap boats and you go on the next one to Hampton Court. And that's quite a nice thing to do. It's a bit bigger than a ferry. It probably holds a few hundred people, I should imagine. Not a gondola, no. This is London. We're not in Venice. Gondola. Yes. We had a Viking longship. Yes. Everybody was rowing up there, you know, sort of paddling. You know, somebody was at the top beating a drum like that so you can keep them in time. No, it's quite a nice thing to do, actually, because you look at some of the houses by the river and you think, I'd love to live there. And then you think, what happens if it floods? But you get to see Hampton Court Palace, and it does look sensational when you come in from the river. And it used to take them, I forget how many days, to get Henry VIII up there, because, you know, the buses weren't operating. They have a what? A moat. What, a Hampton Court? No. It's not a castle. It's Hampton Court Palace. Built in Tudor times. Obviously not facing the right way today. No, there's no moat, no. That would be... There are other castles that have moats. It's on the banks of the Thames at Hampton Court, and it's a bit of water. A lot of people moor up there, and sort of it's quite nice. You've never been to Hampton Court Palace?
Is there a big maze there?
There's a maze, yes. They've got their own grapevine. Although the maze, I'm going to ruin it for you now. When you go into a maze, you know you have to work out how to get out again. It's the same way as coming in. Okay, there is only the one entrance. You go in one way and you come out the same way. Saves you wandering around all the time. I don't know. I mean, that's the way it works. I like a maze, but you can walk all the way around the palace, and you can go through all the different areas. It's lovely.
Dress up in one of these costumes?
No, I don't dress up. Your fantasies have run riot this morning, haven't they? Is there a moat and do you dress up? God knows what you think I do when I leave here every day. No, I don't dress up. As one of many Anne Boleyns or something like that. If I was going to be anybody, the size I am, I'd be Henry VIII. They do have people, but the funny thing is, it's done very strangely because they don't come up and chat to you. They'll be in little groups, huddled, and if you go up to them, they then, good morning, sir. They do the whole bit as if they're sort of living the part. Unemployed actors, of course, grateful to get the work. Grateful to get the work. It's a lovely place to go. The gardens are beautiful. They really are stunning. And, I mean, some of them are just absolutely fantastic. What, dream job being a gardener? I imagine it must be absolutely knackering to work there. They've got so many different gardens. And, but some of them are beautiful. The one you're looking at there on the right-hand side, that changes throughout the year. They just sort of plant out. I mean, it's beautifully done. Have you seen down by Buckingham Palace in London, one of the huge flower beds there? They've spelt out NHS in flowers so the Queen can see it. It's nice, isn't it? Just in case she'd forgotten who the NHS were. She goes private. But no, it's lovely. Hampton Court is great. And you can get something to eat there. They've got a cafeteria. I don't think they call it a cafeteria. It's probably called something a little bit posher, but it's beautiful inside. Funny thing is, it was what they call a lock-up palace. So in other words, if Henry VIII wasn't there, they would lock it all up. It would be locked up. The key, they'd cover all the furniture, all the shutters would come round, and they would close it up. But yet, when word came up from Henry in London, they have a horseman go all the way to got a letter for ye, and all the way back to London. I've given them the letter. Oh, wrong one. Go back and give them letter, and they'd say he's coming up a week Tuesday. So immediately they would then have to, clean all the rooms, open the shutters, take the dust covers off the furniture. The staff would be brought back in again. 700 staff. There was something like 200 worked in the kitchens. And the kitchens are still there. And in fact, the actors who play the parts of, Henry and all the different women, they eat in the kitchen there. It's so funny because they're all, you don't feel you want to go and intrude, but you walk past them. Oh, it's very nice indeed. Hever cut. Yeah, I've been everywhere. That's nice. Yeah, that's quite nice. Yeah. Don't think I've ever been to Hever Castle. I can't remember, actually. I might have been to it. Which is described as the most beautiful castle in the world. I think it's in Kent. The world's most beautiful castle. And where? No, that's not. It's not Hever Castle. There is another one. It's described as the world's most. I think it might be England, isn't it? Wait till I'm having a quick look along my list here. Yeah, you sort of come over the brow of a hill, and there it is. It's this beautiful castle. And it's in this country, so it's not... Yeah, the listeners will know. Which is the one, ladies and gentlemen, which is called... I think they actually... No. I can't remember which one it is. It's sort of... It's got a big moat around it. It's beautiful. It really is lovely. And it's called... I think Elton John's played there. He's done a concert there. I don't know. I can't remember. I've been to it because I did a documentary on it. But as I says, is Hampton Court a bit like Downton Abbey? Oh, God, it's much bigger than Downton. Much, much bigger. Much bigger. But I can't remember the name of this... Oh, is it near Maidstone in Kent? World's most beautiful... Come on, somebody will know. Somebody will know this. I can't believe you haven't got the... Is it Leeds Castle? Show me Leeds Castle. Let's have a look at Leeds Castle. It could be that. It could be Leeds Castle, actually. It's very beautiful. Yeah, yes, the most beautiful castle in the world, Leeds Castle. They have concerts in the grounds. I could live somewhere like that. It's lovely inside. It's a bit, it's a working castle. It does work, but it's. I think it's quite nice actually. It's romantic. I think, definitely romantic. I don't know why castles would be romantic. There was scene of bloody battles and all sorts of things. But I suppose in sort of Tudor times that would be sort of seen as romantic. Today, people live there. I don't know. You find out. You're the one who's got the control of the internet. I'm not supposed to know these things. I just have to guess. Yeah, who lives in Leeds Castle? There you go, and it'll tell you. People. And who lives in Leeds Castle. So I think it's been a home to 6 medieval queens. But they were thrilled. Catherine of Aragon was there. That's the one we know. Philip of Hainault as well. So Lady Bailey lives longer at Leeds Castle than any other owner in history. She makes Leeds Castle one of the great houses in England, and they do hospitality. You can rent. I think you could sort of go there for things like that. There you go, Michael, a former producer of mine. He says Leeds Castle. We spoke about it, love. You took a drone there. Are you well this morning, Michael? I hope so. There we are, everybody knows. Somebody says Windsor Castle. No, I used to go to Windsor Castle when it was free. And then when they had the fire, because they didn't install the proper detectors, and the place burnt down, they started charging, and it went through the roof. Went through the roof. Richard in Andover, see? Look, he lives in Andover, and even he knows it's Leeds Castle. And somebody says, you're welcome. Thank you. Windsor Castle is beautiful. It's lovely to go in there because it's a working castle. Working castle, which we like. Steve, every morning I wake up hearing your voice. My therapist has given me medication for these nightmares. I now sleep through the night and wake so refreshed, says John in Slough. No, it's because you're living in Slough, dear. That's why. That's why you're on medication. That's why. You're on medication because you live in Slough, okay? And you've got the peculiar spelling of John, Jon, you know, which is the chav spelling. You know, anybody else is John, short for Jonathan or Johnny. Have you seen the huge cornettos Iceland are now selling? No. No. What, bigger than normal cornettos? How can you get bigger than normal? 2 for £2. They now say vanilla flavour. Oh. Don't know anything about these. Why would I not know about them? They are. A big disappointment. Yeah, no, that's 6 strawberry and vanilla cones. They're no bigger than normal. I haven't seen anything unusual. What, things as big as the freezer. They do little mini cones as well. Oh, I love a cornetto. They're nice. I like that one there, peppermint. That looks lovely. For some reason, they're put on the same page as a pizza. I mean, who has pizza? Who has pizza and a cornetto? It's not the right thing at all, is it? You don't have stuff like that. Short break. We have to do a very short break, so don't go anywhere. Steve, are your cataract operations causing problems now? No, not in this. But they have to check because I'm diabetic, and the eye pressure changes. So they have to check diabetes because your diabetes, depending on how bad your diabetes is, affects your eyesight. So sometimes my eyes water. They don't now. No, the cataract was completely successful. Brilliant operation. Brilliant. I mean, I can't tell. I'd have that any time soon. And it was free. It was on the NHS. I mean, I thought they were absolutely amazing. I told you there was a lady in there, and she thought that they removed the eyeball. She seriously believed, somebody had told her that they'd take the eyeball out to replace the lens. And I remember thinking, you don't really believe this, do you? And she did. She totally believed it. I said, no, they don't do that. I said, I've already had one eye done anyway. I said, it's brilliant. It just means that they hold your eye open. They put sort of like a mask over your face, which is like sort of a hood type thing, but it just goes over, and there's a very bright light. That's all you see, it's a bright light, and you don't... No, I was having the cataracts done. I've already read the letters off the wall. That's why the cataracts done, because I couldn't read the letters on the wall. Now I can read them. Dear Stephen, we were pleased to welcome you to... And then they sort of clip your eyelid up so that it remains permanently open, so he can work on it. And then they've got this thing which has got a slot so he can see your eye, and they shatter the lens. It's in there with like a laser. You don't feel you feel nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. They give you drops, which they actually put in, which numb the eye. You have about 3 lots done. And then he shatters this thing, and then he sort of picks up the vacuum cleaner and hoovers up the bits. No, I wouldn't do it. No, because Pip Schofield had laser eye surgery, and he said the other day, he said, I can't see anything. It's gone all blurred. And you think, woo! It's quite expensive, laser eye surgery. But it's for people who are too vain to wear glasses, whereas I'm not too vain to wear glasses, because I think glasses are sexy. I remember the first time I put a pair of glasses on, and I could read the warning on the Dunhill International cigarette packet, and I remember thinking, this is sexy. And I looked at myself in the mirror and I thought, God, you are sexy. It was fantastic. I thought it was really brilliant. I was so excited. Yes, well, at the moment, because I don't need them like that, because that means it's blurry, so I have them at the end of my nose. A bit like Jeffrey Archer. A little bit like Jeffrey. He has this at the end of his nose, so I can see you, and then I can look down and read immediately. So I should probably buy different sorts of glasses. But they're only cheap. I'll get them on Amazon. 2.5s. You get a pack of 6 for like, 10 quid or something. It's worth it. Yeah, I know. Well, eventually everything's bad for you, isn't it? Too much coffee's bad for you, too many cornettos are bad for you, too much fish and chips is bad for you, too much beer is bad. There's nothing that's good, is there? There is nothing that's actually good for you nowadays. I don't know. Too much Steve Allen is... You can never have too much Steve Allen. It's not physically possible. In this day and age, and in a study of English-speaking countries, they all said the same. In a recent survey, they said, can you ever have too much Steve Allen? And the answer came back, no, because they only went to France. And you can never have too much Steve Allen. It's not physically possible. It's not physically possible. I mean, you know, there is such a thing as, you know, too little of Steve Allen. But as I point out to people who go, you know, when are you going to retire? And I go, if only I could. But sadly, they keep offering more contracts, and you just have to go with it. So, as I've said before, I shall die at this microphone. But the good news is you'll all hear it. How great to share that with everybody. No, it's just one of those things, isn't it? You just do it, I suppose. What happens if that happens? Well, there'll be a lot of dead air unless you pull your finger out and find something very quick to play in. No, Nick definitely wouldn't be. Can you imagine if I went now? Nick wouldn't be coming in early. Well, I'm on at 7. Well, he's gone now. Love it. So what else we got? Oh, Ghislaine Maxwell. That one's going to run a bit, isn't it? She's apparently in a prison nearby where they arrested her, or a jail as they call it over there. But they're going to move her to a tough one in New York. Probably the one very similar to the one that Jeffrey Epstein was in, and you know how secure that was. What else do we have here? I've got loads of things, actually. But apparently, did you see the pictures yesterday in the paper of Ghislaine Maxwell and Kevin Spacey, the man who walks around parks at 3 o'clock in the morning looking for the dog? And they were sitting on the thrones in Buckingham Palace in a tour that was organised by the Duke of York. What sort of idiot is he? I mean, I can't quite get my head around the fact that he takes perfect strangers around his mother's house and lets them sit on the thrones. What a disgraceful exhibition. But anyway, they were talking to... Andrew Castle was talking to somebody yesterday, a close friend of Ghislaine. As I say, we're sort of friends like that. She was saying, you know, if she's guilty, so-and-so. And then an ex of Andrew's said she's a vile woman. Nobody seems to like her. But and then another journalist offered her $1 million for an interview. And she turned it down recently to find out if they could draw stuff out of her. But now that the police have found her and arrested her, and she's been charged with various things, it depends what happens from here on in. In America, I mean, it's news in America, but it's not as big news as it is here because they're not bothered about our royal family. They're stuck at the moment with poor old Harry, the ginger one, you know, the one least likely to succeed in the family. Although he could have had everything. But she obviously didn't like the, you know, because when you go and meet the Queen, whether it's Harry or you incline your head. That's what you do. That's the way they do it. But obviously she didn't want to play ball like that. She thought she was more important. So now you've got the Duke of York. I remember when he first landed his helicopter in the gardens of Buckingham Palace. He was showing some friends round, and he landed his helicopter, and somebody said, "What is he doing?" And then apparently he was a trade ambassador. Nobody was ever sure of that. Then he had misdealings with a man from, is it Kazakhstan, who bought his wreck of a house that his mother had bought him for his wedding present to Sarah, that'll last 5 minutes, Ferguson. I mean, they really were the Duke and Duchess of disaster. Everything he touches is a disaster. Every single thing. And she's not much better, I'm afraid. Not much better. Steve, Ian from Folkestone, it's Dover Castle or Leeds Castle? Leeds, which is lovely. Shane says, I'm having a piclet with strawberry jam. What on earth is a piclet? Do you mean a pikelet? It's a pikelet. It's like a little thin crumpet, isn't it? Yeah. And did you open it and then put the filling inside it, or just spread it on the top of it? Oh, right. I've seen them because I saw some a little while ago, because I bought some pita bread the other day, because I like pita bread. Cut the top off because it's too hot. How they put kebabs in it, I'll never know. It's boiling hot when it comes out of a toaster. Boiling hot. So you cut the top off, then you put it in the toaster, then it sort of opens itself up, and then you pop in grated cheese, a little bit of ham, and then a good old squirt of mayonnaise in there. And that, not double cream. Honestly, so silly. Double cream goes in all the other things I make. But if you had it in there, it'd just be dribbling all down your chin, wouldn't it? I mean, that's not very good. Hope you've thought of a poem for today. Have you found a poem? I'm hoping you have. Steve, says Jenny in Edgware, I was lucky enough to see Art Garfunkel in concert at Hampton Court. It was wonderful. Yeah, loads of people have played that. It's a good venue. It's a very, very good venue. Really, really nice, actually. And somebody says, following your recommendation, you can never have... What? You can't have mashed potato? Why can't you have mashed potato? Oh, right. What did we push on that? Sorry? What do we push that for? I didn't say it was vegan.
No, but I'm not allowed it, that's why.
I don't care. What did you push that for? What's... Oh, here we go again. Here we go. You are trigger happy, aren't you? You really are. Let's find out, shall we? In a moment. Also, Sandy Toksvig has called on TV bosses to employ more women. Actually, there is a fair number of women, but not probably as many as there are men. The Gemma Collins picture, I mean, it really is. I mean, somebody should have said to her in the shop, which I think is Gucci, they should have said, listen, please do not wear it. Please do not wear it. You're devaluing it in the same way that Daniela Westbrook was wearing all that Burberry stuff years ago. The Burberry hat, the Burberry skirt, the Burberry pram. And everybody went, oh, my godfather. And Gemma Collins has done the same. And it's not good at all. Fury at Kit Kat. This is a story we did weeks ago, Kit Kat, on the fact that they were moving the supply to somewhere else. So the farmers who've been supplying them with the beans, the chocolate, they're a little bit fed up, as you can well imagine. So needy farmers have been stuck because they've transferred it elsewhere. And I said at the time, there's going to be people who are very, very upset about that. 20,000 troops face the axe in security cutbacks, and they've lost more people in North Korea. There's another soldier who was in the North Korean army, where apparently they're in dreadful disarray, he tells them. The more money you have, the more chance there is of you being able to get your food and everything else. And so they defect, but they've got guards on the borders between North Korea and South Korea, and they gun them down. They don't want people moving over, but some people have managed to do it. This latest one has been interviewed, and he said conditions in North Korea are very, very bad. Very, very bad. I can't remember which paper that's in. It said, it was it might have been on my phone, actually. Probably on my phone. You like the story? Or you just want to know where it came from? Oh, right. The source is this man who's given an interview to American press. You could check it. Check it on the internet. Go on. Put yourself out. Put yourself out. Go and check on the internet. Man defects from North Korea to South Korea and talks about it. Because it's a rare thing to happen, because they generally get killed long before they actually reach South Korea. Let's see if I can find it at the same time. But it was definitely on there. You can't make these things up. I don't know diddly squat about North or South Korea. Why would I know about soldiers and the conditions over there? The only thing you can actually get is cigarettes. Food you pay for if you're in the army. So all falling apart. We'll take a short break. We've got the news at 5 coming up. More of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody else who says they saw Art Garfunkel at Hampton Court. They were some really good concerts. Hopefully they'll go back to having them again, because they need much money at historic royal palaces to try and keep the places going, because it costs a lot of money. Luckily, there are thousands upon thousands and thousands of you who actually do go there and who pay to join. I've paid to join as well. And it's well worth it. You can go round to all... Oh, and somebody's nicked something from a graveyard. Early breakfast. It's LBC with you till 7 for the Monday morning. And to be honest with you, I'm too depressed to ask about the state of the weather today. Because it looks overcast, it's miserable. We had all the wind. It's coming back, by the way. I think we're going to get 3 days of sunshine. That'll be... I know so many of you write in and they go, Steve, we love the sunshine. And I go, I don't. I must be one of the very few people who actually sort of waits for rain and think, I know, I'm just very odd. So I've had my fill of sunshine. I find it really depressing. Really depressing. It makes me go blotchy. And there's one thing I don't want to do is go blotchy. I just sort of, one of those things. We've got a poem for you shortly, once they found it, and it'll be locked in the system somewhere. I think it's a humorous one this morning, he says. So went to have the haircut Saturday, as indeed did the entire country. People were queuing, which meant they hadn't obviously done pre-booking, so there were some hairdressers who were being a little bit naughty and were just letting walk-ins go in, because you're supposed to pre-book so they know who you are. But one of the producers tells me he went out to a pub and they didn't, the bar staff weren't wearing face coverings. They were touching the glasses with bare hands. And did you collect the drinks yourself from the bar or table service? But they didn't ask for addresses, names, phone numbers, nothing at all. I mean, this is illegal. It's supposed to be. That's why all those people... I mean, if you looked at Soho over the weekend, I mean, you've obviously all got your areas in different parts of the country where everybody goes out and they all... Because after people have had a few drinks, people get brave. That's why people pull when they've had drinks. They couldn't pull if they were sober. They can only pull after a few drinks. You know, go and talk to her. Go and talk to her. I can't. What do I say? I'll have another couple of pints. Hello, babe. You all right? You know, that's how it goes, isn't it? It's always one of those good... No, I always go, get your coat, you're pulled. Have you ever been in a Bentley? You know, you have to sort of offer the little carrot, and sometimes it is just a carrot, isn't it? Steve, new at Aldi, strawberry and Prosecco, extra thick cream. Strawberry and Prosecco? That's an odd combination, isn't it? I mean, do you think it really has got Prosecco in it? Because, I would find it hard to differentiate in cream if it had Prosecco in it. I've had sort of different sorts of cream, and they do one in Marks and Spencer's now, which is double thick cream with strawberry in it. So if you've got scones, you don't have to sort of... Sorry? Clotted, yeah. You don't have to... So it doesn't look like normal cream. Don't expect it to look like normal cream. Clotted cream's slightly different. It comes with like a skin on the top of it, sort of thing. Yeah, it looks a bit like pate. Or pate. Have you had pate? No, you probably haven't. You're a vegan. You don't have pate, do you? Mushroom pate. Really? You can have mushroom pate? Do you? Mushroom pate? Are you sure there's not something in pate that you can't have? No, not mushroom. Mushroom pate's okay, is it? Can you get the ingredients up for mushroom pate? Let's have a quick look at that one this morning. Because I have Brussels, Ardennes. I have quite a few pates. Chicken liver pate. I quite like pate, but it's really fattening. As indeed the boys prove. And, you know, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Here we go, mushroom pate. Go down. You can make it at home, actually. Here we go. Extra virgin olive oil, brown onion, 2 cloves of garlic, mushrooms, dry sherry. That's okay. So, oh, look, cream cheese. Good heavens above. Yeah, I don't think we need the music that goes with it. I can read quite easily without the music. I'm not a music-based station. So we've got here, so cream cheese. That's okay for you, is it, cream cheese? I'm just checking, you know. Yes, only at room... that makes a difference, does it, at room temperature? And also a baguette and some olive oil. In fact, there's actually... So you're using extra virgin olive oil and olive oil. But it's that cream cheese at room temperature that kind of sways it a little bit for me. That it's maybe not vegan. Not vegan. The only thing that is truly vegan, actually, is your creme brulee. And we know that's not true either. But there you go. So, I'm going to have to do this... This postie story a little bit later on. And also a guitar owned by Keith Richards, set to fetch up to £100,000, because owned by Keith Richards. Emily A. Tack says there's more to her than a pair of boobs. Sadly not. Sadly not, dear. No, there isn't. And I wish you'd keep going on about it, because it's making you look a bit silly. You know, you need to kind of move out of the, you know, as even Michelle Keegan has said, she wished she hadn't done all those glamorous type shots, you know, because nobody's ever going to take her seriously. Seriously, they're just not going to. And Emily A. Tack, she keeps going on about, oh, people just see me as a pair of boobs. That's because you keep talking about them. Keep talking about them all the time, which is not good. Steve phoned up the barber and asked how much a haircut, 30 quid. How much a shave, £10. Shave my head. I have a one all over, which is actually it's quite quite short, but I quite like it actually. Quite like it. A lot of people talking about the castles. I tell you, I've been to Downton, as you know. I've been to Downton on many occasions. I've put carpet down in Downton, which is some time ago. Steve, you've managed to put a smile on my face. Living life with a number of health conditions makes life very difficult, says Anastasia. I absolutely, I agree with you. There are lots of people who wake up at this time of the morning specifically, not just to listen to this programme, but because of illness and because of medication and because of all sorts of things, and also in the light of all the disasters that are falling about us with people losing their jobs and everything else. People are getting depressed. A lot of doctors are not back at their surgeries. I mean, I've not been to my doctor's surgery for 5 months now, which is really bizarre, because I feel I should be going there. I feel as though I'm sort of missing out. But I'm fine. You can get a Skype appointment, because a lot of doctors are enjoying working from home. And that's what you're going to see. You're going to see a lot of shops on the high street. Because we had Johnson Shoes go under. But now it's still Johnson Shoes in Twickenham, but it says under new management. And I thought, how does that work? I wasn't sure. I mean, they don't seem to have anything in the window. In Staines as well. Does it say under new management? Do you think they've had had a buyout or something. I think there's one in Teddington. They were all over the place. They weren't the cheapest place for shoes. Johnson Shoes files for administration. And there you go, Twickenham, Kingston. So Johnson Shoes, Teddington. Have a look at Johnson Shoes, Teddington. That'll do for me. Just so we can find out if it's still... It's amazing, the internet. There you go. Closes open to 9 a.m. Yeah. Well, they seemed... I know exactly... You know, I've just realised where that is. I pass it when I go in on the bus, come back in for Kingston. So that one's still open. Can you find Johnson Shoes, Twickenham? See what that says. See if that says anything about under new management. There it is. There you go. Closed, opens 9 a.m. Yeah, well, it would be closed at the moment. It's 5:10 in the morning. What do you think they're going to be doing? Opening up now, serving tea and coffee? You don't need shoes. Honestly, it says closed. Of course it's closed. I bet if you type in Greggs, that'll say closed as well. But our one's opened in Twickenham. I nearly nipped in on Saturday morning, but I had to go down to see my brother's wife and show my new haircut. And I thought I could nip in there and get a couple of bacon rolls, vegan bacon rolls, to go down. And then I thought, no, you can't do that, Stephen. That's really bad. But it sounded delicious. So I bought a sandwich instead. Had a sandwich. I wish I'd had the bacon roll, because I've not had a bacon roll for about a week now, actually, because I've started making them at home. It's bad. I know it's bad for you. Everything's bad for you. There's nothing in my life that appears good. I can't think of anything that I can sort of say, this is my saving grace. So, stamp duty holiday to help rebuild the economy. Have we found a poem yet? Oh, good. Yeah, let's have it now. Yeah, print it off. Is it a funny one? Is it hilarious? Is it a real rib... We might have had. I can't remember. Okay, I'll know it when you show it to me. Is that... Oh, no, that was another one by Pam Ayres, wasn't it? Oh, I wish I'd looked after me teeth, she said. I can't do poetry. I'm a radio presenter. I don't do poetry. I'm a radio presenter. It's like you're somebody who drives a desk because you have the gift. I couldn't make a poem up. Of course I couldn't. That would be taking a job away from somebody else who is a professional poet maker-upper. You know, what's the point of me doing something... And also, it wouldn't be very interesting. I've got listeners... OK, it'll be after the break. The printer's broken, so we've got the John Bull printing outfit out now. Did you ever have a John Bull printing outfit? God, they were fab. He made this printing outfit, and you had little rubber letters, and you had a pair of tweezers, and you put them into a thing, and then you dipped it in a pad, and you could do your name and address. No, calligraphy is the art of writing. Yeah. This is the John Bull printing outfit. They were really good. They do... I wonder if they still make them. Perhaps the company went out of business. That was the greatest fun we had as kids. We really had nice things. You could probably still buy them. But you got all the letters of the alphabet and all the... It was like a typewriter, but in rubber letters. So you could make up words and names and things like that, and then dip them into an ink pad and then push it down. Did you not... Put it on your notebook, yeah, things like that. It's like I used to have one of those label makers, a Dymo, and you dial in, you know, Steve Allen appointments or whatever, and then you push a button, it would print it off, and then you'd peel the sticky off the back. Did you have that? A pencil case? It's not quite the same thing. I'm talking about printing. You're talking about something that you keep your pencils in, hence being a pencil case. You know, otherwise it would be a pencil suitcase or something like that, which would be a lot of pencils. A lot of pencils. Johnny Boy says, I've got my bag, it's fantastic. Oh, thank Lord. Steve, I've got a famous poem from Dylan Thomas, which was used and read by Michael Caine in the film Interstellar. Oh, right. And Maggie says, I'm vegetarian. I used to love mushrooms until I discovered they contain slugs and bugs. What, mushrooms? I like mushrooms as well. They had some more of those mushrooms delivered the other day to Paul Cooper's. You know, all the different ones, which you liked, didn't you? Not ever again. Yeah, they were really... I've not had one. I nearly bought one the other day. I nearly bought one to have it. All different colours, all different sorts of mushrooms. I mean, they look like the sort of thing you'd sit there and witches would appear behind the cauldron and stuff like that. But they were all different mushrooms, only like £4 for a punnet of them. And I thought they were a little bit more exciting than the normal button mushrooms, which have no flavour at all as far as I'm concerned. Corey did stroganoff, yeah. Yeah, I wonder if he's had a haircut. We'll find out tomorrow, won't we, when he comes back in again. I'm hoping he's had a haircut, but I've got this horrible feeling he hasn't had a haircut. Although he has today to have his haircut. Thomas has had his haircut and looks good, but he was wearing his shorts again the other day. And it's not a good look, you know, but what could you do? Listen, it's not up to me. Not up to me. Steve, with you 100%. I hate the heat too. Weather forecaster saying it's going to be a lovely day when it's 90 degrees. Should be reported to the Office of Fair Trading, says Jill. I agree with you. I agree. It's just, they go, oh, isn't it a lovely hot sunny day? No, thank you. No, thank you. Let's take a short break. Somebody says, wow, Joanne Webb, the travel girl, sounded a little hoarse this morning. Yes. A little bit of a throat infection there, and she managed to change sex at the same time into Dave Goff. But don't worry. She must be on holiday this week, actually. Steve, what did our parents do to kill boredom before the internet? I asked my 26 brothers and sisters, and they didn't know either. Thank you. So, the poem. It's only a short one. It's only short. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know if I like short or long. I can't quite work out, actually. I think, in theory, it depends how entertaining it is. But this is by Spike Milligan. It's called Teeth. English teeth, shining in the sun, a part of British heritage, aye, each and every one. English teeth, happy teeth, always having fun, clamping down on bits of fish and sausages half done. English teeth, heroes' teeth, hear them click and clack. Let's sing a song of praise to them, 3 cheers for the brown, grey and black. It's short and sweet, isn't it? It's what we like. Don't want anything goes on too long. Sometimes I lose interest halfway through, especially as some of the ones that Corey's picked out recently involve death. You know, the captain died on the deck. Yeah, riveting. You know, there's always something to very morbid, some of his. Trevor says, do you remember Letraset? The letters on a plastic sheet in odd fonts. Use it on so many things. That's right. You put it on there and you rubbed a pencil over the top and it transferred the Letraset onto the piece of paper. So you've got like an acetate sheet with all the things on there, and then you put it down, you rub, and then took it off, and I don't know. I've got no idea. But it came in all different sizes, and I thought it was quite good, actually. But I had one of those Dymo things, and you could print off, looked like a space gun, and you could print off plastic thing. Sorry? Label maker, yeah. Yeah, and they were quite good, actually. But you remember years ago, you used to send your photos off in the days when you took photos on a camera, and then you took the film out and you popped it in like a bonus print bag or something, and you'd sent it off, and they would send you back all your prints. And I often wondered now, because I don't think anybody takes those sort of pictures anymore. Do people buy rolls of film? No, people have got their camera on their telephone. You can take all the pictures you want, and some people do, on the camera. Young people do, yes, probably a little bit of irony, I should imagine, actually. Steve, I like the heat, but I don't like the hot bushfire weather at Christmas, says Shane. Oh, yes. Mind you, you've had it bad, haven't you, this year, for goodness sake? Was it this year? I don't know where we are, actually. Is it good, bad, or indifferent? And to Bob Brown, I'll just say 2 little words to Bob Brown, who wrote in to me. Very sweet, actually, Bob. He's not the happiest person at the moment because he's just been made redundant. So he's not very happy at all. But all I can say to you, Bob, is 5 years. Okay, that's all I'm telling you. You'll understand what that is, won't you? I have to do it cryptically so that only little Bob understands. Yeah. Because and I'm sorry to hear about your job. But, as I say, you're not alone. There's loads of other people out there. Loads of other people doing the same thing. Daily Star this morning, the summer washout. Weeks of rain as the weather comes in. Where is this weather coming from? It is dreadful. Also, Mark Wahlberg has admitted, he's a movie star, that the birth of his daughter completely changed him. They all say that. Our Mr. Conway from out there, our newsreader, his wife gave birth as well. So that was, so well done, Simon. So he's taken a little while off to get to know his new child, which is lovely, isn't it? Which I think is a boy. I think it's a boy. I can't remember, actually. I did see the name, and I'm sure one of the names was Isaac in there, but at least that's good. And guess what people have nicked? It's a historic church, and thieves have come in and taken the whole pathway. The whole pathway leading to the church. These very old and ancient stones, 45 of them, would have been done by somebody who was fairly young and fit. This is not an old person doing it. And they've nicked 45 of them. It's a Grade 1 listed church, and they've stolen them, which makes it very difficult to get the coffins to the actual graveyard. There would be more than one person doing this. I mean, what scum would do that? What scum would go round and nick a church path? I mean, seriously, I find it unbelievable. Unbelievable. Although somebody nicked the other day something from me. and we've caught them on CCTV. He's nicked my patio cushions. He's nicked my patio cushions. I thought it was a bit odd because Lynn said, the cushions have gone. Well, 3 of them have gone. We've got 6, which I had made some years ago. And so one of the people there who's very clever and technical, because we record everything on hard disk and it stays for a month. So we can go back on each day. And we've got him coming in. Obviously somebody left a door open, unfortunately. And he looks as if he's going to sit. And then he just calmly picks up a cushion. Goes, and because we've got 16 cameras covering the property, so you can't move without us getting you. And I'm going to see him because he obviously lives locally, and I can't begin to tell you what I'm going to do to him. Can't begin to tell you. And then he came back and pinched another 2. So he's pinched. Sorry. When did he come back? Yes, he literally took one outside, then obviously thought, I can go and get another one. So he came up and took another 2. But the camera catches him as he comes in the door, and we've got him picking up the cushions, and we've got him walking back out with the cushions again. He's obviously a complete idiot, or a drunk, generally speaking, or failing that, a homeless person who's sleeping on them. So if I find them, he won't be sleeping on them very much longer. But that's the advantage of having CCTV. You cannot move. You can't go anywhere near the property without being caught on camera, and their night vision as well. So, face completely clear. His outfit, it's going to the police because he's obviously known, because once a tea leaf, always a tea leaf. So, Star spotting the Beatles. As Ringo Starr turns 80, which I found unbelievable. He's been talking about why they never actually came back. Well, they couldn't because half of them weren't there, unfortunately. But he said it just wouldn't have been the same. Wouldn't have been the same. He was born Richard Starkey, as you know, in Dingle in Liverpool. Took the stage name Ringo Starr. Oh, did you know that Rylan, his real name's Ross? It's not Rylan at all. He's just made that bit up. So his name's not Rylan. His name's Ross. And we only know that because on Gogglebox his mother used his name. And somebody wrote in and went, who's that? And then somebody went, that's his real name. His real name is Ross. Very exciting. There it is. Rylan Clark Neil. Ross Richard Clark is his name. The Neil is the husband. So it's Ross. Odd, isn't it? Strange way to change your name. Oh, look, another picture of the attention-seeking poor old Christine McGuinness. Oh, you've got to give this up, darling. You've got some dreadful insecurity going on. You're never going to make it big. You're always going to be Paddy's wife. That's going to be as far as it goes. Also, Linford Christie says the Met Police is guilty of institutionalised racism after 2 of his athletes were stopped and handcuffed. This is the Daily Star. It's in every paper. It's in every single paper. This pair, who compete internationally, had their 3-month-old baby in the car at the time. The video clip, which I told you about earlier on, showed the couple seemingly manhandled by officers as the woman shouts, he didn't do anything. Linford Christie said in a Twitter post he demands an explanation. He said, can Cressida, Dick or anyone explain to me what justification the Met Police officers had in assaulting the driver, taking a mother away from her baby, all without one piece of PPE, and then calling the sniffer dog unit over to check the car? Biggest mistake of their life. Scotland Yard said the car with blacked out windows drove off at speed after travelling the wrong side of the road. But there were 2 people in it and a sniffer dog. He says, was it that the car was suspicious? Because they do that I watched a programme in Australia the other day where they stop this woman in a car, because they've got the same as we have, number plate recognition. It tells them everything, including who the driver is, surprisingly, which I suppose ours must have the same thing. And this woman, they said, we stopped you because you weren't wearing your seatbelt. And she went, no, I wasn't. And so he said, the first question they ask is, do you have a licence? Because most people go, no. So many people in Australia get stopped, they don't have licences. Idiots. Absolute idiots. But anyway, they said to this particular woman, do you have a licence? And she went, no. Turns out she'd been stopped before for no licence. Have you had a drink? Yes. OK, how much have you had to drink? Fair bit, I'm an alcoholic. So they breathalyse her. She's 3 times over the limit. And she's driving a car. And you think, and you wonder why accidents happen. Seriously, you wonder why accidents happen. It's that she had no sense of the occasion at all. So, in fact, she's now been banned from driving, I think, for goodness knows how long, and fined, I think, $1,000 or something. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if somebody is an alcoholic, why on earth... And she was with a bloke in the car who had a licence. why on earth she even got behind the wheel is totally beyond me. I mean, all these people, she's drunk. She was 3 times over the limit. People like that, as far as I'm concerned. In this country, it's the worst thing you can ever do, drink driving. Police officers hate it because you can kill people and not even know about it. Another one here. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. So it's amazing that nobody knew that Ryland's real name was Ross. So there you go. Steve had lovely pasta in Little Italy yesterday. All gels and masks adhered to, says Maggie. Is that Little Italy in Soho? Is that our Little Italy? Oh, how lovely. How lovely. We haven't got Joe Allen's open yet, but hopefully you all enjoyed the show that they did the other day. Trevor says, I've still got my Olympus trip. Have you really? Honestly, I can't remember. We used to go, when you went on holiday, you used to buy loads of films at the airport, and you just stick one in the camera. It had 36 on it, or 24. I don't know. We used to have at my... whose wedding did we get? No, it wasn't. It was a party we went to, and they put throwaway cameras on every table so that everybody could take their own pictures. Then you gave them back, and then they got them all. So then they had a complete picture of the party. And one of my cousins got married years ago, and I think they did the same, but everybody was told what bit they had to take photographs of. So somebody took pictures at home of the bride being made up and everything else. Somebody else took pictures of the cars arriving at the church. Somebody took pictures inside the church. Somebody took pictures at the altar. Somebody took pictures after it. And so you got a complete snapshot of people sort of doing it themselves. Because you can call in a wedding photographer, because I told you my brother's youngest is a wedding photographer. And she's very busy. In fact, she's got 61 weddings to do next year. I mean, and she goes all over the place. She's only young, she's very beautiful, and she takes wedding pictures. So she did my brother's wedding. She took pictures of my brother's wedding. And she goes and does a recce. She's very good. She keeps in contact because a lot of people had their weddings curtailed because they said you can only have 10 people. Now you can have 30. And she will go there and do a recce and decide where she's going to take the pictures and how they're going to turn out. And she did the same for my brother. And she went there, she went to the hotel. But she's kept in contact with all the brides and potential husbands. So she just lets them know, because you have to take a deposit. You can't just sort of say, can you turn up Saturday? So she's got the deposit. But, I mean, she turns out beautiful photographs. And you get a DVD of the photographs as well. So it's quite a nice thing to have. But as I say, 61 weddings she's got booked in next year. She's, like, super, super busy. It's a bit like being here. I'm super, super busy. Because we only had a short poem. First day back at work, says Diana, for the NHS. I'm even more happy now. I can listen to you live. Fantastic. You've made my shielding time less depressing. Well, that's good. You mentioned Harrods the other day. Didn't Countess Spencer have a job in Harrods? Yes. Yes. Have you done an in-conversation with her? Well, she's dead, so the answer is obviously no. That would be a bit silly, wouldn't it? And also, she was known as Acid Rain. She was Acid Rain. She was the one who married Diana's father and became the stepmother from hell. And it was quite interesting, actually. They called her Acid Rain because she had this sort of shock of hair. I mean, the hair used to arrive in the room 10 minutes before she did. And she got a job in Harrods. We weren't sure why, because there was nothing really she did. And she was supposed to have bonded with Diana. You know, so they said. But no, never. What on earth would you want to do her for an in-conversation? That's like saying, you know, would you like to do Lady Colin Campbell, who's not really a lady at all. Anybody less like a lady would be hard pushed to find. The language out of her mouth was just disgusting. Just disgusting. So here's a picture of who? Tina O'Brien. Was she the one from Coronation Street? It's Gail's daughter, is it? Was she the one who got pregnant or something? I can't, yeah. When she was a teen, they all get pregnant, don't they? Have you noticed? That Coronation Street must be very fertile round there. Probably Roy's Cafe. He's still wandering around. Tony Hadley has... Good Lord. By Jove. Kelly Brooks modelling a swimsuit. Not very much of a swimsuit, I have to tell you. But Tony Hadley has blasted his former bandmates from Spandau over a spoof documentary and using their hit Gold for a cheesy washing powder ad. I think they were hoping that the Kemp brothers, All True, which saw Martin and Gary mocking themselves and featuring a painting of Hadley with fangs, red eyes and horns, and they want him to go back. And of course, he doesn't want to go back to the group at all. But I think the boys were thinking that it could be like a Bros thing. But the trouble is, Bros, the documentary after the screaming stopped, was only interesting because of Matt and his little tantrums over everything. You know, I mean, he's got the most miserable face in the world. Whereas Luke, happy little soul, You know, obviously just goes about it. Matt, what a plank. What a I mean, seriously. He was so miserable in that documentary. Every 5 minutes he's having an argument with his brother. And they're twins. And yet, strange enough, Matt has got this growth on his head. I don't know what it's hair or something. I don't know what it is. And Luke's now gone completely bald, which is the way Matt must have gone as well. And the language was terrible. I mean, it's almost embarrassing, you know, because Matt goes, oh, it's great, you know, Bros, love you and all the rest of it. And Luke's just being real. But Matt was, well, sort of the front man. But I mean, you know, I owe you nothing. Nothing, you know. And then there was all that, oh yeah, Bros, love you, and you know, Bros are coming back. But every step of the way, Matt was the pain in the rear. Absolutely the pain in the rear. He didn't understand that there were other people around there. He thought the whole thing revolved around him. You know, and it's kind of run its course now. A little bit like the Beckhams, haven't they? I mean, they must have run their course, for goodness sake. We can't still keep dragging out this torturous family. They reckon by Christmas next year, there'll be 2 million out of work. That's what they're saying. Unless the government acts quickly. The New Economics Foundation has called for 28 billion quid to be invested in green projects such as home insulation, saying the move could create more than 400,000 jobs by 2021. Also, Palace Aids are now reviewing hundreds of thousands of artworks in the Queen's collection for colonial and slave links. They've got 250,000 objects to look at. And none have been removed, but there is an ongoing review of some of them. Portraits likely to anger Black Lives Matter include that of Henry Dundas, who delayed the abolition of slavery. That's in every paper. It's a news story today. It's in every paper. You can find it. It's in the one I'm on now, yes. It's in the one I'm on now. And Trisha Goddard. She's only in The Sun. The Sun have bought her story because, if you remember, she had a bit of a problem with Lee Francis when he was doing Beau Selector. He lampooned her and a number of other people as well by putting on a black face. And he then apologised to her. And she said, I thought the Beau Selector apology would end the racist abuse. Unfortunately, it just made it worse. Because all of, you know, the fans of Beau Selector went, get over yourself and all this kind of stuff. Even her daughter said, you know, she said, I laugh with my daughter. I'm exhausted. I'm sick of being black. You know, she says, don't you think it should have been the TV bosses apologising? But the trouble is nobody thought about it, did they? I mean, I have to be honest, as you know, I've never found Lee Francis remotely funny or even interesting. So the fact that he sort of blacked up to do this and lampoon Trisha, because I never saw the programme, I knew what he was doing, but it just never bothered me in the slightest. I didn't sort of think about it, but I've spoken to Trisha before, because, you know, she went to America after she had the chat show here, then she went to America, where I was just about to say they're slightly more tolerant, but of course they seem to be less tolerant in America. But she's done a very interesting story of sort of how it affected her and how it affected the children as well. And she says, you know, it's the only way you can tackle racism is with education. She says we owe young people a path to not feeling disenfranchised, not feeling frightened, not feeling hijacked. We owe them the truth about how Britain was built. Blood, sweat, pain and tears. They deserve honesty. But they don't get it, do they? They don't get it. That's why people are disillusioned. That's why we've got the problems that we have, and that's why people are going through everything. I'm not sure if I think tearing down the statue or bringing down the statue of Sherlock Holmes is going to make any difference. He was a character in a book. It was a piece of writing. You know, there wasn't actually anybody called Sherlock Holmes, apart from, you know, in somebody's imagination. Now that restaurants are reopening, are you and Chris planning your monthly lunches? You could give Chris a lift in the Bentayga, or Chris could pick you up in his Porsche. Didn't know he had a Porsche. Has he got a Porsche? How lovely. I don't think I've ever been in a Porsche. What's that? What, a Porsche? No, they're not open yet. Joe Allen's are not open. Certainly not. What, take my loyalty elsewhere from Joe Allen's and Little Italy? No. I mean, Little Italy we've been to on a few occasions with sort of Chris, and quite a number of Chris's go there. Yeah, well, I think they were open. Somebody said they went to Little Italy the other day. I'm hoping it's our favourite, Hopeny. But no, I mean, my loyalty is to two London restaurants for years. For years. Steve says, James and Roger the Cat, Super Saturday was quiet and boring. I thought it'd be chaos. It should have come to London. It was absolutely chock-a-block. It was rammed with sort of people wandering about, because people just went to different bars. They just booked different tables in different bars, and then so they could carry on drinking. and the drinking, of course, as usual. I mean, Soho, I'm told, was much busier than Piccadilly Circus. Because because the streets there are not sort of necessarily full of cars, people sort of like wandering into the streets. Yes, they've been pedestrianised. Through Knightsbridge, they've extended the pavement size, so the traffic comes down to, at the moment, it's one lane in Knightsbridge, which, I mean, during the daytime must be a nightmare. Good to hear about Derek Draper. Wife and I know his parents. My mum-in-law used to work on the same ward as his mum at a hospital in Chorley, which is in Lancashire. Well, he's out of the coma. Whether he's functioning or not, I don't know. They've actually put that on the front of the Sun this morning. Kate Garraway says husband Derek has emerged from his COVID-19 coma after 98 days. I mean, that's quite a lot. I've heard of people longer, but he had been warned that he might not survive. So we're keeping positive, and I've been living at the end of a phone 24/7 waiting for news, because he might not be the same person when he comes back, because the implications could be dire. But we have to wait and see. You can't sort of prejudge all of these things. £12 million needing time at the zoo. Attenborough heads a ZSL rescue appeal after lockdown losses. This is London Zoo, and they have a campaign. They look after, I think, London Zoo, and there's one out in the country. Can't remember what it's called now. There's one a bit further out of town. No, the zoo. There's a zoo out of town, and it's owned by London Zoo. What on dickens is it called? ZSL is the holding company, yeah. So ZSL Zoo. So there's London Zoo, and then there's the other one that they sort of tie in with as well. Whipsnade, that's it, Whipsnade Zoo, which has got different things. That's where they move different things out from London Zoo. But London Zoo is also a big research centre as well. Steve, it doesn't follow that twins have the same bald genes. See Robin and Maurice Gibb. Robin with a Barry-type mane, and Maurice as bald as a coot. Yes. So, but in fact, actually, the only one left is Barry at the moment, so we can't really go back to that one, can we? So, 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. You can have your eye pressure checked when you have the eye test you want. Yes, they do check eye pressure. That's what they do. I have a complete check because I'm diabetic. Multifocal replacement lenses available. MHS patients should get them, not just private, says Jackie. I'm not private, I'm NHS. I paid into it for years. I'm taking full advantage of the NHS. I think they're brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So lots of people going out on the booze and obviously enjoying themselves with their masks. All the pictures I saw in the papers over the weekend didn't have anybody in masks. Nothing at all. It was almost as if the government had given carte blanche to people to say, oh, don't worry, the pandemic's gone away. You know. James says, I think you pronounce the car Porsche, not Porsche. No, I think it's Porsche, actually. I'm sorry you don't know that. You probably pronounce it Moët and Chandon, don't you? Whereas it's Moet and Chandon. The T is hard. Okay. Love correcting people. It makes it so much easier in life, really. And what was the other one? Oh, the Postie story, which is a bit of a shame, really. They've had to take days off. Chelmsford in Essex saw incidents double from 15 to 33 in a year, while Guildford in Surrey saw almost 50 attacks. Are these people who don't look after their dogs properly and don't train them? I mean, I see people, they've got dogs, which quite clearly they haven't trained, and they're dragging them down the road on a lead. They're straining because the dog doesn't know how to walk to heel. These people are peasants, okay? They shouldn't be allowed to have dogs. They don't know how to look after them properly. You train a dog like you train a child. Otherwise, they'd be walking outside to the age of 18 in their nappies. Oh, sorry, that's Love Island again, isn't it? They do walk outside in their nappies on Love Island. I don't think I've ever seen anybody from Love Island actually wear anything that makes them look reasonable. At the moment, it's a bit bad. Daily Mail this morning, I'll come round to in a moment. Boris has called for a post-COVID clean-up. And the Palace courtiers discussed at Ghislaine's throne picture. Yes, that was all down to Prince Andrew as well. What a checkered life he's had. What a checkered life. And where's it all ended up? Nowhere. Nowhere at all. Let's have a check on the road and the rail at the moment at the LBC Travel Desk. It's Dave. Well, it's interesting in the newspapers today because they're saying what I thought they would do yesterday with this case in America with Ghislaine and the claims against her. They say that she will turn on him this is on Andrew, and go for a plea deal. And then somebody else said the other day, they think it's highly unlikely she would do that. But I think she could face that. I was looking at some of these charges. It's like 10 years in prison. 10, 15 years in prison, it might be more. But all they want, and now even the government in this country, in the Foreign Office anyway, they've said in all the papers to actually get Andrew to go and talk to the FBI. That's all they want to do. They want to have a chat to him. Why he's put it off, they don't know. He claims he hasn't. He claims he's tried to talk to them, and they're saying, no, he had. I mean, somebody must be telling a fib, or they're stalling. All they want to know is, what do you know about this convicted paedophile? You were his best mate. You were his best mate. You went out there. You stayed in his houses. You went on his private plane. You must have been. I mean, I've got friends. If I had friends with a private plane, I would know everything about them. You don't go out with somebody and not know them. Ghislaine went out with Epstein. They were an item for over a year, we heard on Andrew Castle's programme the other day. But whether she goes for a plea deal, I don't know. Whether they cut her a bit of slack. Because they've done that in America. They found a mass murderer. But because he's admitted to it, they've taken away the death penalty. Which you can do in America, whether you could do it over here. Well, we don't have a death penalty. But when you see the way that people behave in this, you're looking at different people. You think the royal family are different, don't you? Well, I tell you, when you get people who are mega rich, like Epstein, he was a billionaire. He could fly people around the world. He could, have these fabulous houses. And if you've got fabulous houses, you can find people to decorate them for you. Depending on, what sort of people you like. If you like sort of good-looking boys, well, then you ferry in a load of models who sort of wander about the place looking great. It's like radio. You won't find unattractive people here, I'm telling you. It's only good-looking people. Chosen from a catalogue. Seriously, there's a catalogue company. They come, it's IKEA. It's not really anything that exciting. BT's, I was going to say, but you wouldn't know what BT's was. It's a toy shop, but it always has pictures of kids playing on a wooden train or something, and that's what it is, because you're living in the land of beautiful people, and beautiful people have sort of lots of beautiful things. It's like when you watch Made in Chelsea. They all appear to be. It's like absolutely fantastic. And, we live in Chelsea, and you think, it's just boring. Listen, it's only sort of one up from Made in Essex. They're all doing exactly the same things. They're all bed hopping. They're all going out to bars. They're all getting drunk. It's just that some are doing it with a really, really posh accent, and some are doing it like, all right, darling, you want to come over with me? It's getting another tattoo done. It's the same thing. No different. But that's why it's educational. Well, it is for me, actually. So litter is a blight on our beautiful countryside. Boy, is it ever. It's terrible. Do we need a break? No, we've done a break, haven't we? No, I thought so. And they've got cows in Cambridge, on a place called Sheep's Green, who are sifting through the rubbish. In London, the birds, crows and the like, can pull rubbish bags to pieces. Foxes pull rubbish bags to pieces. I've seen crows sitting on trash cans, or whatever they call them around here, literally breaking open a bag and picking out the stuff they want, because they can smell that there is food in it, or there has been food in it. And also foxes, they'll rip bags to shreds and spread it all over the ground to find the one little piece of food in there, because unfortunately, because restaurants have not been open, and the kebab places and stuff like that, there's no food on the streets. It used to be, we used to stand by the bus stop in the morning, and you would watch pigeons eating leftover Kentucky fried chicken or burgers or kebabs rats doing the same. You can go through Soho, you can see rats in broad daylight running along the side of buildings, because there's so much food that is out there, and they go where there's food. It's terrible, isn't it, really? So 30 guests at wedding. Who wants to go to a wedding with more than 30 people? I mean, 30 is quite enough. I'm sorry, all it is two people who've been shacked up for ages anyway. There's none of this, I mean, a wedding, it's obviously all changed. So in a relationship, okay, so you've been having the old hanky-panky as your father over a weekend, if you're lucky. And then all of a sudden people go, I think we're going to get married. And the bride wears white. I think not. No, she's been road tested a number of times, as indeed has he. And so then they get married, and you think to yourself, but the whole idea of getting married was then you went away on your honeymoon, and that's when it happened. That's when, you did it on your honeymoon. Nowadays, people are doing it all the time, except in America, where there is it's been around for a few years now. It's where you go out with somebody and you have a ring. And there's a special name for this ring, but it separates. You have half the ring, I have half the ring, and you don't have sex at all until you get married. I mean, It's like a chastity ring, kind of thing. Purity. Yeah, pure, which makes it sound better than chastity, doesn't it? It means the same thing. But it's a case of... But the boys were sort of saying, it's like really difficult, really difficult. And the girls are going, it's very kind, I've got a chastity ring. And then they eventually get married, and by which time, you know, they're ripping their clothes off as they're leaving the church. But that's why people went on honeymoon. Now, nobody bothers with the honeymoon. What's the point of going on honeymoon? To do the same thing that you can do at home. I don't understand it. And quarantine. Yeah, and quarantine. 2 weeks stuck in the same place. So now you can go on holiday, you can stay in the hotel room, you come back to this country and you're stuck. You could be quarantined again, so you've got 2 weeks stuck with the old bag you've just married. And then, of course, there's the girls' turn to think about things. And also, because you can only have 30 people, the churches look deserted. You know, the vicar's got to stand far enough away from you. You can't hold hands unless you're sort of related to somebody. There's no singing of hymns. So, you know, the bride's picked a favourite bit of music. You can have that, but you can't have anybody singing. Oh, no, no, no. Well, yeah, you should better kiss the bride. Well, that would be a bit pointless, wouldn't it? Because by that time they've done a bit more than kissing. So you can do kissy-wissy, which is lovely. But they thought maybe in church people could hum the hymns. So you got a lot of people going, It's very annoying, isn't it? It's like bees. You know, it's going to be very irritating. The vicar's going to... And now we sing hymn 160. Hark the herald angels sing. I mean, it could be quite entertaining, really, actually. I am tone perfect. I'm very lucky, actually. I have the gift of music coursing through my veins. Not every day, but most days. I quite like the idea. I think you could probably do something like that. See, we've got so much rubbish in London, even the rats wear stilts. Oh, London's filthy at times. And it's only people being dirty. People by bus stops chucking their rubbish on the ground. You feel like going up to them with a little sort of ray gun thing and going bzzz, and they vanish before your very eyes, like Star Trek. That would keep me very happy. Steve, in your paper review, any latest gossip on Jodie Marsh? Who? Jodie Marsh. Good. Star burnt out donkeys years ago. Nobody cared. What does she do for a living? Does she do anything? I don't know. She used to turn up at nightclubs, I believe. She was sort of pre-Jordan. She used to wear a belt that went over her boobs, and used to think, I mean, way too much makeup. They say she's an English media personality. The one thing she never had was personality. I seem to remember, didn't she turn up... She's a bodybuilder now, if you can imagine. But didn't she... She went on Celebrity Big Brother. Didn't somebody make her cry on Celebrity Big Brother? I can't remember who it was, actually. There was somebody made her cry over something. And she appeared on this programme, and... but, I mean, no, she disappeared now completely, I think. They say 2006 she appeared on Celebrity Big Brother, but, you know... Don't know. All these people disappeared. They always have shelf life. And her shelf life ran out ages ago. She went out with that bloke, didn't she, who was in a boy band, who also went into bodybuilding. And I can't remember what his name was. He was, no, not Craig David. No, he was much younger than Craig David. I'm pretty certain. I can't remember. Oh, nothing on Wikipedia. Oh. It was certainly, I'm pretty certain it was. I remember that he turned up on a television programme. Kenzie. Blazing Squad. Was he Blazing Squad? Meet you at the crossroads. And all of them walked across the stage in different directions. It was the saddest thing I've ever seen in my life. But what's happened to Kenzie? He went into bodybuilding. But I'm sure he went out with Jodie Marsh. I'm pretty certain. We're going to have a check, actually. We're going to check on Kenzie. He definitely went out with somebody who went... He did, I thought so. He turned up on a children's programme and then they cut to her sitting in the audience. I remember thinking, oh my God, hardly a role model for anybody at all. Really embarrassing. Oh, this is nice. All gadgets blazing. The replica of a 007 car. It's quite nice, actually. Deja vu to a kill. And here it is. It's got battering rams fitted, revolving number plates. It would be illegal if you use these on the road because you can't have a revolving number plate. They've also got flip-top gear stick, reveals a red button for the ejector seat. These are all pretend things, but they've built them into it. The armrest and centre console mounted switch gear. Simulated twin front machine guns. My favourite one was the Bond car, which they had a car chasing them, and they had the screen. I used to have the Bond, it must have been the DB5 or DB6 or whatever it was, and you push the button, and this screen came up out of the bonnet area, and the car sprayed oil all over the road with tacks. And so the chasing car behind it all of a sudden spun out of control, and the tacks burst all the tyres. It was great fun as they plunged off the edge of the cliff to oblivion. And in the days when, I like that, actually. To be honest with you, I like the old Bond movies because they were a lot shorter than the stuff that goes on now. They go forever and a day. I need a toilet break in a Bond movie. I like Roger Moore, but then I like Roger Moore in so many things. And also because I interviewed him on about 3 occasions for In Conversation. And the last time he took his shoes and socks off for me. He was explaining how bad his feet had got. And I said, join the club. I said, we aren't particularly good with our feet, aren't we? Shane says, Steve, Back to the Future turns 35. I must be getting old. Is it really? 35 years old. Still good. Marty McFly, wasn't it? I bought the box set. I've got all of them. Actually, and occasionally, I know, it's a little bit of escapism. I did those rather than Indiana Jones, because I wasn't a huge fan of Indiana Jones. They were okay, but I want something I can keep in touch with. Oh, that music means we're heading up to the news at 6 o'clock this morning. So here it is. This is Gwyneth Paltrow. She's 56. She's got a fabulous mansion in Miami. I mean, seriously, over there you get a lot. I mean, she's got crikey. So, she had a property billionaire. He gave her £60 million when they parted. Morning, everybody. It's Monday morning. It's the 6th of July. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you till 7 when Nick Ferrara will be along. And it's Mr. Starmer in today. Yes, Keir Starmer will be in to take your calls this morning. So that's always something nice to look forward to. We had Boris Johnson the other day and Sir Keir Starmer today, so you can have a chat to him. So think about the questions, start getting them in. Steve, I think it was Michael Barrymore made her cry. I can't remember. I don't think it was actually. It wasn't. It definitely wasn't Barrymore. Definitely wasn't. I'm 99% certain it was somebody. Who the dick? I tell you, it was. I think it was Pete Burns. I think it was Pete Burns who made Jodie Marsh cry. I'm pretty certain. In the back of my mind, I've got a picture of Pete Burns who was sitting there, and I think she'd sort of droned on about something which was totally tedious. And then he said something to her, and then she said, "Oh, my grandmother's died," or something like that. I'm pretty certain, actually. But he died a while ago. Wait a minute, there you go. Pete Burns versus Jodie Marsh. There you go. And then Big Brother fans were sickened. Mind you, we don't have to worry about Big Brother, do we? Anymore, thank you. They mocked Pete Burns in an unearthed clip. Because he was a friend of Boy George, wasn't he, Pete Burns? Pete Burns was lead singer of Dead or Alive. You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round. And I always thought he was somewhat... He'd had filler in his lips and everything else, and he just sort of sat... None of the people, because by the time he got that far down the line of Big Brother, people had learnt how to play the game. People had learnt that if you actually sort of go in there and you sort of just sit around meekly, nobody's going to take a blind bit of notice of you. If you start being argumentative, then you're going to generate some sort of interest. There was a very clever woman who was on Dragon's Den the other day, and she was doing something... Anyway, normally wouldn't even make the newspapers, but this time it did, because she went to them after she'd been grilled by one of the dragons. "Oh, I think I'm going to faint." So, of course, that made the newspapers, and so she was then able to plug her company in all the papers. And you think to yourself, clever, very clever. That's the way it works. After watching Miracle on 34th Street, Steve, it made me think, will the department store Santas be able to work this year? I don't know. That's one question I can't give you an answer to. I've asked loads of people, like, what are we going to do for Christmas this year? Will this thing be back with a vengeance, and it will completely ruin Christmas for people, and will we have to put it all off for next year? Look, it's looking highly unlikely the pantomime is going to be surviving. That's a lot of people who rely very much on the money. Not just the actors on stage, but the orchestra, backstage people, clothes. I mean, there's a cast list of thousands, of all the people who work in music venues and theatre and stuff like that, because they need 60% capacity to just break even. This is their opportunity, not just the people who own the theatres, to make the money to keep the theatres going, because that's what we're famous for, but it's for some of these actors and actresses who might not be working throughout the entire year. They're relying on that Christmas money. They probably promised the bank manager, can you extend my overdraft because I've got pantomime coming up, and that will net me whatever it happens to be. For some of the big stars, it's thousands of pounds a week. Thousands of pounds a week. They work for it. And then there's all the box office staff, the usherettes, the ice cream sellers, the cleaners. There's tons and tons of people, theatre managements. and they're not going to be getting that money in because, you're going to have to socially distance. And I think by the time we get to Christmas, we're going to be looking at a serious amount of deaths in this country because people have not followed the advice. They've basically sort of misunderstood. You can understand it, can't you, that people misunderstand. The government go, don't worry, restaurants can open, pubs can open. And people go, oh, that's fine then, we can just go out and enjoy ourselves without thinking. I'm totally of the opinion that already the deaths have started rising, albeit slowly, but you've got all the people who sat on that beach in Bournemouth, all the people who are having these illegal parties, these illegal raves, they don't realise. I think they seem to think that if you're young, you're not going to be affected by it. Oh, believe you me, you will be affected by it. We're also affected by parking tickets. Do you know that the parking fines, they give out a parking fine every 4 seconds. Every 4 seconds, a parking fine. So in other words, tickets dished out by private firms rocket to 8.4 million in just a year. So the figure for the financial year 2019-2020 was 24% up. So that's 6.8 million tickets issued, and each ticket can cost drivers up to £100 a time. You can see how lucrative it is, can't you? Why do you think all these councils employ the people to come round and ticket you? That's why we hate parking wardens, because they're there to ruin your day. They want to make sure they're going to give you a ticket. I remember somebody, I forget who it was, somebody was talking to one of the LBC presenters, could have been Clive Bull, saying they got a parking ticket, and Clive's answer was, well, you must have been parked somewhere illegally. They don't give you a ticket just for the sheer hell of it, or for fun. They give you a ticket because you parked illegally. And people used to say, oh, I'm just nipping to the cash point for 2 minutes. Or a minute. I'm parking right by the side, so all the cars have to go round you. I've seen police doing it. I've seen police cars pulling in and somebody nipping out, well, sauntering out and going to the cash point. Who's going to go up to a police car and go, excuse me, what do you think you're doing? This isn't some social thing where you get out the car and go to the cash point. Happens all the time. Steve, the last news segment mentioned that Lewis Hamilton taking the knee in front of the crowds at the Austrian Grand Prix yesterday. Yeah, I think there were a few people who didn't. I think there was about 6 other drivers. And strangely enough, I don't know, Ed, but you are right, actually. He says he's openly supportive of BLM, yet he lives in Monaco. Yes, he does live in Monaco. I think it's tax reasons. Loads of people live in Monaco for tax reasons. It's a tax haven. I wouldn't want to live there. They did a programme on it the other day, and I'm sort of watching it with strange fascination. Again, there's a lot of very rich people who live there in fabulous apartments, but even for just an average apartment, you can pay 30 million pounds, and it's a bit high rise, isn't it? I remember seeing inside Shirley Bassey's apartment. It was on the I didn't go there. It was on the television. I remember thinking, it was my sort of apartment, actually. It was gold and rococo. It was everything that I loved. It was like the Palace of Versailles had moved to Monaco. And I remember thinking, also, by the same token, Joan Rivers' apartment was also my sort of style completely. It was sort of Ormolu furniture. And I forget where Joan was in New York, but Shirley Bassey's in Monaco. No swimming pool. No, not hot tubs. Oh, no, definitely not. Hot tubs, they harbour germs. Hot tubs, like paddling pools, they harbour germs. Don't want to sit in paddling pools, do you? That's really awful. That's like sort of come and put your germs all over me kind of situation. No, I don't like hot tubs because all of a sudden the water starts bubbling away. I've seen them in gyms years and years ago. I haven't been to a gym, as you can tell, for a long time. But all the water bubbles away. And I remember thinking, you get like a scum on the top of the water. It's horrid. And you're sitting in it with unwashed people. You know, they all want to get in. And you think, oh, God, you've just brushed your toe against my foot. I don't like things like that. Don't want any contact, thank you, with somebody in a gymnasium. Horrible, horrible. Best not to go. Actually, I think it's safer not to go. So, but it's like people who sort of say, oh, I've got a pool, and then they turn up with a paddling pool, you know, and you think, well, that's just ridiculous, honestly. Sitting there in their little shorts with their feet in the water. I mean, what the hell is that supposed to do? I've got something for you, actually, Luke. Grown in laboratories. This is a feature in the Daily Mail today. Fake meat. Fake meat. It's being sold as the ethical, eco-friendly future of food. So pink flesh grown in a Petri dish, fried in butter and costing £215,000. This man has created an artificial burger. No. It's no, but they actually call it the Frankenburger, as in, Frankenstein. They say here, he says, as I chew the nugget, I gradually realise it's disgusting. I don't know why. I never understand why they say tomorrow, the race to create an artificial womb. So, one day food and the next day wombs, because this is the latest thing here. And we could soon live in a world devoid of intimacy. They're going to be looking at robots, sex robots. Have you seen them on the television? They've done programmes on some man. He went to wherever it was, and they create his perfect doll, and he gives them names, and these things speak. They actually put a voice box in there, and they can respond to commands. So, I mean, quite disturbing, quite disturbing. You've got some sort of plastic thing, latex, sitting next to you on the settee. This man had, loads of them, and they're like $3,000 each, and he thinks they like him. I don't want to break it to him that they don't like him at all. It's one of those sort of strange things. You'd have to be struggling a little bit. I mean, they always say there's somebody for everybody. It's just that if you can't get out, you're not going to find them, are you, really? So it has to arrive in a box marked robot. In big letters on the outside of the box, sex robot. You can just imagine, can't you? The postman sort of gingerly knocks on the door. Got a parcel for you, mate. Oh, good. Is it the sex robot? Yeah. Set that dog out there, please. So, yes, I mean, Ed, partly I'm agreeing with you, but, there are loads of people who work like that. Steve, Shirley Bassey pays 24 grand a month for her apartment. Oh. Mrs. Claus has written to me to say, don't tell the children, but we might not be having Father Christmas this year. I don't know how you're going to manage it. I don't know how they're going to put Santa Claus in shops. Gonna what? The elves? How old are you? The elves. Honestly. They're socially... I had an elf with me when I was on Fives Company. You can find... I think it's on YouTube, Steve Allen's Christmas, and there's an elf in my grotto with me. They used to fight to play the... Well, I'm the person in charge of the grotto. I'm not Father Christmas. I didn't wear a white beard or anything like that. But I sat there with a tree. They built it for me. They built it specifically for me. And they used to fight. The camera boys used to fight as to who could dress up as my elf. Yes, no, I think you'll find Steve Allen Christmas. Would that help? Is that... I've seen it. Oh, well, I know it's on there. Depends what it comes up as on YouTube. No? Oh, you've got Steve Allen breakdancing, the Steve Allen sumo wrestling. A lot of the papers today are running the story that ran over the weekend about Bradley Walsh, who was told by doctors he needed to lose weight or his life could be in danger. His father, I think, died at something like 59, and he was very worried. But he thought at 14 stone 9 pounds, that was the heaviest he'd ever been. See, 14 stone 9 pounds doesn't seem very much at all to me. Yeah, I don't know how... I don't know. But they said, if you start training, all the cholesterol will drop. You need to get fit. But, no, 14 stone doesn't seem a lot to me. But you say it depends on how tall. He says, turning 60 was a bit of a milestone. I was 33 when my dad passed away. They've got a son, Barney, who you've seen on the television, because I think that they do one of these sort of joint programmes. But he does go and get tested all the time, which is all you can do. Because if you're in show business, I mean, it's a bit swings and roundabouts, isn't it? Really. Didn't somebody just win a lot of money on that programme the other day, The Chase? It was a celebrity version with Anne Widdecombe on. I mean, your heart drops, doesn't it, really? Poor old Anne Widdecombe, honestly. They trot her out every so often. But I think they won 100,000 quid. I think it was Sam and Mark. Jimmy Carr was on there. 82,000. Phenomenal, isn't it? Phenomenal if you get to keep it, but of course they have to do it for charity. And they had Sam and Mark on there. I didn't know who they were. And then I suddenly realised they used to be on the television. I don't know what they're doing now. Well, The Chase. Kids TV presenters. They're getting a bit old, though, aren't they, now, for kids' TV? How old do you have to be a kids' TV presenter? The answer is obviously a lot older than the people you're broadcasting to, because they've been around for ages. Ages and ages. You're thinking about 40? Wow. Crikey. Oh, well, there you go. You live and learn, don't you? Also, I was going to tell you what's in this fake food. And to be honest with you, I can't pronounce most of it, but they say a plant-based Beyond Burger is billed as being made of pea protein and coconut oil. But it also contains maltodextrin, vegetable glycerin, gum arabic and succinic acid. You need to do a lot of tinkering to turn plants into something resembling animal products. To be quite honest with you, I mean, I wouldn't like to think about the repercussions. And they says here, and when you add up all the miles required to ship these components to the factory and the nutrition they provide or don't provide, in comparison to vegetable dishes that aren't pretending to be meat and that anybody can make from ingredients grown in the garden, it seems like quite a silly idea to be going to all this effort. Because if you're vegan, you can grow vegetables. You go to greengrocers now, and good Lord, there's a bewildering array of plants that you've probably never seen before. You know, and you sort of go, what's that? And they say, oh, that's certain. You think, oh, well, I'll try that. More and more people, I'm always quite gladdened, actually, because most people think that all vegetables come in a plastic polystyrene box with some cling film over the top of it, probably grown and shipped over in a containerised lorry, which have kept fruit, because fruit goes off really quickly. I've discovered, actually, if you buy... bananas go ever so quickly. I do like a banana. Not all the time, because it's too much, but every so often. And peaches... And they say, and Marks and Spencer's now do peaches. They go, ripen at home peaches. So in other words, I'm having to do the job for them. You think, well, why don't you ripen it? You know, I've just paid all this money for peaches. And they go, ripen it yourself at home. I don't know. Not very long, I don't think. Not very long. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really eat that many peaches. I mean, cherries are quite good at the moment. Cherries are quite nice. Belgian cherries are particularly good. You wouldn't have thought Belgium would have grown cherries, would you? Very odd sort of thing for them to grow. You thought all they just do is do... Because when we went to Belgium... What a boring place. They seem to make a big deal about meringues and chips. Everywhere you go, there's chips, like the Belgians invented chips. Couldn't understand. They sort of made out... I don't know. I mean, we went to this sort of place in the marketplace in, I don't know, we went on Eurostar, which was fabulous. And we trekked for hours to try and find the centre of this place. And then all we want to do then is have a sit down, have a sort of cup of tea or something. Well, that's like asking for a miracle. And did you want some pommes frites? No, thank you. No, we have chips at home. We're from London. Waffles, that's right. Yeah, lots of waffle shops. And then we saw the mannequin piece. Have you seen that? This is this little famous boy who wheezes. It's a little statue, but I thought it was huge. It's tiny. It's in Brussels, yeah. This thing is this little statue. And we wonder why all these people are crowding around, and somebody said it's in a little side street. It's like if you go to Rome, the Trevi Fountain, it's down a side street. Oh, it's really pokey. You know, and you're sort of hemmed in, like, move away, you know. And people throw money in the Trevi Fountain. I've got my diving gear on. I'm scooping it all up. I'm taking it home. I tell you, I'm not leaving anything there. Very expensive place. Very expensive. Happy birthday to Jennifer Saunders. It's her birthday today. She's 62. 62. And I remember the very first time they appeared on television. They went on Wogan's show. And I remember thinking, what a great twosome. Loved Dawn French, loved Jennifer Saunders, and then they just grew and grew and grew and grew. They worked it out brilliant. It was so clever, such a clever act. I was very pleased. And I was going to tell you something else actually now. But Ava Gardner won a divorce in 1957 from Frank Sinatra. The grounds. Sinatra left the home for 6 months without legally justified cause. And that was enough for a thing. She lived in London, I think, Ava Gardner. And I think Sinatra used to visit here. I did go and see Sinatra in concert. It was quite a big deal, actually, but he was such a little man. And he was quite old by this time. So we're sitting at the O2. And we'd come up on a boat. And we had dinner and dancing, which was great for two blokes. And imagine how it freaked everybody out on the boat. But anyway, and we go to see Frank Sinatra, and he came in surrounded by all these bodyguards. It was the most amazing sight to watch. Was it the O2? Oh, right, perhaps it wasn't the O2. We had to go down the river to get to it. But they couldn't open the bar on the boat because of the licensing laws or something. Where did we go to then? It was down on the back. It was a big place. It must have been a big venue to put Sinatra in. Very big one. No, you're right, it can't have been the O2. That came along much, much later, didn't it? Oh, well, there you go. Some you win, some you lose. Don't worry, no, I love being corrected. You'll not work again. Other stories in the papers for today. The lifeline for Britain's culture, which is probably the best bit of news we've heard. Boris Johnson. got so excited about the amount of money. £1.57 billion lifeline to keep theatres, music venues, museums and galleries afloat. But Lloyd Webber described it as a huge relief. I mean, to be honest with you, it is, but it doesn't solve the problem. They still can't put on things. So I think museums are opening, because I think you can socially distance in museum. You can't do it in a theatre or a music venue. You can't do it in an indoor gymnasiums are still not opening. Not that that makes any difference to me. I don't know how the restaurants are coping at all. I know that the hairdressers appear to be coping. It's just a different method of operating. It's not brilliant. Also, the Royal Albert Hall, I think, said that they were in trouble as well. Because these places, they need the public to go in there to fill up the seats to keep the place open. You can imagine how many staff there must be for a place like the Royal Albert Hall. It must be tons and tons of people. Very expensive to run. So they were talking about that the other. And I thought, we can't let this go under. We can't let this go under. We have to sort these things out. Also, they're looking for a new James Bond. James Bond fans have voted relative unknown Sam, is it Heughan, as their favourite to take over, pipping megastar Tom Hardy. To be honest, does anybody really care who the next Bond is? Oh, right, okay. Well, the ones that they've got, James Norton got 3%, Cillian Murphy from Peaky Blinders got 3%, Aidan Turner 3%, Michael Fassbender 4%, Richard Madden 4%, Tom Hiddleston 5%, Idris Elba 9%, Henry Cavill 11%, Tom Hardy 14%, but Sam Heughan, I mean, he's miles away. He's got 30% of the vote. He's Scottish, and it could be him. I don't know what they're looking for. I know it pays an awful lot of money. An awful lot. He looks the part, doesn't he? But very interesting, isn't it? I mean, you imagine you could make so much money out of that if you wanted to be James Bond. But I can imagine it must be like... But some of them, they go, I don't want to do it anymore. Don't want to do it. I've turned it down. So they've offered me another part. I'm the new Miss Moneypenny. You are now looking at Miss Moneypenny. So there you go. Oh, James, you're back. Who did? Daniel Craig got 50 million. 50 million pounds. Did he really? Wow. I wonder how much money he'll be giving to these sort of charities to help people in his profession go. Listen, David Walliams has put his hand in his pocket. Cameron McIntosh, Steven Spielberg, they've all put their hands in their pockets. I was going to write to the Beckhams to say, listen, to save propping up her business, why don't you give the money that you would sort of prop up the business with, give it to something worthwhile? And then I suddenly realised, I don't think the Spice Girls have ever been to a theatre. I don't think David Beckham would ever know what to do there. Vic, where do we sit? Oh, you've got a seat number. Oh, yeah. Brooklyn. You read that? I can't imagine. Can you ever imagine David going to the theatre? Oh, dear. Definitely not. £200 million, they reckon, we took on Super Saturday. How do they know that? They say 22 million pints were downed. 22... Well, I mean, it certainly wasn't for me. Definitely not for me. And tonight's the night. Rod's back on the town. He shared a snap enjoying cocktails at Annabelle's in London's Mayfair. Yes. And he's 75. Penny is 49. But he doesn't seem to... But he does dress the part of a rock star. He does... You know, you would always know that he was something because he looks like he dresses the part. But isn't it funny? You thought he'd be sort of like one of the boys, go down Soho, have a few bevies, have a few... No, Annabelle's. I mean, come on. Please. Also... Oh, 2... Joining the few to fly in a Spitfire. I'll tell you that story a little bit later on. And believe it or not, Kanye West to run for president. I mean, I don't know anything about Kanye West, but I have a sneaking feeling he don't stand... I think he's being done as a something which is sort of putting people off voting for maybe another candidate. David in Canterbury says, when I go to Bruges, I always buy some bags of small boiled sweets. They're called Napoleon balls. Well, you have the same thing in Vienna. They're called only Mozart balls over there. But we didn't see those at all. We just saw loads of waffles everywhere. 6:30 is the time. The LBC News with the latest headline for a person who has got everything. Elton John is going to be immortalised on a commemorative coin to mark 50 years in music. The Royal Mint are issuing a series bearing his iconic glasses and straw boater. And how many times did he wear a straw boater? But anyway, Elton is one of the artists to be honoured on a coin as part of the Royal Mint's Music Legends series. It will be available to buy, wait for this, you'll love this, in gold and silver. Price is going from £13, so I could run £13, but I reckon that'll be silver, up to, for the heavier gold designs, 64,950 quid. Who's going to buy that? Who's going to buy that? The coin's design is inspired by his look in the classic I'm Still Standing, which was filmed in Cannes and featured Bruno Tonioli as one of the dancers. Even in those days, they were fairly camp. And that was his claim to... Elton, I should imagine... What do you mean buys a couple? He's probably bought 10, I should imagine. £64,000. The superstar said it really is a fabulous honour to be recognised in this way. And a one-off version will be auctioned to raise money for the Elton John Charitable Foundation. I'd just go and buy it for £64,950. Perhaps he could contact the Beckhams. They'd be able to buy one, wouldn't they? I bet they wouldn't. But it would be quite nice. I want the picture. It's a lovely picture. And somebody snapped up Rubens' Portrait of a Lady for £78,000. Now, I mean, that seems like quite a lot to, obviously, the majority of us. It had been in a family collection for 139 years. After the layers of dirt and varnish were removed, it was discovered to be a work by the Flemish master Peter Paul Rubens. It had been catalogued during the sale as being from his workshop. That meant it was thought to have been painted, which happened a lot, by one of his assistants. And they can tell, when they look at a painting, by the style, who painted it. Now it's going to go under the hammer at Sotheby's in London with an estimate of £2.5 to £3.5 million. That's a nice little turnaround. Painted in the 17th century. It was up at the Royal Academy in 1902, but the head of the department at Sotheby's for Old Master Painting said the origins had been forgotten about. Andrew said of the discovery, it was quite dirty, hundreds of years of dirt and old varnish, and then this wonderful Rubens was revealed. It's one of those moments that you have a couple of times a year when you walk in and you just have this wonderful instant reaction. He says you can see lots of little changes in the painting of the fingers and the hands. There is one enormous change in the sky where the red curtain descended. Rubens obviously wasn't happy with that, so pushed it back up and included more sky. Wow. Imagine, £3.5 million. Don't you often sort of wonder, you know, you've been along to a car boot sale and you pick something up and then somebody goes, I know what that is. That's why, as I said, I mean, to have the gift of knowing about pictures and about artists and things like that, and knowing about the style of somebody, or jewellery, you know, is this genuine, is this not? There was that woman, wasn't there, a short while ago, at Isleworth, at a car boot fair, years and years ago, they used to have them at the hospital there. She bought this huge... She thought it was just what they call a theatrical ring. It was a huge stone in it. And she just thought it was sort of, it looked a little bit, you know, it was too big to be real. Turned out to be real. And it was worth something like £150,000. Whatever it was a huge amount of money. And she got it as something like 10 quid or something, because she thought it a bit of costume jewellery, you know, which was always very sort of brash. And it turned out to be worth a fortune. I'd like that, you know. I'd like that. There's something like that. But I wander around. I don't know anything at all. You know, because they make so many fakes nowadays, you're not sure. I mean, I've heard of Clarice Cliff, because she did painting on things like, and I know all about that. Well, it's a fib, actually, I don't know about it at all, but I know you turn it over and she's written on the back, Clarice Cliff. And that used to fetch good money at auction and stuff like that. But I mean, oil paintings, there's a place down the road from here in Pall Mall that he sells oil paintings. And I know that if I walk in there, they would know that I wouldn't know anything about oil paintings. I just sort of go, what is this? This is, you go, Matisse. Oh, right, lovely. How much is that one? It'll be £275,000. Thank you. Have you got anything slightly cheaper? You know, the lower end of the market. There's a guy who... That's right. There's a guy who advertises in Country Life every week, and I think the company is called Ronald Phillips, and they have beautiful pieces of Chippendale, and it will have a whole page, and they'll put this picture of this Chippendale on there, and it'll go attributed to Thomas Chippendale, blah, blah, blah. There's never any prices on it, and I'm too embarrassed to phone up, because I can't afford it anyway, but I have a feeling that most of this stuff is just like way out of my price bracket. You know, Provenance came from a chateau in France owned by, you know, Mary Queen of Scots or something ridiculous. And he always has these beautiful objects, which are obviously people find out, go, oh, that looks lovely, I like that. How much is that? Oh, that'll be 1.2 million. So I've just got this imagination going on that his stuff is like really expensive, but it looks so beautiful. Imagine if you were seriously rich, but then if you were seriously rich, you wouldn't appreciate everything, would you? I mean, I've never appreciated Picasso. I used to think, when I was 7, I was doing pictures like that. Just that wasn't called Picasso. Bit of a shame. Steve, it was the London Arena in Docklands for the Sinatra concert, demolished for housing in 2006. Isn't everything? I'm glad the arts is funded. Well, I think they had to stick their hands in their pockets, because otherwise next year you're going to be seeing boarded up theatres, which is almost unforgivable. Can you imagine the Royal Albert Hall, scaffolding all over it and close it down and go, we can't afford to open it up again. Oh, no. I want it back to normal. I want all the restaurants open, and I want everything to be good. Anne says, I was there too. Great music. Royal Festival Hall, Frank Sinatra. And Adrian says he was in the London Arena. Docklands. See, I knew you always know about these things. Seriously, you're absolutely amazing. I never... Did you ever interview Trevor Bayliss? Yes, David, I did. Yes, he lives down the road from me. Well, he used to live down the road from me. He's died, of course. But he used to sell swimming pools. And in his house on Eel Pie Island, you walked in and directly behind the front door was a pool, a swimming pool. It was empty, and it had all rubbish in it and everything else, because he lived in this ramshackle place. He saved things. I mean, he saved like all sorts of things. He had half a car sitting in his back garden and things like that, and the one room. But yet you'd always see him walking up and down Twickenham High Street, pipe, and all the rest of it. Yeah, he was quite a character. Of course, he never made any money out of the wind-up radio, because he never patented it. So somebody sort of picked up on it, and they made more money out of it. So that was the way it went. I think before you knew what had happened, he invented the wind-up radio for people in hot countries who couldn't afford to keep buying batteries. Then somebody brought out one that worked on batteries, and it had a wind-up generator to it, and it had a solar panel, so he was sort of eclipsed on it. But no, nice man. He was a nice man. I've got him. Oh, you might even find me on YouTube on it. I might, because we were walking around Twickenham filming years and years ago, and he sort of, Trevor Bayliss came over to us, and we were just sort of chatting, and then he said, come back to the house. So we went back to there. He loved publicity. It was really, really nice. Praise as Brits behave mostly. They say people were behaving better on Saturday, but I'm horrified to hear that there were a lot of bar staff who were not wearing masks or anything like that. I mean, what's the point? That's why they're not allowing people in churches to be any more than 30, because they don't want you breathing over people as you're singing. And so here you are in a pub. Very embarrassing. Kate Garraway says Derek Draper has emerged from his coma after 98 days. He's opened his eyes, but has minimum consciousness. So he's not sort of bounced out of bed going, I'm back. It's not got to that stage. Zayn Malik splashed out on a house for his sister. He's given his sister, who's 17, and her new husband, Martin, who's 18, and their baby daughter, the best start in life. They're delighted by his kindness. It's his sister. That's what you do, isn't it? You give money to family. If you've got money, and I'm assuming he must have quite a few million, and so she's 17, and they've got a child already, and her husband is 18, so he's bought them a £245,000 house, which actually up there you probably get, nice house. The trouble is she's 17 and the husband's 18. Can they afford the bills on a house? You've still got to pay electricity, you've still got to pay council tax, you've still got to, bring in a gardener, and stuff like that. You've got to run the car. Costs money to all these things. It's great for people to say, oh yeah, they bought me a house, but £245,000, you could probably buy loads of houses up there for that. So I reckon it's quite nice. Must be quite nice. We haven't seen a picture of it yet. Stupor Saturday, they call it. Drinkers pack streets as pubs open. Nobody's wearing a mask. I'm looking at the picture. Nobody, not one person. There's people with their arms around each other. You know what? They're drunks. They're drunks. They're not socially distancing. And they've got a police watchtower. So they're sort of looking at people, not socially distancing. In Leeds, women dressing to impress. For Leeds, that means dress down, wear very little, because that's how it works. In Bristol, there's a pair of girls getting the party started with balloons. You know what's in those, don't you? That'll be that funny old gas stuff which they seem to get all over the place. In Nottingham, there was one reveller taking a drinks break on the bonnet of a police van. And in Manchester, get the lager flowing. So they've got a man there leaning back and somebody's pouring booze into his mouth. Why are they such peasants who go to pubs? Live up to normal people. Where have they gone to? Ridiculous. Here's another one here. This is, Jamie Vardy's halting a party. That's Jamie Vardy, who's shortly going to be relieved of quite a bit of money out of his bank account, isn't it? Because the wife's decided to go with this court case. Love it. I still can't work out, but Kanye West, he could become the newest world leader with a famous past. Is he bright enough? I mean, I've only ever seen him on he always looks miserable as hell on the television. Every time I see him with Kim Kardashian, I mean, they both look miserable as hell, and he looks even more miserable than most people. But, you know, who knows? He could be a contender. I have a strange feeling, actually, that this is done, because he met Trump, didn't he, in 2018. Trump had a meeting with him for some reason, but it'll be interesting. He's got an album out, has he? Oh, has he really? Oh, right. I don't even know what sort of music he does. Does he do hip-hop music, or does he do something else? Is it hip-hop? Has he had any big hits? Is he very popular? Oh, right. Why does he always look so miserable, then? If you've had loads of hits and stuff like, wouldn't you want to look sort of very happy? I did tell you earlier on that Prince Andrew's cancelled his golf holiday. What does he do? And the answer is he does nothing. Where does he get his money from? His mother. It's as simple as that. And so he's decided. A Palace insider. Why can't he say something? Is he not able to speak or something? Why have you cancelled your trip to Spain? Is that a complicated question? Obviously for him, yes. A Palace insider said, Andrew, a little bit familiar, aren't you? Andrew, should it not be Prince Andrew? But there you go. Has shelved his year's trip as he's nervous of leaving the UK after the US Department of Justice made an official request to question him as a witness about Epstein. They've just got, I don't know why it's so complicated for him. It's just questions. What did he tell you? He might have been able to shed light on something. Who knows? But so far he's avoided doing it. And that doesn't look very good. 7, Steve Allen's early breakfast. Steve, what are the Kardashians famous and rich for? Says Chris in Stubbington. Is it large bottoms? I don't know. I can't remember how they became rich. I've really got no idea. I mean, I know they had a reality show on the television, but you don't become filthy rich on a reality show. It pays a fee, doesn't it? And that's about it. So I don't know whether or not there was money in the family or whether they had a business. I know, and care even less. I can't think of any reason. You think their dad was an Olympian? Well, you wouldn't make any money as an Olympian. And out of all of these people, sports, unless you're a racing driver, pays diddly squat for you. So, but she has got a particularly enormous bottom, and she's married the most miserable man on the planet. But he is plugging an album, as it's now been pointed out to me. But I mean, I don't really care about the Kardashians. I watched the programme. It just seemed to be boring people. It's like over here, you know, when they've done all the people here where you've had sort of looking at they don't seem to like each other. Any of these families, they hate each other. Over in Essex, they're constantly sniping at each other, but in strange, peculiar voices. I mean, if ever you've sat down and listened to Chloe Sims, it's like somebody from another planet. Wow, yeah. And that's supposed to mean something down there. It's very embarrassing. And everybody has troweled the makeup on like a Thai ladyboy. I've never seen people with so much makeup on. How is it possible to wear that much makeup and still manage to open your eyes? Ridiculous. I suppose somebody said to me, you need to put proper makeup on. And they've all had sort of bits and pieces done to them. Steve, love your show. Read the painting, something I learnt years ago. If you need to ask the price of an item, you can't afford it. No, you see, that's not strictly true. Because if something doesn't have a price on it and and I go, how much is that? It might come in at my price. Might not be everybody's price, but it could be my price. So if he says, well, this is £10,000, I could probably stretch to £10,000. I have to take a loan out with a bank, but I definitely stretch it. If he actually says, you know, this is £300,000, but obviously I couldn't afford it. I couldn't afford the insurance to keep the thing in the first place. Charlie Girling says Kim was Paris Hilton's stylist. Their dad was a famous lawyer who represented OJ. So that's obviously where the money came from, the lawyer side, because lawyers in America make a lot of money. So Kim Kardashian was Paris Hilton's stylist. How funny. And now she's richer than Paris Hilton, who they still keep saying is heir to the Hilton fortune. They sold the Hilton group off years ago. There was no money for Paris Hilton. No money for Paris Hilton. It's like all these other people. They say Jamie Lang, heir to the McVitie's fortune. No, he's not. No, he's not. They just say that because it gives them something to cling on to, doesn't it, really? So the washout, unfortunately, I can't bring you a crumb of comfort on the weather. You're going to need your galoshes. And you don't know what galoshes are you? Wellingtons. And, or is it in Chelsea, apparently, Hunters. There was a book that came out years ago called the Sloane Ranger Handbook, and it told you the places to be seen at, the clothing to wear, and they were asking all these, and this was a Hooray Henry, and they said, Chris Tarrant was interviewing this bloke. They had 3 of them in the studio, 2 girls, both called Henrietta or something, and then the Hooray Henry. And they said to him, do you think you're a Hooray Henry? I don't think so, actually, no. And he was seriously like that. It was sort of like the Chinless Wonders. It was quite fascinating. Years and years ago it was. Also, Kanye West, I'm the next president. I don't think so. So rain everywhere. But it doesn't matter, does it really? Just make sure you bought a water butt. That would be better. Cash for firms that hire young trainees. Just watch yourselves next door, OK? There are young people out there chomping at the bit. Also, parking... Oh, we've done that one, haven't we? The parking firms. Plus, tourists baffled by the Airbridge confusion. The government's been accused of confusing holidaymakers after it merged only 25 of the 74 destinations on its travel corridor list were fully accessible to English visitors without restrictions on arrival. I'm just not going on holiday. I've decided I can't be doing with the... I just don't want to go... Oh, I don't do holidays anyway. But the idea of sitting on a plane with a load of people coughing and wheezing all over me, thank you very much indeed, no. Also, the test match noises will enhance the sound of leather on willow. This is cricket, by the way, just in case you thought it was something else. England and the West Indies have decided in principle to let music or low-level crowd noise be played during the test matches that begin this week. They've done it with football. It seems to work there. And a picture of Boris Johnson with, I think it's Louis Pitama and Jenny McGee, nurses who treated him for COVID-19. And they're all laughing. Nice to know people can laugh in this day and age. There's so much misery around, isn't there? Also, the British Theatre on the front of the Eye win emergency funding to avoid the arts catastrophe, worth about 1.5, little bit more billion pounds, and that is the best news that I've heard in a long, long while. I'm having a look at the picture of the next Bond. He does look like the next Bond. He looks fit. He looks fit. He's young. He's the actor that most Radio Times readers want to see as the next James Bond. He's 40. So he's got years of life left in him. He can go and play Bond for the next few years. According to The Guardian this morning, Tom Hanks is saying his ego has run rampant, and the child drug mules sent out dressed as nurses. This is criminal gangs. They're rapidly getting rid of the criminal gangs, aren't they? After the phones were hacked a short while ago, and they managed to find out everything, they arrested, I think, 748. There's another 200 to be arrested. They've seized £54 million in bundles of money, so that's criminal money. £54 million. I think there's something like 200 high-end watches. I think more than 15 or 20 luxury cars, clothing and everything else. And a lot of people look a bit disappointed. Some people arrested at sort of 6 a.m. before they'd even had a chance to smoke their first spliff of the day. And so they've all been arrested. And I think, as I say, there's about another 200 to be arrested, mainly because a group of people cracked the code on these phones, which meant that they had access to what these people were saying, like, we think the police are catching up on us, but they were able to get them in before they'd all managed to tell each other. So that's caused a lot of dents. Daily Mirror, pay off your debt, a competition to win £32,000. Bit harsh, isn't it, really? I mean, honestly, assuming that everybody's got debts nowadays. Plus, Kate Garraway's husband emerging from a coma. He's not out of it by a long stretch. I'll tell you that now. Rod Stewart out on the town. This is what ageing rockers do. He went to Annabelle's club. He's 70. It's a bit old for Annabelle's. It's for young, pretty things. And he's wearing sort of one of his show jackets. It must be awful when you've got to keep up that sort of pretense of being like a rock and roller. But it kind of works. Tom Cruise will resume filming on Mission Impossible. They're not still doing those things, are they? Got to run out of steam after the first ones. Nothing beats the television Mission Impossibles, I promise you. Piers Morgan and Kevin Peterson at dinner with partners in Kensington, keeping their distance, which is good news. And what else do we have in there? Oh, experts warn caution as this has not gone away. I keep telling people we are still in the middle of a pandemic. People are dying. More people died the day before yesterday than at any other time recently. OK, so the deaths are going up. OK, so just be aware of that. Kanye West in all the papers. Apparently Kanye West has got £1 billion in the bank. Well, why doesn't he look happier? Why, £1 billion in the bank. And so recent nominees, though, have spent about 500 million trying to get themselves in this race. So he will appeal to Americans and young people, but only policies will earn him the millions of votes that he needs. So we'll have to wait and watch. Tom Daley says he loves to stay dry on holiday, which is good news for him. And the first Mini S will fly the coupe after an auction. The first Mini Cooper S. It was made in 1963. It's got 20,000 miles on the clock. It's got the original components, including engine and gearbox. They reckon Well, the starting bid is £45,000. I love that programme on the television where they get these people and you get somebody writing saying, my father's had this car in the garage. He was intending to restore it, but he didn't get round to it. And they go, we'll do it. And they do it secretly. It's the most brilliant programme that I've ever seen. Thank you so much for your time today. I have a free little bit extra podcast. Gemma Collins doesn't do herself or Gucci any favours. Katie Price shows off the latest new boyfriend. Give it a few months. Harry and Meghan find out the grass isn't greener in LA. Morricone. You should hear the pronunciation of Ennio Morricone's name from Luke. I mean, seriously, it's like something you'd find in an Italian restaurant on the menu. It doesn't get anywhere at all with it. And I said, no, it's Ennio Morricone. Because I actually didn't meet him, but when I went to see the film years ago, The Mission, which is a very, very good film set in the jungle and all the rest of it, we had a live orchestra playing all the way through, and Ennio Morricone was conducting the orchestra, and it was up at one of the Odeons, which was really nice, actually. First-time buyers. If you've got an English accent or a French accent, you get better treatment. Well, I can't imagine that work. Can you imagine that work? You go in there and go, a French accent? I didn't think there were that many people. And there's loads of property for sale in France, and it's cheap. I mean, really, you can pick up a chateau for 400,000 quid now. Admittedly, you've got to do some work on it, but loads of Brits are going over there and setting up bed and breakfast and things like that, which is quite... I mean, it doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. You know, I think I'd rather be the person on the receiving end as opposed to the person doing the giving. I've always been like that. Funny that, isn't it? You'd never guess it listening to the programme. You can't... I don't do sheets, no. I'm sorry. I'd have to employ staff. Staff would be doing sheets. Corey and Luke could be there sort of holding out, doing hospital corners and all these other little bits and pieces, which I think could be hilarious. Are you eating one of those sweeties? I bought them for Luke. They're vegan, if you notice. They're vegan sweets. He's had them before. They taste all right, I promise you. They don't taste peculiar. They taste like sweets. Oh, I know. You know what he's like, honestly. He's bound to throw the toys out and all the rest of it. You are wasting away. He said to me, the diet will have to go on hold. I thought, yeah, like the last 2 years. There's a lot of him now. He's spreading out. In fact, actually, if you didn't see his head on the body, you'd think it was Anne Widdecombe, wouldn't you? Have you opened the packet? You do look a bit like Anne Widdecombe. So, no, I haven't tried one of those because they've got sugar on. And so I wouldn't have... Are they nice? Are they quite... Okay, yeah, they don't... Apparently, he had the packet last time. Oh, Corey's got... He doesn't want to miss out, does he, honestly? Little Mr. Nosy. The curtain twitcher. Oh, what are you eating over there? What are you eating? And he homes in. What's that? They're quite nice, aren't they? Don't put it in your mouth and take it back out again, honestly. Put it in your mouth properly. Biting it. They're not big enough to bite. They're little sweeties. Little sweet. Look at them, honestly. Yesterday I described them as Waldorf and Statler from The Muppet Show. And I wasn't far wrong, actually. And still Corey's not had a haircut. Letting the side down. But when I saw Thomas on Sunday, in shorts again. In shorts. Seriously, with those legs. Seriously, it just was not on at all, actually. Katie Price, another disaster, but thank God she can talk about it. Somebody, she thinks, tried to trash her mansion. I don't think they did. I mean, she's gone, it's people who didn't like, trolls and things like that. Why would you go round to somebody's house, not knowing if they had security cameras, and trash somebody's house, and they left a tap on upstairs, so it's brought the kitchen ceiling down? It is a mucky mansion. She doesn't own it. It's on a very, very long mortgage. Thus proving my theory. Ages ago, all this, she had 43 million. She never had 43 million. Although she did pay for the house outright. What are we else? Oh, a UFO expert who was on television the other week, and then apparently when it was shown on the telly, 2 bright lights appeared above Westminster, and they went, we can't explain that. And you think, there's 2 bright lights above Westminster. It could be a plane coming in at Heathrow. It could be anything like that. There's always an explanation for something. Scarlett Moffat's got a podcast, and no matter how stupid she becomes, she's still, the Loch Ness Monster exists, she's decided. And please don't use stars. It's bad enough with Thomas without you joining in as well. It's the trouble with you Scots. You cling on to each other's skirt tails, don't you? The Irish wear kilts as well. Did you know that? Yeah, you don't. Do you not have one? Do you not have your own tartan? Oh, I saw you in the sort of something green. I think green would be your colour. No? It is only in my mind. And now everybody else's mind. Now I've planted the seed. I've put the idea there. I see you in a green kilt. Yeah. Would you never? Did you not to get married or... No. Would you not? You wouldn't in a kilt, but of course it's so much easier in a kilt. So they tell me. I've got no idea. I don't follow these things at all. A lot of Americans go to Edinburgh to get kilts made so they can go back home. Where you wear them, I've got no idea. I mean, I've been to Edinburgh and to Glasgow. Glasgow more than Edinburgh. And we didn't see anybody wearing kilts at all. And yet you go to Austria and you see people wearing national dress. You do see women wearing the dirndl, and you get the men come in from the hillside wearing lederhosen. I mean, they do look like part of the High on a Hill was a lonely girl, that one. It's very similar. I didn't. You know, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I was going to wear a pair of lederhosen, but they're actually quite heavy and not very flexible. You sort of have to pull yourself into them, and they do a lot of... There's one where you have somebody in front of you, and then you tip them up and you bang their bottom, I think. It does keep the rain off, it is true, actually. Have you ever been to Vienna? Yeah. It's quite nice. It's sort of a little bit dated, and loads of churches. You can't move for churches, but pretty. But I was talking to somebody about Iceland the other day, and I can't remember why we were talking about Iceland, and I said that you go there, and you're learning the language. Yeah. Oh, is that a word? Oh, so you see, it's never appealed to me, Iceland. Out of all the places, isn't it funny what draws people to different places around the world? I mean, I'd like to go back to Hong Kong, just to sort of retrace things. I'd like to go back to Yorkshire as well, to go back to the house that we had in Yorkshire, near Withernsea. And there's a few little places I'd like to go back and visit all the houses that we lived in. I've done it down in Newbury. I've taken pictures of our house down there. It looks quite flash now, actually. Does Iceland have the best Christmases? Were you here yesterday when I said that my brother's working in this place now, and he's in charge of Christmas, and it arrives in August, in boxes. I said, listen, you must phone me. I'm coming down to have a look. Sounds fantastic. You imagine you might see all these new things. And the water candle, did you hear about my water candle? The water candle is very nice. I bought it on Amazon. I've bought a few of them. What it is, it's about so big, useless if you're listening in stereo, but it's about so big, and it lights up, but the top of it, water bubbles away. You fill it up, and it's beautiful. It's got a little fountain built into the thing. It just works on 3, water candle. I tell you, it's really pretty. Really pretty. Have you found it? They're really pretty. They were selling them on QVC the other day. Whether it's the same one that I've got, I don't know. Have you... Oh, no, go on to Amazon and type in water candle and show them, because it's quite thick, and it's also in cream with sort of gold around the bottom of it. And I think it's ever so therapeutic. It's ever so nice. And also it's very good for the atmosphere, for your voice, because it keeps the air in your flat moist. And so you top up with water every day. It's easy to do. Have you found it? It's nice. I don't know what 24 centimetres look like. Is that girth? I don't know. Length. I don't know, actually. It's about, it's a good length. It's about a foot tall. And it's really nice. I think, wait a minute. Oh, my screen's gone blank. Oh, there it is. No, it's come back again. Wait a minute. No. What's he typed in? Has he typed in water candle? No, type in water candle on Amazon. No, it's not that at all. No, you haven't put in water candle. That's it. Water candle fountain. What are you clicking on? You're just going back to the same page all the time. Which is not. Water candle fountain. Yes, it looks a bit there. That looks very similar to that. Only mine's not as... it comes with a remote. It's really nice. Yeah, I mean... I bought another 2 a short while ago. I don't like to miss out. And it's like that one on the picture on the right-hand side. It just bubbles away. It's really nice. Well, mine's not colour changing. Now they've obviously added different lights to it. But it's very festive. Could be a nice festive thing. There you go. Off you go. Go and be festive. It's not long. See you later. Have a nice night. I think they're not... I tried to get yesterday wax melts. You know, I've got a little thing, you put a nightlight in it, and then you put a wax thing on the top of it, and it melts down, and it sort of fills the room with sort of wonderful smells. And I bought as many as I thought I could buy from this garden centre. Well, they don't seem to have them anymore. So I tried, I picked up one of my old ones, because I just bought loads of the things. And I tried to find it on Amazon. Can't find the blooming thing. Wax melts, but they've got to be in French vanilla. French vanilla is the smell as well. There's so many different candles you can buy now, and so many nice things that you can do to improve your home. And I think, I don't do incense. You know why I don't do incense? I bought incense sticks before, because we used to have them all the time in Hong Kong, and they're lovely. But the ash then just falls off and makes a mess. So you get a little bit of wood, which has got some holes in. You stick the joss stick in it, and then you light it, and blow it out, and then it glows away. But the ash builds up, then all of a sudden it just drops. It's so messy. You never find a Chinese temple without sort of ash all over the place. And at home, it's even worse. So, but I do like the smell of joss sticks. I'm very big into joss sticks. Very big into joss sticks. I like stuff like that. Anything to put... I mean, it's not necessarily to feel a bit spiritual, but it's just something nice to have, isn't it? Corey's just moved into a new flat. I say a new flat, he's just moved into a new squat, and he's very much enjoying it with the 1,300 other people who seem to be squatting at the same time. And he proudly told me this morning that he's got a heated towel rail, if you please. I mean, honestly, how middle class. A heated... Unfortunately, it doesn't work. And he isn't the sort of person like me, whereas I've got something... If somebody says to me, do you have any invisible sellotape? I have invisible sellotape. Do you have a hammer drill? I have a hammer drill. Do you have nails? And I have all of that sort of stuff. There is nothing I don't have. I'm known as DIY Steve round our way. If somebody says, you know, I need a 3/4-inch drill, they come knocking on my door. I'm the bloke who's got it. You know, do you need some more Christmas lights? I've got them. I've got all of that sort of stuff. I can do stripy paint. I've got paint that it gives you a wood effect. Have you ever seen that? I did it on my kitchen cupboards. And you paint on a base colour, then you put on this other colour over the top of it, and then they give you a plastic tool, and you scrape it down, and it gives the effect of knotted wood. Of course I'm being serious. I never joke about DIY. It's my specialty. Absolutely. I mean, you will find that my place down my hall is stencilled. It's all stencilled. Clouds in the sky and balustrading stencils all the way down there. I'm quite... It looks a bit dated. And it was quite nice. And I've got all sorts of things. I went through a phase of only Chinese rugs, and then I went for a phase of rugs that didn't shed so much hair. Because if you could literally... How much is the refurb? What's my rates? Well, I mean, if your place is really so bad, you have to get that woman in, the house doctor. She's very good. If you can't sell your place, you call the house doctor in, and she'll come in and go, God, rubbish. And then she will say to you, I mean, on one of them, they had dogs all over the place, and the place stank of dog, because if you've got a dog, you don't smell it. Everybody else will smell it. And it's like having sort of a very old pensioner in smelling a wee. It's a similar kind of thing. Or having Luke in the studio. It's a similar kind of thing. And she went in and she said, well, you've got to get rid of the dogs. And they went, well, we can't get rid of the dogs. They went, no, while you're showing people around your house, get the dogs out, you know, and cats and everything, because you've got to present the house. And she goes in there, and for basically it's a couple of grand she seems to spend. Most of these people get a house sale, 95%, I would think, because she says you've got to declutter. So they'd rather that they took everything out and put it into storage until you've sold your place. Because if your place is really burgeoning and quite busy, you're not going to sell it, because people can't visualise, even though you're supposed to visualise what it looks like. Whereas I'm a hoarder, so I've got... I mean, it would take me, I should imagine, the best part of a week to clear the DVDs and CDs and laser discs and videotapes, everything. I could open a shop. I've got so many. I don't call it clutter. Other people might call it clutter, and they go, why don't you just clear it away? But I've just paid for it. Why would I want to clear something away? All of these I own. I've got friend of mine, she will buy a DVD, watch it a couple of times, and she takes it to the charity shop. I thought you might as well get the charity shop to open up an account with Amazon. They can buy their own bloody DVDs. You know, because you can't shift any of this stuff. But for me, it's personal. It's like, you know, after my mother died, we split the furniture, me and my brother. I wouldn't get rid of it if my life depended on it. Not in a million years. Somebody says, oh, you could get some good money for that. And you go, what for? I would never get rid of it. My parents saved up to buy those things. You know, years ago, they weren't classed as a sort of antiques or anything like that. Nowadays, they go, oh, that's a nice bit of furniture. But a heated towel rail that doesn't work seems a bit of a pointless exercise to me. Doesn't it, really? But no, it doesn't matter, as long as you like it. A balcony. Is it big enough to sit on?
Yeah, overlooks McDonald's.
Overlooks McDonald's. Great. Oh, that's fine. So you could lower a basket down with sort of maybe a couple of quid in it and just say, can you put in a Big Mac, and then pull the basket back up again. Overlooks a McDonald's. What time is the McDonald's open till, though? That's 24 hours. Yobbos. Yeah. You do get that. You get kids. You know why? Because they're bored and they congregate. Mind you, as long as they're actually back at school. So come September, it should be a lot quieter. But you've always got the weekend to contend with. Do you have secondary double glazing or... Oh, well, that's good. You don't know. And well, I'm in Heathrow's flight path and I don't hear anything until they land on the patio, and then you really hear the bloody jets. It's amazing. Oh, look, I need to take a break. I should be in dead trouble, won't I? Pablo says, I've not got my bag yet. Don't listen. They're sending out 6,500. So and she's only a little old lady sending them out. She's 97. I mean, bear with her. She's got to write the labels out, sort of stick them on the thing, then she's got to pack them up, then she's got to go down the post office, put them over the counter. It takes her forever, and seriously, she's not in the best of health. So spare a thought. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. We're bouncing along this morning. I'm in such a good mood. Don't worry, it'll probably change. It's one of those sort of things, isn't it? Having got over the shock of being burgled with my scatter cushions, which I spent a lot of money on some years ago. I had them all handmade. I picked the material out, the foam and all the rest of it. And but we don't leave them out in all weathers. And that's probably our mistake. And so some little burglar crept in, and we caught him on CCTV. And he took one and he came back for another two, so he's taken three. So I'm just left with three, which is a shame really, because the patio furniture's 6. So 3 people are going to have something hard to sit on. Anyway, moving on. So Katie Price is home. She says it's people who, I mean, she hasn't got the faintest idea. To be honest with you, she hasn't got the faintest idea. I mean, to be honest with you, it could have been any one of the kids going up to the bathroom, leaving the tap on and forgetting. That would be an easy thing to do, wouldn't it? And so she'll make a drama out of it. But the workmen were in there. So obviously they didn't secure the house. You would think if you had workmen in and you're having work done to turn a mucky mansion now into an even muckier mansion, which she doesn't own, it's on a very, very big mortgage. So at the moment she's renting. You would think that they would make sure that all the doors were done up I don't know. I'm just thinking out the box a little bit, actually. Andrew Neil thinks he might be dropped. He might be surplus to requirements at the BBC, which is a shame, actually, because he used to work at LBC. And I can't remember which way round the shows worked, because I was on a show and Andrew Neil either followed me or I followed him. I think I followed him. I think he was on in the morning and I then picked up on lunchtime, because when he left LBC, he was replaced by Diana's brother. And so he actually came in to do a programme as well. And I think I was following him. Was he following me? Do you know, your mind becomes a blur after a while. But Viscount Althorp, he came in and did programmes. In fact, actually, there's barely been anybody who has not done a programme at any one particular time at LBC. Literally, we've had everybody from Anne Diamond to Michael Parkinson, George Gale. George Gale was hopeless, totally hopeless. He couldn't work out timings. So somebody would say to him, and this is how it generally works, they go 58.20, depending on what the advertisement situation was. So 58.20. At 58.20, you would then go to the ad break, and then off the back of that, there'd be the news, and there would be a bed leading up to it, and he would then go, George Gale, and come here, and you talk about so-and-so, so-and-so. He couldn't work out the timing. So what they had to do, they had to run a piece of music. The moment he heard the music, it then triggered something in his mind to say, listen, you've got a minute of this music, and then you shut up. So George Gale, LBC News. He was very gruff. He was very good, actually. Very, very. Andrew Neil was very good. Very, very good. I liked him. I mean, we've had some cracking. Yes, very friendly. Everybody's friendly. The funny thing is, people always think, people in radio don't talk to each other. The one thing we do is talk to each other. It's a very friendly. I mean, I don't talk to the boys next door, as you know, but I mean that's for different reasons. You don't want to legal reasons. You don't want to encourage them either, because they might sort of go, "Oh, Steve's our friend." Because when they get in cars and things like that, people go, "Oh, what do you do for a living?" Well, they can't keep their mouths shut, can they? "Oh, I work on LBC." "Oh, yeah. Who do you work with?" "I work with Steve Allen." "You work with Steve Allen?" You get that? I get people come up to me and they go, "My cab driver's your biggest fan in the entire world, and he said, I'd love to have Steve Allen in the back of the cab." I thought, that's a court case. Seriously. And then you make promises. Yeah, you can get to meet him. I'll bring him outside the building, okay, and you just drive past casually, and I'll open the back door and shove him in there, and you can go round the square 3 times. You get that, except for this morning's driver, who had a chip on his shoulder. This morning's driver was possibly the worst I think I've ever had in my entire life. I mean, at one point, they always say the same thing to you. They ask your name, and I always go, who else? You know, there's nobody out here. What would be the chances? And he didn't understand this at all. He was either having a bad day, a bad life, or he was in the wrong job. And I said, listen, the odds of finding somebody standing by the side of the road at precisely the pickup address that you've got and the postcode, and you have to ask, well, I don't know who you look like. I said, well, I look like me. He said, anyway, you're early. I said, well, we can sit here for 15 minutes. I don't really mind if that's what you want to do. He thought that was rude. And so then we go round. You have to do a U-turn. Of course, he didn't do a U-turn. He sort of thought we were turning right because he's following sat-nav. And then at one point I said, I need to do a left here. And he went, do you want to drive the thing as well? And I thought, you really are a sad little old man, aren't you? Seriously, I've never had anything like it my entire life. I felt like saying, whatever happened to customer relations? At one point he said, do you want me to get you another driver? And I said, you're not letting this go, are you? I said, I wanted to say, is there something the matter with you? Have you had a very bad life? Has somebody just told me your bank account's been closed down or something? Really was quite dreadful. I wanted to get out this end and say to him, get the chip off your shoulder. It won't help you. You're in the wrong business. If you're ferrying the public around, you know, it's that situation. I'm paying for this. It's a service. Not expecting bowing and scraping, and God knows you wouldn't have got it from this one this morning. Steve, you talk of sweets. Best place is Ye Olde Sweet Shop in Kingston, says Matthew. Yeah, there's quite a few of those. They've opened up their you want the number, don't you? Or do you, yeah. We'll do it in the break. So excited. We have to do this every day because if you sign onto the computer, even if I do it at home, if it's switched off, it sends you a code which you then have to input in. And sometimes I've got the phone on charge. And so the phone is one, and I have to rush to the other end of the sitting room, which is like 2 taxi rides and an escalator. And eventually try to find the phone, and then when you come back again and you look at the number, then you go back to the computer, 2 taxi rides and an escalator, and you get back, and then you've forgotten the number, so you have to go back again. Because my memory is a bit like a sieve, I'm afraid, at the moment. I can remember the oddest things. I can remember cars I've had. I can remember houses that I've had. But I'm blowed if I can remember what I did 2 days ago. You just can't do it. And I think it's because as we get a bit older, there's so much that you're cramming into your mind and so many things you've got to remember. I remember seeing a documentary on dreary old Sarah Ferguson some years ago, and she had Post-it notes over everything. You know, knickers and bras in this drawer. And I have to do the same. I have to do the same to remind myself of things. So somebody sends me a thing in from HMRC. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. And it's sort of, I have to put it somewhere where I think I'll need to remember where that is. Because otherwise I lose stuff. You end up with so much paperwork. If you're self-employed, you end up with tons and tons of paperwork. I'm not complaining, but sometimes you just think, oh, I'd love a social secretary. And every time I mention it, somebody will write in and go, I could be your social secretary. And you think, no, I'm only joking. I can manage it myself. I'm not particularly brilliant at doing it. But with the help of other people, I struggle through. That's what I think is good, if you've got other people around who do things for you. Steve says, my friend Ian, he says, I can't believe you had a difficult driver. Every time I've been in a cab with you, the driver is in awe of having Steve Allen. Every time we went out to the theatre at Christmas, there'd be me, Rich and Ian. And the cab driver, we'd just be chatting away in the back. We'd get out and he'd go, you Steve Allen? Seriously, every time. It was almost like I'd paid these drivers to know who I was. And the boys are going, I can't believe it. The cab driver's recognised you again. I said, listen, don't ask me. There's no explanation for why people listen to this programme, apart from it's bloody brilliant. I mean, seriously, I'm going to go home myself and listen to it. I might have. Yeah. I don't like being touched. Bit funny about the touching thing. I have pictures taken and stuff like that. I mean, that's perfectly normal as far as I'm concerned. That's been happening for years. Can you get one? Absolutely not. I'm going anywhere near you, thank you very much indeed. I mean, the size of your stomach, you're not going to get that close to me, are you, really? Without being rude. I bet you're ploughing your way through the sweets, aren't you? I did. It's terrible, honestly. I deliberately this morning didn't buy in poppadoms because I bought 2 packets of poppadoms yesterday. Well, I mean, they just evaporate before you're right. So I bought the sweets before, and I went to Costco yesterday and I bought water and some sweets and little bits and pieces. And so I thought I was feeling quite peeved. I just woke up. Is the Brent Cross flyover still closed due to a burst water main, says Faye? I don't know, but there were a lot of cars underwater. Well, quite close to being underwater. It's a bit like watching them in Richmond. That was the entertainment in Richmond. Because the Thames is tidal, there's a pub called the White Cross, and there's a slipway, and people park there because there's no yellow lines on it and you get it away for free. But unfortunately, the tide comes in fairly fast. So the drinkers would all be there, and all of a sudden you could watch the water creeping up by the side of the door. And of course, they couldn't get to it because if you opened the car door, which was difficult to do with the water pressure, and a lot of flooded cars. Cheryl says, happy birthday to Ringo Starr, 80 today. 80 today. And Steve says, Matthew, talk of the likes of Emily A. Tack and Katie Price. Well, I fancy the pair of them. When you say the pair of them, do you mean individually or the pair of them? Emily A. Tack didn't want to be known as just a pair of boobs on a broomstick, and of course that's all she's known for, because that's all she talks about. Katie Price has got a new boyfriend, so that'll be lasting about 3 months before she turns into sheer hatred. He's been on Love Island, so we're talking a little bit, not the brightest penny in the box. He says, I don't want to be famous. So he's going out with a woman old enough to be his grandmother. And it will end in tears, because that's the way every single one of her relationships finishes. It will always finish with her slagging them off and saying this, that and the other. He tried to take advantage of me, blah, blah, blah. We've heard it from every single one of them. Every single one of them. There's not one that she's missed out. Not one she's missed out. So now she doesn't have the I'm assuming, here we go. I bet you anything she's got no insurance on that crumbly old mansion. Because if she had insurance, then you report it to the police as a crime, and then the insurance will pay out. And then you can get it done. I bet she's got no insurance. Really. Steve, I would like to offer you a free ride to and from work, as I'm your regular listener whilst driving people around, says Fired, who's a private hire driver. Well, I mean, I have an account with this company. I have an account, but because I've never had him in all the years I've been with them, and it's running about 15 years, I think, and before that with another company that they took over. You know, I know a lot of my drivers. In fact, I would think a good 70% of my drivers I know. This one I've never seen before, and I certainly have no wish to see him again either. He's obviously got a few issues. Steve, report him, rude man. Well, I put it this way, I decided his life was bad enough as it was. Steve, the bag arrived. Yeah. Now, some are arriving. We're only into Tuesday. So, fear not, they will arrive, I promise you. Deb says, if I bumped into you, I'd have to give you a great big hug. I know you'd hate it, but my need is greater than yours. I do hugging. I mean, don't get me wrong. During, before we had the pandemic, I was hugging all the time. If I go and see friends of mine who work for other radio stations, we hug. I mean, I go for kissing, just to frighten them a little bit. And but that was quite ordinary, because I mean, you can't do a handshake. It just looks so ridiculous. A hug is it's a show busy thing. I've always done show busy hugs. Always. Yankee candles do wax melt, says Neil. Not my ones, they don't. In answer to Faye's question, we think the road closure will end at 5 a.m. That's what we're hearing, Faye. So you should be okay from 5 a.m. But you know what it's like. It's, one of those things. It could be a bit flexible, I suppose. It's also very near to where Corey lives. Corey's moved to the London borough of Brent, which I did tell him earlier on. It comes with history, Brent. Came with all sorts of things. It's slightly... It's almost... Did you ever see the film Big with Tom Hanks? Well, at one point, Tom, who then morphs... I can't remember, was it Tom Hanks? Yeah. Morphs into this little boy. He then ends up in a flat, which the company have given him, and on a Saturday night he's sitting there watching television. All he can hear is gunshots coming from outside on the streets, and he's like, I don't like it, not nice. Poor soul. Such a good little film, actually. Such a good little film. So Faye, good luck. It should be okay. Steve, maybe it was Jodie Marsh who may have trashed Katie Price's mansion. They did have a war, didn't they? They were sworn enemies. But I mean, everybody's Katie Price's sworn enemy. All this baloney about she's got these friends. She hasn't got any friends. All of her exes hate her. She hates them. She's very lonely. Very, very lonely. And so she'll pick up on some dingbat from Love Island, who, frankly, if ever you've seen the people on there, there's not a lot going on between the ears. Their life is so empty and shallow, it's like, yeah, pulled a bird, didn't I, mate? Have you seen this other one, Broman, where it's apparently set in Roman times, and they're all wrestling in their Speedos, these sort of men, And they've got girlfriends there as well. Again, they've found another bunch of behemoths who can barely speak the Queen's English. You know, there's blokes there with tattoos and piercings. It's a very odd programme. I don't know what, to be honest with you, the girls are there for. Look, there's a picture of them all with nothing on at all. It's obviously, I mean, to be honest with you, I'd sort of worry about that. It's a really odd programme. I caught a little bit of it last night. It's the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever seen on the television. There again, there are loads of bits of rubbish on the television. Have you ever seen it before? No, they just wrestle or they have to jump over and then somebody will say, but I think you cheated, bro. I think you cheated. Oh, there was a lovely picture of three of the old tarts from Essex, all with their babbies. But the good news is not one of them's married. Isn't that fantastic? Not one of them's married. They're all standing there with their babies, all these single mothers out there. And Lauren Poppy, she's also expecting babby. Because they've all got to have them, haven't they? It's like having a gerbil. It's a case of, we couldn't get a pet, but we're going to do this. And the bad news is that Peter Andre's little girl, Princess Tiamat, isn't it, or something? And she's having talks, as I pointed out, actually, on my free podcast, which you'll hear later on. She's having talks with Peter Andre's wife about, obviously, girly things. And I was thinking, OK, that's fine. But it's not Peter Andre's wife's child. This is Katie Price's daughter. Why is she not having a chat with her about the birds and the bees and stuff like that? What's it got to do with Peter Andre's wife? It's being a bit of an interferer, isn't it? Very odd. Anyway, she's allergic to not only dogs, so Princess for her birthday couldn't have a dog, but the rabbits as well. Peter bought 2 dwarf rabbits, and he bought her, what did he spend his money on? To be honest with you, I think really the wife needs to clamp down on Pete's spending. It's because he's bored. And he's bought her own flat-screen television. She's got her own flat-screen television at the age of 13. And they said it's a ginormous 32 inches. I've got a tablet that's bigger than that. 32-inch television. So, again, Peter being a bit silly with money. So he gets 2 dwarf rabbits and a widescreen, flat-screen television to go on the wall or something. She's 13. She's also got her own YouTube channel, which she's opening up, where she'll give you makeup hints. I don't want to be rude, but she's 13. I don't think that should be allowed. I really don't think it should be allowed. It's going to attract completely the wrong people. Martin says, I'm going on a date Saturday. Give me any ideas on a good restaurant? None for you. None for you. No, stay at home. Stay at home. Listen, if you're going on a date, what do you want to go to a restaurant for? Sit there making goo-goo eyes over somebody? How embarrassing. No, stay at home. Get a Deliveroo in or something like that, or Eat Me or whatever it's called, and just have them, or not eat, what do they call it? That's a different website completely. You can get into trouble for that one. Yeah, just eat. That's right. Everybody said, just eat. That's right. I mean, just go and get a pizza in. What do you want to waste your money for coming into the West End? Seriously, it's not worth it. No, invite them back to your place. I mean, obviously have a bit of a spring clean, change the sheets on the bed, because you never know. I mean, that's the point. You're not going to go out holding hands, are you, and go, oh, I'll give you a kiss, it's our first date. I mean, do me a favour. Naked Attraction, it's all there on display. They don't even bother asking them. I mean, she blatantly comes out and says, so what do you think about the willy? And people make comments on it. Like it's sort of, you expect it to stand up and talk, really. Hello. Guess what my name is? Steve. I've seen the Bentley thing. Thank you, Martin and Carlisle. And then somebody says, I think you're secretly in love with Katie Price. You talk about her every day. Listen, I'll explain this to you once. I can't do it anymore because it's obviously not going in your ears, is it? I get paid for talking about people who are in the newspapers. If she's in the newspapers, she gets talked about. That's what I get paid for. That's why I'm here. I'm not here to not talk about people. It's like Donald Trump, the biggest idiot in the entire universe. Now, that will prompt somebody to now write in and go, why are you attacking Donald Trump? And I always go, mind your own business. What's it got to do with you? Snowflake, curtain twitcher. So that's why I get paid to talk about the people who are in the newspapers and have done for many, many years. And so, Harry and Meghan are in the newspapers, so we'll be talking about them later on. Maya Jama will be talked about later on because, she thinks she's big celebrity. Sadly not. We'll talk about Prince Andrew, as unfortunately more girls come forward to make allegations. It's not looking good. I wish he'd stop opening his gob and coming up with something that either he's telling lies or the American people are telling lies. Because they've said he's not contacted us. He said he's tried 3 times. Well, somebody's telling porcupines. It's ridiculous. All he's got to do is just answer some questions. They want to know what he knows about a paedophile. But then this woman who was on with Andrew Castle over the weekend, who's a close friend of Ghislaine Maxwell, she says he's not bright. But then we know that about the royal family. None of them are bright. It's because they've only ever done things that people applaud them for. You never find anybody being critical of Charles, you know, because he sort of talks to the plants and all the rest of it. And do you remember when Nicholas Witchell wrote things, and they'd go on the skiing holiday and Charles is sitting there with the two boys, and to prove how out of touch he was, he didn't realise about microphones that can pick up everything, and he said, I can't stand that man, really can't stand him. I thought, he's the royal correspondent for the BBC. You know, you need to be grateful for people like Nicholas Witchell and everybody else. That's it. Steve, talk about, I came back from Coles supermarket. I was polite to the cashier. She never smiled, grabbed my cash. I said, thank you very much, says Shane. Oh, I've done that before. Where sort of somebody, I would make a point of saying, thank you for caring. But this one this morning, I said, I think you're in the wrong job. You know, that you're in a people job. You have to be polite to people. It's like you work in a shop and somebody comes in and they might be a difficult customer. I've worked in a shop, might have difficult customers. You've got to bite your tongue and be nice to them. And that's the way it works. You know, if you're the idiot that you were this morning, well then, you know, you ain't going to last very long. You really aren't. Because I can't believe that I was the first person you've ever been rude to. Steve. Another one here. Somebody saying, oh, you know, good morning to Luke, Corey and yourself. Yes, the boys are very excited by this. As I say, Corey can't quite work out if he's in the right place yet. I think he'll move again. I think, yeah. Although he likes the place, he likes the flat, which is good news, isn't it? If you like a place, see what it's like after sort of 6 months. If you don't like it, find somewhere else. You know, that's what I'd do. But I'm quite happy where I am. But sometimes it does get a bit noisy, but then you just kind of block it out. Everybody, Tuesday, the 7th of July, can shining a light in your ear make you more awake? They've come up with a load of things which you can buy, off-the-shelf items, some of them very expensive, and they've said, do they work? And they've tested them scientifically, and they've actually discovered that most of them don't work at all. Cricket fans hit for 6 on refunds. Joe Wicks in a bidding war between Weetabix and Kellogg's. Oh, go away, you boring so-and-so. Who cares? Well, Joe Wicks, have you heard the voice? I mean, seriously, it makes Beckham look butch. Very odd, you know. And now his girlfriend, who used to be at Page Free Stunner, she's sort of cashing in on it as well. So. Meghan and Harry speaking out against racial bias. What will the Queen think, say the papers. I don't know. I mean, they don't know where they're going, do they? They've lost their way like two little lambs. What was that poem, wasn't it? Two little lambs have lost their way. Ba, ba, ba. Well, that'd be 3 little lambs, wouldn't it? Anyway. Greece to lift the ban on UK flights. Spain's closing down its beaches. They've closed another 50. They don't want you there. David Stark has admitted he made a bad mistake over those racial comments. That would be an understatement. Designer handbags. I see a lot of these programmes on the... you must have seen them as well, because I actually quite like them. And it's sort of modern porn. Where you take an item in and you want to, you know, put it against... They say, do you want to pawn it or do you want to sell it? And all these places, they have their experts. They're experts on jewellery. They're expert, and sometimes they go to that lovely man Ian off the you know, the very, very camp guy who used to do jewellery on the television and speaks like this, and I thought he was such a character, and he actually has his own jewellery shop, and he sits there and he will value this stuff. They take it to him and he'll say, oh, this is beautiful, this is worth so much money, and he's very good. But the one thing they have got is a lady who values handbags, because ladies buy handbags like I buy pairs of pants. Seriously. I mean, most ladies of a certain age would have at least 10 handbags, because you can't resist them. And if you buy the designer handbags, they can cost you an arm and a leg. Well, they say recently they're fetching good money on the second-hand market. Now, I have to warn you, because I know a bit about handbags. If you've used it, it ain't going to be worth as much as you think. And so lots of people take stuff in there, hoping that it's going to be worth what they've seen other bags going for, but they would be perfect bags. They would be bags that hadn't been used. And of course, you ladies want to be seen out with your bags. So if ever you see people walking around markets with Chloe bags or whatever it happened, Gucci or whatever, they'll be fakes. They'll be fakes. Nobody can afford to buy these things. They're so expensive. Victoria Beckham's got one which is over £100,000 for a handbag. You know, fooling her money, as they say. Which is true. Steve, very cold morning at Loch Lomond, says David. At only 9 degrees, I've dug out my Icelandic jumper. Lovely and warm. 84850. Matthew says, you talk of Katie Price being lonely. She's not. I've met her a few times in Brighton and Red Cube nightclub in Leicester Square when it existed. Oh no, when she goes home, she's lonely. Take my word for it. The act you see is after she's had bevies. I mean, we've all seen her like that. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, will you be doing an In Conversation with Trevor McDonald? Now he's working for the firm. He must have lots of good stories. Well, I worked with him before, actually, when we were based at ITN. Billy says it can only be a matter of time till Naked Attraction Celebrity Z-List edition. I think they've got it already, haven't they? Don't you think so? I would think so. And, oh, moved on to the new narrow boat, says Mike. It's cold and it shouldn't be. It's lovely. The layout much better and easier to get on and off because he's got discs which flare up because of lots of lifting. So off for legalised torture later, seeing the osteopath. Oh, Lord. That's the worst thing, isn't it, really? That is the worst thing. So lots of ladies from television going very excited. We've now been to the hairdressers. Also, the Antiques Roadshow must go on, despite the coronavirus crisis, by carefully assessing guests as well as their treasures. For the first time since its launch, the hit show will feature a smaller invitation-only crowd rather than welcoming all comers. Apparently they normally get 5,000 people who go along to it, because everybody thinks that they've got something that's worth a lot of money, and it turns out, in a lot of cases, it's not. So venues now confirmed: Forty Hall in Enfield, North London, Windermere Jetty in Cumbria, Stonor Park in Oxon, Bodent Gardens in Colwyn Bay, Conway, Culsey and Castle in Ayrshire, Christchurch, and so it goes on, actually. There's also Newby Hall in Ripon. And they say we will be inviting people who've written in advance, and you can contact them, which is fine. Here's a social worker. Her name's Hilary Tideswell. She's a thieving old bag, this one. Oh, dear. She stole more than £500,000 from vulnerable clients. She's 63, but she looks about 70, you scheming old bag. She's splashed out on holidays, Rolex watches, after an appalling abuse of trust. She comes from Halifax in West Yorkshire. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about her, because she gave herself power of attorney over a woman of 81, and she stole all her savings. Her son, Neil Morehouse, and husband, David Tideswell, got 2 years suspended sentences after being convicted of converting criminal property. So it's Hilary Tideswell, 63, 7 years and 9 months, you thieving old bag. I'm sorry, I get quite angry about people like that who thieve from vulnerable people. Could have been your mother, your grandmother, and she thieves from them. You rot in hell, darling. You rot in hell. Anyway, other lighter stories. Are there any lighter stories in the papers? Not really. TV's Normal People lined up for gongs. For that, they mean an award. It's bagged 3 nominations for the TV Choice Award, which is good. Star Daisy Edgar-Jones is up for Best Actress with Jodie Comer. Brenda Blethyn, and Michelle Keegan for Our Girl. Excuse me. Co-star Paul Mescal will compete with David Tennant, Martin Clunes and Stephen McGann. I like all of those. I've just watched Martin Clunes in Goodbye Mr. Chips. He was very good in that. It's a slightly more violent version than the ones I'm used to. There's a lot more violence in Martin Clunes' version. The boys are a little bit more, there's lots of sort of holding kids underwater and stuff like that, which is slightly disturbing. But never mind. Also, so I did that story about now. Oh, yes, and here's Harry and Meghan again, the couple who don't know where they're going in life. They're just aimlessly wandering. But Harry has said there's no way the Commonwealth can have a future unless it acknowledges its past. What he knows about things you could write on a grain of sand. I'm sorry, he's so out of touch. In a video call to young leaders from the Queen's Commonwealth Trust alongside Meghan, he said past wrongs must be acknowledged to move forward. And then he sent a video message to the virtual Diana Awards celebrating young achievers. But he's stuck in America, and he can remain there as far as I'm concerned. The musical genius behind the whistling, whip-cracking, bell-ringing theme tune to A Fistful of Dollars has died aged 91. This is Ennio Morricone. 400 film scores, he wrote. 400 film scores. And he used unconventional instruments like amplified harmonicas, mariachi trumpets, and the ocarina, which is a Chinese instrument shaped like an egg. And then they added whistles and whip crack away and all this kind of stuff. Lovely. 91, very good. Very good innings, very good. I don't know if you went to uni, but this was occupational hazard. One of my producers said that he used to leave his doors fully open in the hope of meeting somebody. And they didn't ever worry about, people nicking things. But this is a physics postgraduate called Juan Martinez. 29. He took it. So it's quite an old student, isn't he? He took advantage of the Christmas holidays to ransack a woman's room. Martinez was held in a female loo block in Durham University's Grey College in the early hours of January the 5th. His victim needed counselling. He got 18 months for 3 counts of burglary, 1 count of going equipped to burgle. But he says he would be released on licence or deported after his term. Oh, let's just deport. Why are we even bothering with people like that? Scum of the earth, people who thieve from people. No, we just deport him. Get rid of him. Get rid of him. There's also, that's somebody with very long legs. And her name is Rense Korlubud. And she stands 6'9" tall. 6 foot, which is quite tall, actually. Her legs measure 52.8 inches from hip to heel, just short of the 53-inch record held by 16-year-old Masi Kurin from Austin in Texas. Ren, originally from Mongolia, now lives in Chicago, comes from a tall family. Her dad was 6'10" and her mum 6'1". A family of giants. A family of giants. How lovely. How lovely. But she's very, very tall. Very, very tall. Comes up to the top of the windows, which is great. Also, Gareth. Remember Gareth Malone? Never saw myself as a choir master. He said, I really thought I'd just write songs. I think he's great. We interviewed him. We went down to the barracks in next to Buckingham Palace to interview him. And the blokes on the gate knew who I was. I said, I'm here to do Gareth. He said, we know who you are, Steve. So exciting. So exciting. You were mentioned on Ian Dale's latest podcast with Chris Mason at the weekend when Chris recalled meeting you at ITN. When were LBC based there? Lord, listen, I told you about, I can't remember last Tuesday. I don't remember when we were there. Years ago. Steve, you mentioned expensive handbags. I nearly fainted having seen the price of the men's aftershave, Creed Aventus. Really? Well, it's not the most expensive. There's loads more expensive than that one. But the bottle does last a long while. So I have a big bottle and a little bottle. Little bottle for work, That's why you start the programme, just to make it look a bit, cool. Eau Sauvage, that's very lemony, isn't it, Eau Sauvage? A little bit dated. Christian Dior, I believe. But it suits you. Corey's on Old Spice, one of those popular brands. Brute. I think there must be a website that's got sort of, poems on that you can read out on Steve Allen's programme. Thomas in Edinburgh says, I'm an everyday listener to your show, which is how we like to hear it. Always a bit dubious about the Jeffrey Epstein death theories. It was until I watched the Netflix documentary. All 4 episodes in one sitting. Have you seen it? If not, it's a must for you. I think Prince Andrew has very dark days ahead. And as for Ghislaine, somebody tell me the days of sweetheart deals are over. Every inch of those properties had cameras in the bathrooms. A much bigger ring than we ever knew. I couldn't get over how well you described Andrew for so long and how he matched up exactly with how he's presented in this. I think the problem is, and I don't think it's necessarily a fault and it's indicative of Andrew. I think it runs through the whole royal family. They are so horribly out of touch. They really are. The younger members of the royal family are useless. You remember Prince Andrew went to the Queen to try and get jobs for both his girls so they could become official members of the royal family and thus be on the payroll. But it is as it is. I think the Queen funds Andrew in whatever he does, which appears to be very little at the moment. He's cancelled his golf because he's a bit worried about being over in Spain, seemed to be enjoying himself. That's all he's done throughout his entire life. He's never had to do anything else at all. There is no call on them to do anything in particular, apart from, dress up in a military uniform, stand there at the cenotaph once a year, or do a few services, or go out and meet a few people, and that's it. There is nothing else. The person who does the most work in the family is the Queen. The younger members of the royal family are, to put it politely, bloody useless. Absolutely useless. They have no sense of tradition. They have no sense of appreciating, what they've got. And they could do. You've got William and Kate, very sweet, and they've got loads of children, which is all very sweet, but they've got staff. They don't have to worry about babysitting and looking after anybody. They have staff for that. They live in Anmer Hall, and then they've also got Kensington Palace. I mean, it's not a bad life, but obviously too traumatic for Meghan and Harry. Harry, who, I don't know what he thought he was going to be. I really don't know. I can't quite work out in my own mind where I think Harry was going to go to. But he certainly wouldn't be looking up to his Uncle Andrew. Uncle Andrew is a bit of a rogue sheep. You know, he's always had young girls hanging on his arms. He went onto an island. He's naked. You can find him on the internet. You just type in Prince Andrew naked and up come all the pictures. It's not a difficult thing. So somebody obviously was taking pictures in the early days. And now there are some more girls who've come out of the woodwork to talk about he must know something and he must come forward. Keir Starmer. So Keir Starmer said yesterday he must make some inroads. Doesn't he care? I mean, is he that arrogant that he does not care about what happened to these girls? Does he not worry about things like that? Because I would suggest that he should. I mean, he says that he has tried to contact them. They say, no, he hasn't. Because I mean, if he tried to contact them, they would then say, listen, we can do a video call. You can do Skype or something like that. It doesn't have to... Or they can submit written questions to it. It could be all sorts of things. I don't know why there's this dichotomy between what they say and what he says. Either way, he's got to say so. He's got 2 young daughters himself. I mean, does he not feel any sort of guilt about he might know something? Jeffrey Epstein might have told him things, although that close friend of Ghislaine's said that he's not the brightest penny in the box. You know, just because you're a member of the royal family doesn't mean that you're very intelligent. Apparently Randy Andy started to sweat again. Did he say he didn't sweat? He had a thing. It's funny, isn't it? I don't sweat either. I don't sweat. I'm sort of, you know, just one of those. I did, but not now. On the extra yesterday, says Noreen, you mentioned a rose bush you've been given. Yeah, by Chris, my last producer. She says, we've got rose bushes in our front garden for both sets of parents. They don't usually bloom together. We also got a bush last year called Beryl Joyce. If you remember our Beryl and a friend who died a year ago called Joyce. We were told it wouldn't have any flowers till next year. To our delight, all 3 bushes bloomed together. So pretty. Somebody knocked at the door. I dashed to see if it was a tote bag. No, it was 96 various coffee discs, lattes, cappuccinos, etc. See, I think that's quite a nice thing to get as well. And Noreen says, can you believe Ringo Starr is 80 today? I can't. Chuff, 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 said Thomas. That's what Ringo Starr was famous for. Although I quite like, what was that big hit single? You're 16, you're beautiful, and you're mine. No, just me again. Did he write Octopus's Garden in the Shade? Did he write that one? Oh, right. Well, there you go. Luke knows something that I didn't know. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. Amy and Mike say you make us laugh in the morning and set our day up during our boring journey to work. Why is it all journeys to work are boring? They are boring, aren't they? Sometimes there's nothing to do. Ian says, I'm so glad Steve Theatres will be getting some help. As the Bard says, all the world's a stage. Thank you. Yes, I agree with you, Ian. I agree. I mean, how long it's going to last, I've got no idea. Terry wanted to know whether or not Michael Fabricant booked one of the first hair appointments available. I mean, how long did his hair grow over the lockdown? Strangely enough, it looked exactly the same at the end of the lockdown. How can that be? Alinka says, I found Bruges to have beautiful tapestries and I bought this one. Love it. I love tapestries. I love tapestries. If I had a big house, there would be tapestries there. No 2 ways about it, so I'm a little bit jealous. Pamela says, talking of nice houses, Steve, I love Lisa Vanderpump's house in Beverly Hills. Each room filled with gorgeous pink roses. Oh, they were rich as creases, rich as creases. Trace in Averley, and says, Steve, everyone should watch the Italian documentary on TV about the COVID-19 outbreak. You'd soon stop going to the pubs and beaches. Shockingly sad, but effective. Yes, I do wish people would learn. I really do. Halinka says, I saw QVC selling an LED water candle yesterday and thought of you. Nice to know that I'm thought of in such high terms, isn't it, really? And Gary says, Ryland Clark is really ginger. Yes, Ross Clark, isn't it? It's Ross. His name's Ross. He changed it, and he's been about 3 different names, I think. And he also dyes his hair black, which is going to look very peculiar in a couple of years' time. So he's ginger. Yeah, we knew he was ginger. I didn't have a problem with that, actually. John in Manly Beach says, we've just closed the borders with the next state in New South Wales. We're calling it the Spice Girls paradigm. Everything was going perfectly until Victoria spoiled it all. Clever simile. I like that one. Meg says, during my nursing career, many years ago, and whilst doing orthopaedics, there was an operation which introduced a Harrington rod on the spine, and this, over months, corrected the scoliosis. The patients were first nursed on a Stryker frame bed in which they were turned mechanically many times throughout the day, and then gradually transferring into a normal bed which they could operate into a standing position in preparation for gradually getting them up. Of course, I'm not up for the latest treatments, but I'm sure it would have altered by now. Meg, thank you very much indeed. Quite nice. And Steve, David Beckham, found Victoria staring at a carton of orange juice. After 20 minutes, he said, "What are you doing?" She said, "I was reading the ingredients," and it said, "Concentrate." It's an old one, isn't it? It's an old one. Oh, I've got to save that for tomorrow. Very important for tomorrow. Also, Kasabian's Don... I don't know how you pronounce his name. Is it Mean? M-E-I-G-H-A-N. Would it be one of those Mean or Mines or something like that? He's doing well, he says, and in a really good place after personal issues were cited for his shock departure from the group yesterday. See, I don't know anything about Kasabian. I don't even know what their music's like. But I can tell you... that the diary with Ashley Rainbird obviously is a little bit late on this one because he's in court today. I thought somebody would have realised, but obviously not. Other papers got it, except that one. The holiday of a lifetime tops the over 50s list. Oh dear, over 50s. Here we go. I can enter this one. It's about the only part of the programme I'm actually involved with. What's on your bucket list? What's on your wish list? First of all, holiday. You want to go to Australia. Bit so-so on that one. America. Been to America. Everybody's been to America. New Zealand. Not really. It rains. Rains a lot in New Zealand. But then they say China. So I'd love to go back to China. I'd like to go to mainland China. That would be nice. You'd like to buy a new house. You'd like to buy some jewellery, a car or a motorbike. You want to visit the Northern Lights... the Aurora Borealis, Graceland, Paris, or the Pyramids. Well, I lived next to the Pyramids. Tutankhamun was a great friend of mine. I used to go out playing with his children when I was little. No, we did, because we were in Port Said and the Pyramids were there. You've got a picture of me playing in our garden, and there's the pyramid right next door to us. Well, now the Pyramids are practically surrounded by, housing and everything else. I still think it's interesting. I still find pyramids. I've seen the inside of pyramids, not as a child, but I've been onto the internet and typed in inside the Great Pyramid, and they were works of art. Now they put in walkways and everything else, and I mean, it's just fascinating. Have you ever seen inside the big pyramids? They're amazing places. They really are. When you think all they were built for was to hold the bodies of kings and queens, and that was it. But one of them, it's got a staircase that you walk up, and this has all been put in modern times. Imagine the first people who went in there and went, "You're going to need a staircase. Can't have pensioners clinging to ropes, can you, trying to climb up the walls?" Not a stanner in sight. You would have thought the pharaohs, with all their money, could have had some really nice gadgets going on. Do you know, not one palace had a toaster. Well, how did you do toast? I mean, come on, for goodness sake. Or saucepans or anything like that. One thing you do if you're over 50 on your bucket list is you want to improve your fitness. Okay. You also want to learn to speak a new language, play a musical instrument, fly a plane. I've never had the inclination to fly a plane. Ever. You'd quite like to buy jewellery or a holiday home. You'd like to try skydiving. Think again. No, what, throw yourself out of a plane? You must be joking. A balloon ride. Well, that's a bit more sophisticated, isn't it? Horse riding. I've done horse riding. Wing walking. No, ruin your hair? You must be joking. You would like to give up or stop smoking, drinking, junk food, work, or gambling. And you would love to meet the following people. And it's a nice short little list, but I know somebody's going to be very happy. The short list is the Queen. You would like to meet the Queen. I'd like to meet her. I'd like to say to Elizabeth, come on, spill the beans. What do you really think of Fergie? I don't know. I never really watched football. I never watched football as a child. The second person is Sir Cliff Richard. People want to meet Cliff Richard. And I tell you, he's as charming as you ever think he's going to be, as all the fans will tell you. Sir David Attenborough, I've met David Attenborough, and he lives down the road from me. I say he lives down the road from me. If I was flying on Concorde, he lives in Richmond up on the hill. Rod Stewart. I met Rod Stewart. Saw him in a pub in Essex. Or Bruce Springsteen. I never did Bruce Springsteen. Born in the USA. I mean, oh, God, honestly. That's for ageing rockers, isn't it? Most of that audience must be on steroids or walking frames or something. I mean, he's getting on a bit. But there's a lovely bit I found the other day, and it was where Bruce invites somebody up on stage to play with him, and it's a 16-year-old lad who's, like, beyond thrilled, but he's really good. He sings and plays guitar. And I thought, that's enough. I've seen people do it for Michael Bublé does that as well. He invites people up on stage. There's a man with a great... Really, over the age of 50, would like to do a parachute jump. I've seen James Corden doing it. He looks like the world is just about to drop away, but then he enjoyed it when he was sort of floating down. Also, you can learn to drive or swim. I can swim, but only on my back. That probably makes me somewhat peculiar, I suspect. Talking of on your shoulders, here's Wayne Rooney. Wayne and Colleen taking the lads, Kai, Clay, Kit and Cass, out with the parents Colette and Tony in Alderley Edge. And no mention of the Wagatha Christie row, which is rumbling on. That'll be the one, I tell you. I can't wait for us to get our teeth into that one. Let's have a look and see what Russell Grant says about Pisceans today. I do like to check these on a daily basis. Apparently, there you go, you're ready to move away from... This could be you, Luke, couldn't it? You're ready to move away from a relationship that's making you weary. You're tired of being the one who does everything, whilst a partner makes no effort to help or please you. Is that you and Corey? I know. Also, since your feelings don't seem to matter, why should you care so much about upsetting them by walking away? That's interesting, isn't it? That's so applicable. So applicable. Yeah, it's your horoscope. If you're Pisces. What are you? Oh, you're Taurus. Oh, right. OK, Taurus the bull. And it says for you, you're working ridiculous hours and it's making you tense. OK, don't jeopardise your health by making bad choices. Take a few days off and ask your boss to reduce your workload. Eat nutritious meals and spend a little time alone to enjoy some rest and relaxation. Yeah, that's the sweeties, isn't it? What are you, Corey? Virgo. Won't see that side of life again. Virgo, it says here, a work project is delayed time and time again. Your company is short of resources and the powers that be are reluctant to give the go-ahead. You're almost ready to give up hope of ever being able to make some progress, but some surprise news will lift your spirits. Whoa, what's that? What can that be? Some surprise news. You're working weekends. I love those things. They're always so good, actually. So, 2 free tickets for Alton Towers. How much is it to go to Alton Towers? If they're worth 110 quid. That's a lot of money, isn't it? Also, the ex-fiancée of EastEnder Gillian Tailfall's been shot in the stomach as he confronted gangsters threatening to burn down her house. Katie Price's home, wrecked by raiders who left taps running. I mean, to be honest with you, could it not have been one of the kids running upstairs, washing their hands and then coming down but forgetting the tap was on? A neighbour discovered the break-in yesterday during a routine sweep of the 9-bed home, and it's 12 acres. It's a dump. It's an absolute dump. It really is. I mean, to be honest with you, they might as well just pull it down. No point in doing it up again. Perhaps that's what they're going to do. Perhaps that's the thing. Perhaps they've actually asked to pull it down and erect something else. And somebody might have said, no, you can't. So they've sort of trashed it so that they then have to pull it down. Whether that works, I've got no idea. David Starkey apologises. It's a bit too late now. He was talking about slavery. He said his bad mistake on YouTube cost him every distinction and honour acquired in a long career because he's 75. I mean, I have to be honest, you did screw up big time on that one. Also, up to 2.5 million coronavirus test results have gone missing in the UK. How can they lose things like this? How is this possible? Also, Strictly Come Dancing is keeping viewers on their toes by trying to line up 2 same-sex pairings. Well, you can't find any gay people at the BBC. What's going on? Ridiculous. Bosses of the BBC One show want a male duo and a female duo as they try to avoid a predictable lineup. It's always a predictable lineup. That's the whole thing. You can guarantee there'll be somebody gay on there. There'll be somebody straight. There'll be somebody who's suffered at the hands of trolls or something like that. I mean, after we suffered with Ian H. Watkins, I mean, dear Lord above. And he was dancing with Matt Evers on the Dancing on Ice. An insider said this is another intriguing twist in the journey. It's not intriguing. I'm sorry, gay people have been around since the year dot. Why it's intriguing about it? Somebody says there was a suggestion they'd opt to put two women together. Oh, why not? I don't understand what the problem is. They make such a big deal about it. But every time the BBC do a programme, it's full of diversity. You can bet your bottom dollar there's going to be sort of people who seem to fit every category. Like, really, Big Brother. Big Brother, same sort of thing. They're trying to sort of tick all the boxes. Oh, look, here she is, the ex-barmaid, 25, looking so much older. Summer Montes Fulham, ex-girlfriend. That's her claim to fame. She's the ex-girlfriend of Paul Hollywood, and she pulled a few pints. But she's a keen horse rider. I bet she is. And there's never a dull moment with her. She's about the most boring person under the sun. I mean, you know, you had an affair with Paul Hollywood. Get over yourself, dear. Get over yourself. Not exactly doing the best, are you? Hundreds of royal staff could face the axe. But there are fears the final job toll could be higher. Between 175 and 250 workers are being offered voluntary redundancy. It comes as the Queen is already set to lose £18 million this year from palaces being shut to tourists. But they said adding up all the other things could be £30 million a year. So voluntary redundancy to up to 250 of 650 tour guides, caterers, office staff and wardens. Although Buckingham Palace closed for 15 weeks, Windsor's expected to reopen at the end of July. It's not like they can't afford it, though, is it, really? Meghan's pal gutted after Royal ruthlessly dumps her. Meghan is not royal. Can we get away from this? She's just a very average actress who pulled Harry and then decided she was going to set out and destroy the royal family, which is not very good, is it? Random TV irritations. This is from Ali Ross, writing in The Sun today. Friday's Celebrity MasterChef marathon, lasting almost as long as some of Greg Wallace's marriages. The BBC sending presenters to Glastonbury, even when it's been cancelled. And this morning, persisting with the fantasy, viewers will eventually warm to contributions from Nicola Thorpe and hand-talking try-hard Matthew Wright. Because he's not done anything, has he, really, since he lost the radio job? I don't think he had anything. And when you think at one time he had the Channel 5 show, he was right, and he had a show on LBC. He used to do a weekend show. It's very good. It was like a round table thing with all his mates on there, like Kevin O'Sullivan. There were all the different people came on. I thought it was great, really good. And what's this other one here? BBC Two's Disability and Me, Alex Brooker, fretting about disability jokes on the last leg, admitting, my big fear is it funny? And Ali Ross says, let me put your mind at rest, Alex. It's not. There you go. Love it, love it, love it, love it. So the mystery of the UFOs, and they've got this bloke here. He's a former detective, editor of UFO Truth magazine. He filmed the news channel footage on his mobile at home in West Yorkshire. The 6-year-old says, at first I thought they might be birds, but they were too big in relation to the crane. So, of course, it'll be a flying saucer with little green men in it waving. Hi, hi, we're little green men from outer space, so people don't think you're mad as a fruitcake. Hi, lovely. Here we go. In the 1990s, glam legends Louise and Co. struck their stuff. Poor old Louise. Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for her. Her music career died. You know when they say the music died, the day the music died. So bye, Miss Louise and your songs. So I've got another picture of her posing in a bra. I'm not surprised the kids are embarrassed. Alicia Dixon, she was in Mystique. I'd forgotten about Mystique. Holly Willoughby, she's 39. She started modelling age 14 and by 17 was posing in underwear. People like her. Kelly Brook. There's a lot of Kelly Brook to enjoy, and we get her in this building every single day. She's very good at waving at me, which is nice. And Rachel Stevens. So she appeared in Strictly in 2008. She's now a mum of 2. But she did get FHM's Sexiest Woman of All Times in 2014. We are in the year 2020. I mean, it's so long ago now, nobody cares about Rachel Stevens. That's finished, hasn't it? Louise as well, Louise Redknapp. Throwback to her Lads Mags days by posing in just a bra and bottoms at the age of 45. They make it out like 45 is really ancient. Really ancient. But somebody said, put it away, love. Well, it's a bit tedious. You know, it's sexist rubbish. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's just, let's get people with their sort of booties. You wouldn't find blokes getting their boobies out, would you? Well, you probably would, actually. Not round here, you wouldn't. Maya Jama. Do you remember Maya Jama? No, most people don't. That's showbiz for you, though. She wants to know And she wants her manager to check how much her male counterparts are paid when she signs up for a new job. Expect to see the work drop away, darling, at the moment, I should imagine. And they're not going to tell you what other people earn, unless your agent's got the same person. She says, I was outraged when she discovered a male co-host was getting more money than her. Well, obviously better than you. Accept the fact, for goodness sake. She said, I was doing the same amount of hours, speaking the same amount, if not more than my co-host. We were doing live TV 4 days a week. I was like, well, how much do you think you get paid? I didn't think it was still happening naively. Are you serious? Of course it does. I mean, I hate to break this to you, but I'm earning more than the two boys. You know, because I'm the talent. That's what we get paid for. I know it's a shock. Why do you think, to relieve my guilt, I'd buy you a packet of sweets, Luke? I mean, that's what takes away the guilt from me, because I feel awful when I go home. I would think so, yes. I would think so. I know. That's why I buy you the sweeties. I feel guilty. I'm so sorry. You know, I want to make sure that you have a nice time when you're here. Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. It's Tuesday, the 7th of July. It's lovely going back to work, isn't it? Not really. Most people hate it. They go, oh, why can't we just be on permanent holiday? And you think, no, you've got to go to work. They're all right, aren't they? Are they okay? Is there one bad one? Yeah. So I bought some grapes yesterday, and there's one... You're not eating it, are you? Oh, right. You sort of took it out, and I thought, what are you doing that for? It's probably full of penicillin or something. I don't know what happens with grape. Mole's very healthy. I know, Mole's very healthy, but I don't want him to die on me just yet. We've got to get through till 7 this morning. I don't want to lose him just at the moment. Grapes are quite exciting, though, aren't they? I think grapes are nice. Hampton Court's got a fabulous grapevine. And the area outside of the greenhouse where it is looked after and tended and fertilised and everything else. But inside, hundreds of bunches of grapes like you've never seen them before. But I can't remember what they use them for, whether they... I don't know if they make their own wine. I can't remember what they do with them. Must be something, mustn't there? I don't know if they're wine grapes or if they're just grapes. I should have checked last time I went down there, but I didn't. So there you go. That's my problem. Looking today, there's this Maya Jama story on the pay gap, appears all over the place. And you think to yourself, but you've not been in the business long enough, dear, to actually warrant having equal money. It doesn't work like that. You know, if they pick somebody who is better known and better than you are, might be the same amount of words, but it's a little bit feeble to come up with that thing. There's also a career burglar. I can never understand the sentencing in this country. You get somebody who steals £500,000, and this woman goes to prison for... whatever it was, 7 years or something. And here's a career burglar called Jason Perry, who broke into 5 cash machines at a bank in Whitechapel. He and regular accomplice Paul Thompson also opened manhole covers and cut alarms during a series of other break-ins. So they're now sent into prison for 8 years. He only made $210,000. I mean, it hardly seems worth it to ruin his life. But he did plead guilty to 6 burglaries. His cohort admitted 4 and was jailed for 3 years. I mean, we're going to have to build more prisons, aren't we? We just don't have enough. And cricket fans, of which I'm not one. I don't really... Michael Parkinson used to be with LBC and he adored cricket. And my friend Toby loves cricket as well. He's a big fan. They're stumped after their posh club refused to refund membership fees to 10,000 supporters. Middlesex County Cricket Club said it was not realistic, despite there being little chance of playing this season due to COVID-19. The annual subscription costs up to £286. The club, which plays at Lord's, North West London, said staff and players have all agreed pay cuts, and it was having to cut costs to stay afloat. Because they can have cricket, they just can't have people sitting there watching it for some reason. I don't know. It's very similar to the football shenanigans, where you can have a game of football. Oh, this is the one with the dog. In New York, she claimed that an African-American was hounding and all the rest of it. Anyway, she's just been charged. She's been charged in America. And because he told her, put your dog on a lead. It's a part of the park, in Central Park, I believe, where the dog's supposed to be on a lead. She embarrassed him so much. The police have looked at it and they've decided they're going to charge her. So charge her they have. Here's poor old Caprice. Honestly, it's finished, Caprice. Stay home, love. Stay home. They say, looking dressed for the catwalk in a tiger print suit. And they say she was strutting her stuff heading to a business meeting. Can't you afford a car? Drop you off outside, or do you have to go for this silly photograph thing? I mean, what a ridiculous outfit. Poor old Caprice. Never mind. Never mind. She was never the brightest penny in the box years and years ago. Also, COVID-19 nearly led to former doctor Harry Hill returning to his old job until he had a serious word with himself. Love Harry Hill. Love Harry Hill. And normal people being nominated, which is good. And here's Joe Wicks caught in a bidding war. This sounds like PR puff to me. You know, between Kellogg's and Weetabix. And they said they want the body coach personal trainer to front their new TV campaigns for 21. Who cares? Who cares? Listen, whoever pays the most money presumably will get him. But, you know, why don't you do the decent thing and not bother with him? Find somebody cheaper. Find an ordinary person. Find a general person. You don't want somebody who's a bit naff, whose agent is obviously pumping out all these stories. You know, there's a bidding war. What, in these days of coronavirus, there's a bidding war going on? I don't think so. Former Love Island's failure, Alex George, has revealed he almost died from sepsis. They keep popping him up on the television, but he's not particularly good on the television. And there's also a chance today of you being a Page 3 girl. If you want to be one of the fabulous Daily Star Page 3 girls, of which there are boundless, send your bikini picture to jeanniesavage@yahoo.co.uk. Do you think boys could go in for it? It'd be sexist if they said no. So in theory, you should better send in a picture of yourself in a bikini. I don't look good in a bikini. Spanish beaches turning away British sun seekers. I think they've closed 55 beaches over the weekend. And tourists escaping 3 months of lockdown were barred from 30 beaches on the Costa del Sol. Resorts in Malaga, Cadiz and Grenada were all affected. Restrictions came days after Spain opened its borders again, but a surge in COVID-19 saw the country impose a second series of local lockdowns. The northwestern town of Galicia enforced lockdown on 70,000 people to curb the spread of the deadly bug. And near Barcelona, 200,000 residents were plunged back into lockdown. Ooh, dear. That's not good, is it? All those people going, oh, it's okay if you sit on a beach because apparently it's fine. You're not going to get the coronavirus. Think again. Think again. Steve, top of the list, says Richard. Learn to tap dance, learn to juggle. Oh, juggling would be great. Wouldn't juggling be good if you could just sort of get your balls out your pocket and just sort of, or juggle anything? I mean, just quite nice, actually. Clive, who looks after Nick Ferrari in the morning, he juggles. He juggles. He's very good at it. And I think one of his nephews juggles a lot. But I've seen somebody with 14 balls in the air at the same time, which is quite... It's just literally, it's just a flowing motion. Once you've got it, I can't do it. I really can't do it. Silly old Scarlett Moffat. I mean, really, you know, if you want to be stupid, be stupid. If you want to be daft, then be daft. She claims the Loch Ness Monster is a dinosaur that's been reproducing with itself over millions of years. That's how stupid she is. In her latest podcast, the reality star suggested the legendary beast might have evolved into a giant eel. Is she on drugs or something? What on earth is she on to come up with this rubbish? She thinks that the rumoured sightings of Nessie look like a sea-bound Diplodocus, despite dinosaurs being extinct for 65 million years. She says, I think it's a dinosaur. Have you seen the photos? They look like Diplodocus, but in the water. Did they really go extinct 65 million years ago? I honestly do believe in Jurassic Park. I do not believe the movie is based off the past. I believe it's based off the present day. That's supposedly an adult. That's how thick she is. That's really a bit of a worry. It's not even funny. It's beyond sad. Sad and very, very tragic. Scrabble bosses are under pressure to ban 238 offensive words from the game in the wake of Black Lives Matter protests. There's all sorts of words which you can't use. But players now want an official decree removing such terms from the official list of permitted words. And it's all the ones that you would expect, actually. Jeremy Clarkson has suggested the church reimagine Jesus as a Van Diesel lookalike to avoid claims of racism. Because somebody was saying here, he's definitely white, but he's also definitely black, definitely Asian, and definitely Hispanic. Could he be a Nazarene as well? It's possible, for sure. I mean, it depends on where you are. If you go to different parts of the world, Christ would be portrayed as a different person. We have him, or we seemingly seem to have him portrayed as a white person, which he would not be. But that's what makes people feel happy. You go to other places and you'll see that he's definitely much darker skinned. Crooks are trying to fuel a summer of illegal raves with hippie crack. Do you know what hippie crack is? These are these little gas bottles. You find them all over the place. literally all over the place. And sad people, they'll have them biked over to you. They make so much money out of them. People order tens of thousands of these things. People are making serious money. It's nitrous oxide. This bloke, boss of a Manchester-based catering supplier, usually sells the product to coffee shops wanting whipped cream for hot chocolate drinks. But he recently got an order for 38,000 bottles from what he claimed to be a coffee shop in Berkshire, enough to keep 39 coffee shops in whipped cream for a whole year. And there was a newsagent who wanted 20,000 bottles. Well, it's obviously not a newsagent, is it? It's people who are selling them for these people. But you see them all over the place, by the side of the road, in car parks. I was at traffic lights the other day, and I happened to look down, as you do, and there was a load of them by the side of the road. So obviously people are using them in cars and then chucking them out the window, which is a little bit worrying. George Ezra may be returning to the stage with a limp. He won't use public transport during the pandemic, so he's using a scooter instead. He only had one hit single, hasn't he? I'll be riding shotgun, da-da. And that was it. Did he have any other hits? There's a song called... So 2 hits, that's it. Good God. How'd you survive on 2 hits? Don't know how that works, isn't it? I saw the Shotgun. I quite liked it, but it's... I'll be riding shotgun in the morning. I don't know where they played that. Perhaps it was played on radio stations. Steve, I'm locked in. I'm locked into the spike, says Walsh, thank you. And Steve, I was just nodding off, but I thought I heard you mention the grapes from the vine at Hampton Court Palace. I can tell you they're normally sold in the shops there around September time. Best grapes, says Maria, you'll ever eat. Really? Oh, well, I shall have to go there. I bought plants from Hampton Court before. They wheel out a trolley every morning. People queue up for them, and they will sell you plants that they've got left over, surplus to requirements, which is nice. Johnny Boy says, Steve, happy birthday to my sister Tony. 60 today. 60. A mere child of the universe. And if you're celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns of the day. It's 5:45. Let's have a check on the road and the rail. Back to the travel desk at LBC. 1953, just called Titanic. On the night of the sinking, Isidore and Ida Strauss, and they owned Macy's. Yeah, they owned Macy's, the big department store. So on the night of the sinking, they were seen standing near lifeboat number 8 in the company of Mrs. Strauss's maid, Ellen Bird. Although the officer in charge of the lifeboat was willing to allow the elderly couple to board the lifeboat with Miss Bird, Isidore Strauss refused to go whilst there were women and children still remaining on the ship. He urged his wife to board, but she refused, saying, "We've lived together for many years. Where you go, I go." Her words were witnessed by those already in lifeboat number 8, as well as many others who were on the boat deck at the time. Isidore and Ida were last seen standing arm in arm on the deck. And although Isidore's body was recovered, Ida's body was not. Interesting, isn't it, that they decide. I mean, what a thing to say. I mean, that takes some bravery. We've been together for these 40 years. I've got no intention of leaving you now. Thank you very much indeed. We will die together. And they knew that they were going to die because A, the water was icy cold, and secondly, so they found one body. There were bodies floating about all over the place, but those who were dragged down by the ship, just disappeared forever, so nobody ever knows. Well, the band played for as long as they actually could, I think, until literally the water was lapping around their feet, and the boat started to tip. It started to tip up, and that's when it sort of, as it went down, it broke in half. So that's why you've only got the front of the ship. The other half is sort of a little way away from it. For some reason, I've never seen the back half of the ship. But there were cars on board. There was everything. There must be loads of things you could still find, but it's been down there, for such a long time now. We're still fascinated by the Titanic. It was called Titanic, of course. Had they called it, "This thing's going to hit an iceberg and you're going to die," nobody would have bought a ticket. So they called it Titanic because it was virtually unsinkable. Wrong. And they did. They had a lookout. I mean, it shows how long ago it was. Ships had lookouts. And they did say iceberg ahead, and they scraped past it. But, of course, as you and I know, the bit that you see of the iceberg is not the biggest bit. The biggest bit is the bit underwater. So you might have 300 foot of iceberg on the top of the sea. There could be 1,000 feet of it below. And it's solid ice. All sorts of people were in it. Clifton Webb was in it. Barbara Stanwyck. Clifton Webb, honestly. 1953, amazing. Do you have a shower in the morning, evening, or both? Morning. Morning. Always morning. You need that shower to sort of wake up a little bit. Steve, wish me luck. I'm about to start a 35-hour shift at work. I'm a nanny, and I'm looking after 4 children who are on summer holiday. That'll be nice. Good luck for you. Good luck for you. Steve, I laughed when you were talking about God. I can imagine an Aussie God wearing shorts and thongs on his feet. Yes, you have to explain to people that thongs are not what we think thongs are. Thongs are flip-flops, I think, over in Australia land. I come from a land down under. I still like that song. I found them on YouTube the other day, Men at Work, which I think was about their only hit single. But who cares? One-hit wonders are always sometimes the best. Tara says there is actually a magazine dedicated to UFOs. Oh, listen, there's a magazine devoted to growing marrows. There's a magazine devoted to just about everything. Hair cutting. Maybe we should all write magazines about Harry's intelligence, Katie Price's millions, the Loch Ness Monster, about other things which didn't exist and never did. People like to believe, though, don't they? People want to believe. It's just, I don't know why. As a former newsreader, says Paula, were you taught how to breathe properly whilst reading? I'm always hearing newsreaders gasping for air. I was taught, I wasn't taught anything, actually. I learnt how to read without sounding as though like that. There's only one time where I was completely floored and the news that came to me was running late. I had to run into the studio to read the news, clutching it, and I was out of breath when I got into the studio, hoping the first story had what they call a cut on it, which meant I can go, this report from Rodney Bennett. But it didn't. The first 3 stories were all hard copy. And I started to flounder at the end of the first one, and then I sounded like I was going under. I could not breathe for love nor money. It was the worst thing I've ever had. Never done it since. But I learnt to breathe during a news bulletin. You had to breathe in the right places, and you just learn it, because otherwise you go ta 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 like that. So, sorry, I can't hear you. You're not pushing the button. Have I ever been late for a show? What an outrageous suggestion. I'm a professional presenter. Of course I've never been late for the show. I'm paid to be here for certain times. And also, not just paid to be here for certain times, but paid to actually be there to prepare for a show. You can't just turn up, a couple of minutes before you're going on air. I mean, I'm here at least an hour beforehand. At least an hour. And if not longer at the weekends, because I like to settle down into it. It's a job. I know it sounds like it's a great deal of fun and all the rest of it, but, we go home world-weary at the end of each day. The boys, barely the strength to walk down the stairs, ladies and gentlemen, as Corey sets off on his travels, his little backpack on and everything else. See you tomorrow, Steve, he says. And I go, see you, whoever you are. And he sort of wanders off in that direction. Luke, meanwhile, is sort of wandering around with a tray of coffees. Oh, dear. Steve, how do you live on one hit? Dolly Parton, I Will Always Love You. Dolly Parton, only one hit. Are you serious? And Slade, Wish You Merry Christmas. They had loads of hit singles. Dolly Parton, I found out. Sorry? Yeah, she wrote 9 to 5. Me and Little Andy, and find out how many hits Dolly Parton had. Oh, there's loads of them. Islands in the Stream. Good God, I mean, she came over here, she did her hits. You could last a 2-hour concert. Definitely had loads of them. So, Jolene, 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 which is probably her famous. So, we had Coat of Many Colours, hit. Here You Come Again. 2 Doors Down, huge hit. Love is Like a Butterfly. Rockin' Years, Why'd You Come In Here? My Tennessee Mountain Home, The Bargain Store, Me and Little Andy from 1977. Oh, there were tons of them. I mean, absolute Tennessee Homesick Blues. I mean, Peace Train, Shine, You're the Only One, Great Balls of Fire. I mean, seriously, she had more hits than you can imagine. And she's got Dollywood, which is her own theme park. I'd love a theme park. It would just serve Prosecco. That's all it would be. Prosecco, Kentucky Fried Chicken and portions of chips. That would be it. A Prosecco bar. I think there is a Prosecco bar. Oh, no, perhaps it's a champagne bar at one of the stations. It should be a Prosecco bar. That'd be quite nice. I think, because I was looking at a car the other day, because I'm thinking of I'm not going to do it just yet. And it actually had, in the boot of the car, a chilled wine cellar thing. You slide it out and it chills the wine. And it comes with the glasses and everything else. I mean, how cool is that? I mean, not that you could, drink and drive, but if you're sitting in the back of the car, I saw one where the arm that pulls down in the middle to separate the two seats at the back, you lift it up and it's a little mini fridge with a bottle of champagne in there. Pfft, as if a bottle's going to last you any length of time. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Steve, I thought it was a sister ship. Or is that a conspiracy theory, says Chris? What, there was another ship, wasn't there? What, to go and rescue the Titanic? Was that the Carpathian? I think. But they were so far away. I think that was not the Titanic the very first ship to use SOS? I think it was the first ship that had ever used Save Our Souls. The Carpathia was a Cunard line, and somebody's asked where it is now. God knows, actually. But it was built by Swan Hunter and Wigham Richardson in the shipyard in Newcastle upon Tyne. Made her maiden voyage in 1903. I think the Carpathia was the only vessel to rescue any survivors of the Titanic disaster. But I'm pretty certain Titanic was the first ship to use SOS as their distress signal. There you go. I'm pretty certain I'm true, actually. Did they send an SOS? The last wireless message, CQD and SOS, not actually an acronym for Come Quick, Disaster or anything else. All of the message was sent April 15th, 1912 and began shortly after midnight. So the Titanic's last desperate SOS. And I think by the time they actually got there, the ship had gone down. That was the trouble. And they were left with the task of picking up the bodies and the survivors. Still people bobbing about in those lifeboats. But still a story that people talk about even now, don't they? But it wouldn't surprise me, actually, if there was a conspiracy theory. Really. Steve, we're off to Tenerife to celebrate a 1-year anniversary. Be listening to you from the day, as we always do, say Rabbit and Teddy. Rabbit and Teddy. Tenerife. Are you allowed to use Tenerife? Are the beaches open, or are you going to have to sit in the hotel room and stare out at the water? Mind you, I suppose it's the same as sitting on a beach. Isn't it, really? I think. Steve, criminals know when they're likely to be convicted, so they plead guilty in advance to get a shorter sentence. Innocent people won't want to plead guilty, so will opt for a trial and get a longer sentence if convicted. Yes, I mean, it's a case of they do plea deals. Plea bargaining, it's called. Plea bargaining. Still to come, an army major is walking the length of the UK barefoot to fund treatment for his 8-year-old daughter who has a rare disease. She needs treatment for Cornelia de Lange syndrome to ensure she doesn't end up in a wheelchair, bound, mute and affected by seizures and requiring round-the-clock care. And he's got to do that walking to raise the money. He's going to trek from Cornwall to Edinburgh via Downing Street. Is that Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC? You're very welcome. It's nice to have your company. I trust you are keeping as well as can be expected. And so you're hearing on the news, aren't you, of all these pubs which have opened and now they're closing again. Spain have gone into partial lockdown. Slade, by the way, Steve, had 6 number ones. I know. Actually, there is a version of Slade still touring, isn't there? But it's not got Noddy Holder with it. I think Noddy is a radio presenter now. I'm pretty certain he does radio. Anyway, so here's a nice bottle of whiskey I've got for you. If only Thomas was here today, he'd have gone for this whiskey straight away. There was a great film years ago, part of the Ealing range of films. It was called Whiskey Galore, and it was based on a true story of a ship carrying a lot of whiskey, which sank off Eriskay in the Outer Hebrides in 1941. And the people who lived in the village heard about the ship. They went down there because they used to have, in the early days, I don't think it was the case in this particular one, but pirates would shine lights. So the ship would head for what it thought was the safety of a light, but in fact it used to drag it onto rocks, and then they would pillage. And in this particular case, it was carrying whiskey. Cases and cases of whiskey. So the villagers all went down to the coast and they nicked as much whiskey as they could carry. Unfortunately, the inspectors were down on them like a ton of bricks, but they hid the whiskey. And a bottle of whiskey from the ship which inspired the story of Whiskey Galore, which was part of the cargo of the SS Politician, is coming up for auction. It's being held by the Grand Whiskey Auction Company, said to have attracted interest from around the world. The bids are already up to 8,500. Now, the difference is with this whiskey, it is not fit for human consumption. Now, I don't know whether it's because it's the age of it, but it's a bottling A rare bottling where you have a chance to own a piece of whiskey history. So Whiskey Galore was published in, I think, by Sir Compton Mackenzie in 1947. Then it was adapted in 49 for the Ealing comedy with Basil Radford. And again in a 2016 version with Gregor Fisher and Eddie Izzard. So you can buy it. It was recovered by a diver, George Curry of Orkney, but not suitable for human consumption. What? Well, I don't know. I mean, it's been at the bottom of the ocean, and presumably all whiskey bottles in those days were, as is today, sealed. And surely, if it's sealed, you could then open it, couldn't you, and try it? How do they know it's not filled? You know, it's not sort of fit for. Well, I don't know. I thought whiskey just got better with age. I didn't think that, whiskey goes off. I know some people buy cheap bottles of wine in the supermarket and think that they'll save it as an investment. We paid £3.60 for a bottle of Liebfrau Milch. We're hoping. We've had it for 6 years. The thing would have taken off by now. I had that the other day with a bottle of Prosecco. I'd obviously sort of jolted it in the boot of the car or something, because I sort of took off the foil bit, then I took off the metal thing, and then it shot out the bottle. Like I couldn't even have a chance to get my hand on it. Wasted about half a teaspoonful of Prosecco. I was very embarrassed by the whole thing, but managed to save it. So that was good news. Jamie Oliver wants Boris Johnson to implement his oven-ready obesity plan to get the nation fit. And he wants supermarkets' frozen aisles to look more appealing and lockdown tax cuts to be made permanent for restaurants selling healthy food. I still maintain if I was going to have sort of any sort of... I don't know what I would have as a business, actually. If it was a fish and chip shop, I think I'd be as big as the size of a whale. I'd just be eating chips all the time. Just have a chip, because you see chips... Whenever you buy chips from the fish and chip shop, there's always one which is crispier than all the others. And they're the ones I like. Nicky Clark has revealed he's a celebrity hairdresser. In fact, I think, actually, he's been responsible for Nick's hair over the years. He was once paid 12,000 quid for 3 blow-dries. 12,000 quid. He said he was once asked to work on a L'Oreal advert starring Hollywood star Isabella Rossellini and was told the money would be no object. He said, I warned them it would be expensive, and they said, just send us the bill. So I did 3 blow-dries for £12,000. That is outrageous. £12,000. Mind you, I've heard of people flying in their hairdressers from around the world. And there's a curry shop in London. They send their curries around the world as well. People who are so enamoured by their food that people will sort of send off for it. I bought hot dogs the other day. They're like 18 inches long. I bought them in Costco. I've never seen something that length. And so I might have some hot dogs today. Not obviously going to eat the whole 18 inches. I shall sort of cut it all up, make it a lot easier. But I don't know what I'm doing today. Isn't it bizarre, honestly, a Tuesday? You'd think I'd have some idea. I can't think of anything off the top of my head that needs doing. And I can't think of anything that I need to do. No, actually, you're right, actually. I might have to do a little bit of gardening. It's only because I bought some verbena and I need to plant it into something just to make it look a bit better. But if we're in for this bad weather... I don't know when the bad weather comes around. Hey Siri, what's the weather like in London today?
It's currently clear and 13 degrees. Expect cloudy skies starting early in the morning at 11 a.m. and rain tonight with mixed conditions for the rest of the day. Today's high will be 21 degrees and the low will be 12.
She's South African, I think we should find another voice. I don't know how you find other voices on there, actually. No, I don't want to be taught by you because you'll change my phone to do something different. At the moment, I don't get any notifications, so you've been fiddling about with the phone again. I know what you're like. Wait a minute, it's in settings. Does it give you a list of all the different voices? Does it really? In settings, right. I'm going into... You can play along at home if you want. You've got to have an Apple phone. Okay, in settings. So I've got that. Then you... Can I find Siri? Oh. Siri in search, yes. Siri in search. Okay. Language. I've got both. I've got language and I've got Siri voice. Siri voice. Okay. Push this there. Oh, right. Oh, you don't get a huge... I get American, Australian, British, Indian, Irish, South African. Who should we go for? We've had Irish, we've had South African... American, Australian. Which one? American might be nice. Okay. Connect to... Oh. To download this voice, make sure you're connected to Wi-Fi. Okay. I've clicked OK. I don't know what it's doing now, actually. So I haven't... Oh, it's not going to do it, is it? Do I want a male voice? I could have a male voice, couldn't I? Yeah. Oh, again, connect to Wi-Fi. I'm obviously not connected to Wi-Fi. Oh, it's too confusing, honestly. Well, how did you manage to do it? What did you do to my phone? Because it says connect to Wi-Fi. Oh, I don't know, honestly. It's too stressful. It's only Tuesday. I don't need this kind of pressure on me. I've got Christmas to worry about at the moment. No surprise to hear that following the success of The Masked Singer, BBC is launching its own guessing game singing show. Oh, God. Can't they have any original ideas? It's called I Can See Your Voice. And it'll air in 2021. Will feature a team of 2 players presented with a lineup of folk who all claim to be singers. Oh, God, honestly, it sounds dreary already. It's bad enough, Celebrity MasterChef, where they've got all sorts of terribly boring people. So this one, who have they got on this one? Karen Gibson, Dom Littlewood and Phil Daniels. Dom Littlewood. They must be running out. I mean, they can't find anybody to go at the moment on Strictly Come Dancing. And it's only because I was sort of thinking, but... Dancing on Ice has scraped the bottom of the barrel on more than one occasion. I mean, they need to find some proper celebrities. But, of course, proper celebrities don't want to go on stuff like this. I don't know why they don't. Harry and Meghan doing a video call. He's ageing by the minute. She just they look a bit bored, really, which is a bit of a shame. And they use one of their few remaining roles to speak out again over racial bias. But what would the Queen think? And the answer is, I don't think Harry remotely cares what the Queen thinks. I think it's a case of Meghan has said to him, listen, you don't need to worry about it. You don't need to be told by these people how to live your life. You're old enough and ugly enough to do it, so that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. See, back in my skip lorry, says Ian the Skip. After a long weekend in Whitstable, which we talked about the other week. We like Whitstable. We think it's very nice. I need to go at some point. Popped over to Tankerton looking for Suggs, but alas, says Ian. And then... all these other people. Steve, what surprised me was that Men at Work was a Scottish band. Were they? I thought they were Australia. I thought that, unless they had the hit in Australia. And somebody says, I thought you were an educated man. Well, yes, it was sealed, but it's been under the sea for 100 years. What's that got to do with it? Doesn't do anything with it. They are Men at Work, Australian rock band. Yeah, not Scottish at all. I come from a land down under. That sounds Australian to me. Not, I come from a land down under. Doesn't sound the same at all, I'm afraid. So, wrong on that one. I mean, where individual people came from, but the band originally came from Australia. Jenny Murray claims she spent £10,000 on stomach surgery. She said it was the best money she's ever spent. She was 24 stone. Her BMI hit 50, which is in the obese range. She's now 14 stone. But it's cheating, isn't it? If you spend money on stomach surgery or having I was trying to explain to Luke about having your stomach stapled and to lose weight. And then you have everything liquidised so that you can't take solids in, which sort of makes you a little bit better, apparently. But she sort of did it. She says that it was the best thing she's ever done. Because she said, I'm also vertically challenged. I think she's not very tall either, but she did this private procedure which has removed 3/4 of her stomach. Sounds horrendous, doesn't it? Also, more from Richard Kay, the editor-at-large for the Daily Mail, from our peerless royal expert, a devastating analysis of the Duke's crisis. Andrew's silence is ruinously damaging his mother. He must end this excruciating standoff. He's stubborn, he's ignorant of lots of things, and he's not doing anything at the moment. I mean, I don't know why it's taking such a long time. Doesn't he wake up and feel awful every day that he must know something? I mean, I suppose, listen, he could tell fibs all the way through it and just go, I don't know anything. He never said anything to me about this. Well, you spent enough time in his company, for God's sake. Also, names of high-profile friends will stay secret in the Maxwell court case. Do you know she's got 3 passports, Ghislaine? 3 different passports, and quite clearly quite a lot of money. But here she is with Kevin Spacey posing on the thrones at Buckingham Palace, all arranged by Andrew. How kind, how kind. He obviously feels he has to kowtow to these people. But he doesn't. He just has to sort of come up and sort of answer some questions. They're not complicated, is it? Actors could return to the stage this summer for outdoor performances, but pantos will remain banned because loud children risk spreading coronavirus. Well, that's not what we want to hear, is it? We don't want to hear anything like that at all, thank you very much indeed. But we'll wait and see. Wait and see what happens. And 75% may develop the silent immunity. In other words, you won't know that you've got it, but you might have it. Which is not great, is it? 1:15 morning, everybody. It's nice to have your company. 6:20, so a bit of rain around today. Nothing we can't... Listen, I mean, this is what happens in this country. It rains. We get rain. I don't know why we're ever surprised by it. You have to go onto YouTube and check out the picture of this tree. The other day, they say a couple forced to leap for their lives. It's precariously on a road. In fact, it's on a road that I know very well indeed, round in South Ealing in West London. They have to check trees on a regular basis. The council are investigating as to why this one sort of gave up. And it's there just by the traffic lights. Then all of a sudden, it's down and it covers the entire road. I mean, there was a couple approaching. They just, I mean, literally, because it sort of kind of went slowly, they were able to step away from it. But it was being recorded, and one of the women said, as the video was recorded, I was shocked and scared. The couple were very lucky. No, they weren't. It was easy. You could see how they were able to walk away from that. They were so lucky a person who's constantly looking at their phone would be killed. Well, there was a woman the other side of the road. She's on her phone. She crosses over the road and just carries on walking. Some people make a drama out of a crisis, don't they, really? So here are these bags, the handbags now. Need an excuse to buy one. But just remember, you're only going to get this sort of money if these are perfect. If you've used it, it's got a bit of lipstick or the stitch, they're not interested. It's as simple as that. There's a Birkin bag here, and it was bought for £25,000 for a handbag. I mean, that is just obscene. It's now worth £50,000. There's a Kelly bag, 7,200, worth 10,000. But as I say, it's no good you thinking, I've got one as well. They've got to be in perfect condition, with all the packaging, with everything. If it's got a lipstick stain in it, that reduces. The people who are paying this sort of money are looking for perfection. There's another Birkin bag. Oh, this one's £30,000 when you buy it. They're selling it for £50,000. And Hermes Birkin bags are up 41.88%. It's amazing, really. Hermes Kellys up 16.24%. Louis Vuitton bags up 7.86%. Chanel 4.84%. Rare whiskies up 11%. These are things you could invest in. Stamps. I don't know anything about stamps. Nothing at all. Art up 4%. Coins up 3%. Cars up 2%. Watches up 2%. Furniture, nothing. Nobody's interested. Barbara Taylor Bradford says, I've still got an elegant black bag, Hermes, a Kelly. It costs about £800. Now I've got more than 70 handbags. I've never bought one for myself. Bob wouldn't allow it. Hermes bag was always a birthday gift, along with a piece of jewellery. How lovely. She's got one here. It's a green Kelly that Bob bought me for £5,000, and it goes with so many colours. Amazing, isn't it? That people would spend this much. I don't think there's anything that men buy that could be worth it, apart from trainers. Trainers are generally quite expensive. People become addicted to trainers. I'm not one of them, as you can well imagine. In fact, I don't even possess a pair of trainers. I just look ridiculous. I'm way too old for a pair of trainers. I want people looking at me with pity, going, poor soul, look at him, he's wearing trainers. It's like every time you see poor Eamon Holmes, he's wearing what can only be described as orthopaedic shoes. Something nice and comfy for him in his old age. Happy birthday to Ringo Starr, born Richard Starkey in Liverpool. He's 80 today. He played with, it was really the beginning of the Beatles. Ringo has refused to sign autographs for several years because he was fed up with them appearing on eBay, so they're quite hard to get. You probably find you can get a Princess Diana autograph much quicker than you can get a Ringo Starr one. And also, who is it who doesn't sign as well? There was, I mean, it might have been Buzz Aldrin, who was offered £1 million to sign. What a lot of the autograph companies do is they will give somebody £1 million, provided they sign so many items, which they can then sell on. And I think he said that he didn't need the money. I think you'll find that there's an actor. What is his name? What is it? But he actually doesn't sign. He said, I won't sign an autograph, but I'll shake your hand. And that sort of covers it. Because people want an autograph, don't they? But it's when you've got a long line of people and they're saying, oh, can you do this one to Betty? And so, and you mention everybody's name on it. That takes the time. John Lennon. It did what? Yeah, John Lennon. Never did any checks. The signature would be worth more than a check, yeah. It's true, actually. But you can still get ones from the Queen. Somebody who she sent a Christmas card to will sell the card. Like Diana. I think Diana's go for about £25,000. If it's a Christmas card with a personal little message on there. But I would have thought, if you've actually got something like that, wouldn't you want to keep it? I suppose if it's worth that much money, you'd be thinking, well, listen, it's worth that much money. Let's go and sell it. Penny says, Steve, I used to work at John Frieda when Nicky Clark was just a humble stylist in the salon. In 1990, a cut and blow dry with him was 50 quid. One of his clients used to fly over from New York on Concorde and fly back the same day. Can you imagine? Yeah, but mind you, if that's the person who does the best haircut and the best styling for you, that would be the best thing that you fly over. If you're rich, have you seen the programme of Monaco? There are people who, that would be nothing at all. That wouldn't be any hardship to actually fly over and get your hair cut. I mean, I personally wouldn't do it, but there again, if I said to Kasia, you need to sort of fly over, she'd just get the bus. Make it much easier. Steve, what song do you think they'll be doing for the John Lewis Christmas advert? I think it'll be Don't Stand So Close to Me. I don't think they'll be doing a Christmas advert. What, as they're closing all the stores? Stores in the John Lewis lineup are closing left, right and centre. They're not going to start splashing out like they did last year. Was it 4 million on a Christmas advert? Well, they can't justify getting rid of all these people and closing shops down if they're going to spend that much on an advert. So goodness only knows what's going to happen. Steve, says Angela, I'm confused. How is it safe to have loud children at school but not at the panto? Oh, listen, they make up the rules as they go along. I don't know how it works either. Jeannie had a wonderful evening, Steve, watching Cinema Paradiso. The boy looked like my brother when he was young, and the beautiful mother looked just like my late mum. Would have been her 99th birthday yesterday. What with the music score, I smiled and cried. Love it. Yes, and the music score, of course, for Cinema Paradiso, done by Ennio Morricone, who's just died at the age of 91. Steve, Neil Armstrong and somebody else. Buzz Aldrin has sold enough to make up for the pair of them, says Andy. Find me a Buzz Aldrin autograph. There is a place called, it's in the Strand, Fraser's Autographs. They're in the Strand, and they've got most celebrities. What they do if they've only got a little one. Oh, here we go. Buzz Aldrin signed photograph. That's going for 1,600 quid. They've got one here. £3,750. Good Lord. That's a lot of money, isn't it? That is a huge amount of money. Find me Diana. How much does Princess Diana go for? You can have immense fun, but you can play along at home. Seriously. Princess Diana. Ooh, there's all sorts here we've got. All sorts. Princess Diana's signature, 2,950. Okay. One of the finest signed Christmas cards, 1,197. I liked the way she wrote Diana. I thought it was quite nice. If it was personalised, it was actually better. Much better. Just remember, if you're buying on eBay, beware. There are lots of forgeries. Lots of forgeries. You have to know what you're doing if you're going to be buying stuff like this. Okay. Paul McCartney, how much would he go for? Oh, he's got loads of things. Basically, an autograph note, 287 quid. How much is a full set of Beatles? Now, this, again, is a huge forgery market. The Beatles and experts in the field, from Fraser's and places like that, would know, looking at them. There you go, the Beatles, £12,885. That would be verified as a set of genuine Beatles, because the Beatles learnt to sign for each other. So I think Paul could sign for George, and so if they disappeared off, they could then do them. And the secretaries at Apple could do exactly the same. And then they brought in AutoPen, which could mirror that. So you've got to know it's a genuine autograph. That's why 12,000 quid would signify a genuine, and they've all got to be on the one page. They can just tell. They can tell. I don't know what they're looking for. It's like, sussing out a fake antique, isn't it? Somebody would go, this isn't what it purports to be. It's something else. This wood is sort of from a different time. It's like paintings. They look at them and go, but look at the colour here. This colour wasn't invented when this picture was made. And so in the Beatles case, I mean, there is one here, 41,000. 41,000. There's a signed copy of an album, the White Album, which sold in 2013 for £114,000. I mean, I don't have it anymore. I've sold it on. Because that's what people will actually pay. If you want a genuine set, because let's face it, two of the Beatles aren't here anymore, so you're lucky to have got that. And that's worth something to somebody, because there would only maybe be one or two of those albums around. They wouldn't sign loads of them. But can you imagine if they'd known? I'd be writing my name all over everything. Best wishes, Steve. To Paul from Steve. To Steve from Paul. You could spend ages doing it. But they did have a lot of the girls in the Apple office who would duplicate the signatures. And so that's why whenever people used to come on, we used to do valuations on my programme of people selling their autographs, and they'd say, oh, I've got a set of Beatles signatures, and Poppy from Frasers, who was with them at the time, said, were you there when they signed? And they went, no, we sent the book in, it went back to the stage door. And she said, well, there's a very good chance it's probably not genuine. They've all got to be on the same page. But what they do nowadays is, if you get, say, you know, Keir Starmer's autograph, you know, it's just signed Sir Keir Starmer with a kiss or something like that, and it was on a page with loads of other things, you would cut it out, and you would have a photograph of Sir Keir Starmer, and then a little box underneath with that signature on it. So you would know who it was. Because I wanted to buy a Peggy Mount one years and years ago, and I think you'd get it for about 70 quid, and it was the photograph of Peggy Mount, and then underneath was the signature, which they just put into a little, one of those little box things underneath it. And that's how they do it. But in the Beatles case, you're looking at something that's A, very old, and B, very rare. So they're now selling better than Diana. You know, anybody who dies is good. You could probably get an Elvis for a reasonable amount of money, I should imagine. In fact, we'll find out after the news. 2:07 on a Tuesday morning. I'm just having a quick look through the papers, actually. They're still talking about the NHS heroes, and they really are. They really are. But actually, yesterday, we had the least amount of deaths since this thing began. So, but they always say that's actually a bad sign. So, least amount of deaths, then it could come back and bite you. There are a number of remedies which you probably tried yourself, actually. And one of them is, can you shine a light in your ear, and can it stop you feeling tired? And so they've got gadgets, supplements, or chewing gum. And one of here, there's an organic vitamin B12 spray. It costs 13 quid. It gets an 8 out of 10, which is actually quite high. They've also got a human charger. Okay, this is... this didn't do very well, actually, at all. It's a human charger, and it's a pocket-sized light therapy device, a control box and earbuds, said to boost energy levels using light to stimulate the brain via the ear canal. Put the earbuds in, turn it on, and bright light flows to photosensitive light response areas of the brain, the manufacturers say. It increases levels of chemicals released by the body, such as noradrenaline, which raises blood sugar levels, all in 12 minutes. The expert verdict is no. This got 0 out of 10, and it's £175, so you have been warned. There's also Blockhead Energy Gum, which actually doesn't sound... I mean, that gets a 7 out of 10. But again, don't take if you're pregnant or breastfeeding. Lucozade Revive, a sparkling drink said to be like a breath of fresh air or a splash of water to the face. The expert verdict is it's B vitamins, which will boost energy, but also sugar, which gives a temporary lift, then a crash in energy level. Try B vitamin tablets or look for a sugar-free alternative. It gets 1 out of 10. 1 out of 10. Another one here, a Drowse Buster, an anti-sleep gadget. It's a wearable device clipped to the ears designed to help you stay awake whilst driving, based on the principle of Chinese medicine involving stimulating the earlobe to reduce sleepiness. It massages earlobes for 5 minutes, used before driving or whenever you feel sleepy. Again, it is unsafe to assume this will keep you alert enough to drive. If you feel sleepy, don't drive. 0 out of 10. But then for Energex Plus tablets, 60 of them for £12.95, this one gets a 9 out of 10, which is good, isn't it? That's very good. 9 out of 10 is about as good as it gets. So, but do check these things. If it sounds too good to be true, do get it checked out, because we're all very keen to buy things, aren't we? I remember years ago when they first brought out light boxes. Do you remember people who suffered from SAD, seasonal affective disorder? And they said it's people who get depressed by miserable weather in the winter time, whereas I love it. But some people get very depressed by it. So they say, if you sit in front of this light, your body is absorbing light. Years ago, kids used to do it at school. I've got pictures, you know, which I've seen online of kids in their pants at school with goggles on, standing in front of light boxes to give them that boost of energy back. Whether it works, I've got no idea. No idea. Steve, I used to travel from Solihull to Epping every 6 weeks, just had my hair cut by Sue in Epping, a very popular haircutter. It was worth the trip. We said, well, that's it, especially for ladies. it's a very important thing to have done. If you find somebody who cuts your hair and they're really good at it and they know exactly, you know, they're the right person, they chat, they do all the whole business, and then they say, oh, I'm moving salons, you're going with them because you don't want to sort of let somebody else starting to cut. I've had all sorts of hairdressers over the years. Literally, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, my hair doesn't really take much looking after. It just takes a little sort of clipper job. You just click the one thing on it and you get whiz over your hair. And that's about it. And it's much easier than having to sort of... I mean, I did try doing it myself, but I could only manage the top of it. And even then I wasn't that brilliant. So I've done the top of it, but it's the back I couldn't do. Could never do the back of my hair, which is a shame. Fiona's special invitation to the Antiques Roadshow. And this is Fiona Bruce. 5,000 people go to some of their filming days. 5,000 people. It's amazing. Most memorable finds in its 40 years include a Fabergé flower ornament worth $1 million, a handwritten document signed by Elizabeth I, a ring containing a lock of author Charlotte Bronte's hair, a wristwatch owned by Lawrence of Arabia, and a 17th century miniature book reviewing Shakespeare's plays. That's what they found so far. Because I reckon there's loads of you. If you've got a family that goes back generations, you know, and Granny had something and her mother had something and it was all passed on, it's all, you know, you love, don't you, pulling drawers out and you discover there's a secret drawer. And in the secret drawer is, you know, something really historic and you go, I wonder what that's worth. The answer is something, you know, your piece of rubbish is absolutely dynamite to anybody else. How much for a Katie Price autograph? I think, actually, I don't want to be rude, but I think she's paying people to take those. I think she's currently offering about £1. I've got Diana Dawes' autograph on the back of a cigarette packet. Oh, that's good. That's like having Diana's on the Queen of Hearts playing card, isn't it? Steve, I just paid $4,000 for the first Metallica album signed by all members. One is tragically dead. I had it authenticated twice, says Declan. Wow. $4,000. You see, that's obviously, if you're a Metallica fan, $4,000, that's worth it to you because that's your history. Brenda says, how much would your signature be worth? About £1,000, I think. Not for all of them. On a tea towel, it's worth about £1,000. My uncle used to own the very pyjamas that Elvis wore in the Jailhouse Rock video. They came in a giant frame and he picked them up for £10,000 at the time. And all certified and verified. Now, I heard of something else like this. Somebody had this for years. In fact, somebody I know very well. And they had a shirt signed by all members of the Chelsea football players. And he had it framed and put in his loo and everything else. And they gave it to him for his wedding, all his mates. They got this sort of Chelsea thing done. And years later, they came back and said, it's a fake. We did all the signatures on it. It was gutted. But for years he'd had it because he thought that's, you know, he's big Chelsea fan. And then they all admitted, no, we sat down and did it one time. Because you wouldn't know, would you? You wouldn't know. That's awful. Terrible thing. Steve, I went to London from Reading yesterday. Morning rush hour, station car park empty. Where is everybody, says Mark. Strangely enough, I go out yesterday. I had a little doze when I got in. Had a piece of toast. 3. And I had a little sort of doze, and then I looked at the clock and I thought it said 10:30. So I quickly threw some shoes on and I got down and I got in the car because I thought I'd better nip to Costco, get a few bits and pieces, and it turned out to be 9:30. Well, I got to Costco at 9:45 and they were letting people in. There was nobody. There was only about half a dozen of us in Costco. I came back, the roads were empty. You're right. Where did everybody go yesterday? I had no idea. I mean, I thought there'd be queues in Costco going down the stairs. I just walked straight in, which was lovely. So you're right. Liam says, I used to like a band called The Onions. When they broke up, I cried. Right, you're barred. Not having that this morning. Steve says, Billy, my late nan has a pack of matches and a miniature bag of decorative sweets from the Air Force One plane when Barack Obama was in place. See, that'd be a nice little thing to have. I've got a book at home. It's the Liberace story. And it's signed by Liberace inside. And, of course, the more I thought about it, and I only thought about it about a year ago, I thought, he can't have signed it. This thing, you know, Liberace would never have signed any book that sort of painted him to be this sort of aging queen who wore all these wonderful costumes on stage. And it was only because I thought, oh, that's nice. I've actually got Liberace's autograph on this book. Suddenly realised, duh. Carol says, I get depressed by the miserable, hot, humid weather in the summer. All I do is retreat to my air conditioning. I love the cool, crisp weather in the autumn and the winter. Yes, see, I can be quite happy in autumn and winter because you can sort of put gloves on and a scarf and a hat and stuff like that. That makes you feel a bit better about life, doesn't it? Well, sometimes it makes you feel a bit better. Let's see who we have driving us this morning. I'm just checking, actually. Yesterday was Speedy Gonzales. I mean, seriously. Oh, good. It's Sam. And, the one yesterday, and seriously, I've never been at such speed. Even I can go very fast in the car, but I mean, I don't do it at all. I'm too worried. And Steve and the lads, ditto, Marjorie and Annie from the Ultimate Spikers group have had their birthdays over the weekend, so please wish them a very, very happy birthday. Remember Autograph by Walter Lord, the author, Titanic survivors and Second Officer Charles Lightoll's grandniece, one of my prized possessions. Well, I would think so too. That would be one of my prized possessions as well. I've got an illustrated version of A Night to Remember, autographed by Walter Lord, the author. 9 Titanic survivors and Second Officer Charles... Oh, I've just done that one, haven't I? And, Steve, I managed to get Errol Brown's signature on a sachet of hot chocolate. Is that worth anything? Well, it's got novelty value. I mean, I should imagine. But Dale and I bumped into him. He was at Hot Chocolate. Were touring the country when we'd gone up to Sheffield to see a relative of his. And they were staying in the same place. And we came out. We were going in and Errol was coming out. He died very young, didn't he? I remember thinking that was far too young. Also, a barge decked out as a catwalk. They're doing all sorts of things now. And also a huge increase in litter and fly tippings in woodlands during lockdown is harming the countryside. What sort of people, ladies and gentlemen, would fill up the countryside with all their rubbish? Surely that's people giving it to somebody who would then... You're dealing with a third party, aren't you? The post office is going to get electric vans to deliver carbon cuts. So it's a 6-month trial of new vehicles. They're quite big. They look quite big. Not going to be much point to my postman, Darren, because he's got a little cart that he pushes around. He must be so fit. He literally walks... he must walk miles every day in Twickenham. Very clever, very clever. Here's an osprey grabbing breakfast. They always print these pictures. These pictures could be 10 years old. It's somebody sitting there with a camera, and here's an osprey, and it sees a fish, and it just dives down on top of the water, grabs the fish. Well, what else do you think they're eating? They're not doing McDonald's, are they? Or KFC or Spadulike. They're not doing any of those sort of things. And so it could be an old picture, but they say, oh, somebody saw this in Aviemore in the Highlands. Yeah, right. What? They found a 4-inch Diddy Dino. They think this one is a tiny relative of dinosaurs. It's been unearthed in Africa. I can't tell you what it's called because I can't pronounce it, and I'm not even going to risk it and embarrass myself. But it lived about 237 million years ago, and it was 4 inches tall. And they say because it's a relative of the Tyrannosaurus rex, because the Tyrannosaurus rexes were about 40 feet tall. They were fairly sort of big, and that's why they've died out, really, I suppose. But this one was 120 times smaller than a T-Rex. And the fossil had wear in its teeth consistent with beetle eating. How lovely. Honestly, the stuff they find nowadays, I mean, after all this time, and this is, you wouldn't even see it. It'd just snap at your heels, wouldn't it, if it's got sort of sharp teeth. Marty Wilde has got a pacemaker. Good Lord above. Marty Wilde is an MBE. When the rock and roll legend collapsed during lockdown, his wife Joyce feared the worst. Now a pacemaker's given him a new lease of life. Do you know he's 81? Marty Wilde is 81. Good Lord above. He said, I'm 6'3", so it was like the Statue of Liberty going over. And his wife Joyce, who's 79, they've been married 60 years. And he had dizziness, palpitations, all the usual kind of things. But they fitted this pacemaker, and they drop it into your shoulder. When I was in hospital having my stents done, first time round, they had, there was a man, he was 91, and he was having a pacemaker fitted. And I remember thinking, that's unbelievable. And they literally make an incision, and I think the battery lasts for about 10 years or something, and they just inserted it. It's like doing the stents, isn't it? It's a similar kind of thing. Although, actually, they did say, would you like heart surgery or stents? I thought, I'm not risking heart surgery, thank you very much indeed. I shall make sure that I'm having the stents. So, twice I've had the stents now. And for anybody having them done, I don't know whether or not they're back doing the operations, but it's totally painless. People keep writing to me saying, does it hurt? If you have your cataracts done, does that hurt? The answer is no, you don't feel a thing. Nothing at all. So the papers, peers demand BBC must honour TV licence pledge for the over 75s. This is front page of the Daily Express for today. The Antiques Roadshow must go on. I don't know why, actually. Why must it go on? We're obsessed with either cooking programmes or antique-y type programmes. And I suppose people like sitting there. Perhaps it's a day out. Perhaps it's a day out for some people. You sit there with your your great Aunt Mary's little treasure. And then, because I think sometimes they do the area, don't they? The antique people do the area. Say, have you got anything that you'd like to us to have a look at? And then we can take it along to the show. Because you might have something that, is valuable, but you don't know it. Although sometimes the prices don't seem to be very high, do they? I'm always amazed when you see one of these antique shows where they have people competing to make money. They go into an antique shop and you've got the ordinary member of the public and then you've got the antique person who's the expert with them. And they'll pick up an item and they'll go, OK, this is 95. Well, we don't want to spend 95, do we? And so they always go, what's your best price? And they'll go, 87? They go, I'm looking for really about 20. And I'm thinking, you're not going to get it for 20. And the next minute, the bloke there goes, yeah, that'll be all right. And you think, the markup must be horrendous on half of this stuff. I mean, it is. Seriously, they seem to get the most amazing deals. I go in there. I remember going to a shop, not too far from here, actually, and they had some Beatles badges, which were marked up at, I think, 25 quid or something. And I said, what's your best price? And the bloke said, 25 quid. So I'm obviously hopeless at sort of doing these sort of deals. I can't do things like that. I can't haggle. So if they go, it's 25 quid and I go, would you take 24? No. Well, where'd you go from there? You don't go anywhere. I can't go down. I can only go back up to the 25. I can't go anywhere. And somebody said to me, oh, you give in too easily, Steve. And I said, but, if I looked at a picture, just imagine it was 30,000, I'd feel a bit guilty offering them 20. Because they might look at me and go, no, it's £30,000. I go, would you take 26? By the time they've said no 3 times, you just want the ground to open up and sort of swallow you up. So when I tried to get these Beatles badges from this shop, which had a lot of sort of showbiz ephemera, so I thought my brother would like things like that. And because he wouldn't do a deal, I had exactly the same in a charity shop in Twickenham. There's a woman in there behind the counter. It's a charity shop, if you please. Grateful for anything they can get. You are kidding, aren't you? Ruthless. They've now, everything's barcoded. The tat that they're selling. And they had some, I think Red Glass is a name for it. I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, and they had a couple in there. And it was up at 30 quid. So I went and I said, would you take 20? And she went, no. And I said, oh, what's your best price? She said, that's the best price. And it's all barcoded. You can't go in there and offer a penny for a jumper, which people used to years ago. And so I sort of thought to myself that, that would be quite a nice thing to, but they weren't budging. I'm useless. And yet a friend of mine is brilliant. He's absolutely brilliant at haggling. I can't do it for love nor money. I could tell you a story actually, but I can't because it'll drop a friend of mine in it from a great height. But it was, can I tell you this? I'm trying to think if I can tell you this. I can't tell you this story. It's such a good story. Such a good story. No, I can't tell you. I can't tell you because it might identify him. But it is really good, actually. Really, really good. And it involves changing your name. And so, because you can change your name, you can call yourself anything you want, as in the case of Rylan, who's really Ross, which is interesting. And so this person I was aware of had changed his name and put Lord in front of his name. And so he got it on his credit card because it became like a business name, Lord, etc., etc. So he goes into a garage with his car and he said, listen, the paint job is really not very good on this at all. And they said, well, we can take it in and do it. It'll cost you about so-and-so. He said, Mr. So-and-so, and he said, Lord. And immediately the garage did it for free. I mean, even I was surprised. Doesn't work for me. You go into Steve Allen, you come out as Steve Allen. And they still charge you for it. But, yeah, he managed to get away with all sorts. He'd just go, Lord. Ex-MI6 spies dossier sparks Huawei... Is it Huawei? Huawei. I did know how to do this, and all of a sudden it vanished from my vocabulary, I'm afraid. Also, Harry says, time to right the wrongs of the Commonwealth. Oh, my God, fathers, honestly. They do drop themselves in it from a great height. Who's advising them? Obviously, nobody. What a year, say the Daily Star. First it was COVID, then the weather turned bad, then angry people shouted at statues, seagulls nicked our chips, and now the bleeding plague has made a comeback. The bubonic plague in China. Have you heard of this one? They think they've got a case. It's linked to eating rodents. Linked to eating... I don't know, people hate rodents, but apparently they do. Daily Mirror. There's a sex assault trial on at the moment. The Sun. Enders Gillian's ex shot. And you can win tickets to Alton Towers, worth over £110. Daily Telegraph. Stage set for Sunak's £3 billion giveaway. And the pub beer takeaway, a recipe for violence. Well, you've always been able to buy booze. You know, you can go into a supermarket and go and buy booze, can't you? Furious PM on the front of The Guardian this morning accuses care homes over COVID deaths. And Benjamin Zephaniah on the police, the pandemic and poetry. Plus, fit for purpose. Will gyms survive? They can't do for much longer, can they? If they're outdoors, it's fine, but not indoors. The Times, the doctor won't see you now. Call to screen every GP patient. And... ditch Huawei and trade will suffer, warn China. Plus the Eye, Chancellor urged to cut stamp duty this week. And also a tribute to the legendary film composer Ennio Morricone. About 400 to his name. You expect them to sort of be able to go into work because they're saving... I'm not saving anybody's life. I'm not sort of providing medication unless it's absolutely requested. And I'm not practising CPS. Although I probably could, actually. I'd be very good if somebody was in that particular state of mind and they needed bringing back from the other side. I'm your man. I'm the one to bring out the doner kebab, the chips, and all the other things which we can't eat now because, unfortunately, during lockdown, people have been eating more than they would normally. And it's occupational hazard. You sit there, you're sitting in front of the television if you're socially isolating, and you're bored witless. You are bored. I mean, there is a limit to how many times you can reach over and turn the television on and go, oh, it's another pile of rubbish programmes. But after a while, you start warming to the rubbish programmes. I watched a great programme yesterday. It was called Priest School. And it was set in Rome, and it was Scottish priests. It was Scottish young men who go to Rome to train to be Catholic priests. And there's a special enclave of them over there, specifically Scottish priests. And they're all young. It's a 7-year course. And at the end of it, you get to be a priest and you can do funerals, weddings and things like that. And they followed them. Most of them drop out. Because it's tough. Because A, you're learning the whole thing in Italian and Latin. So they go there, some of these boys, and they are boys. I mean, one of them, he said, I've only been here 3 days. He said, I've met the Pope already. You don't generally get to meet even the choristers in St. Peter's Basilica, they never get to meet the Pope. To meet the Pope is quite a thing. And of course, you have to take a vow of celibacy. Well, I mean, around here, that's almost practically enforced. Honestly, you ask people around here, so celibacy, don't talk to me about celibacy. Seriously, and they have to take the vow of celibacy. And some of these boys have been around the clock a few times. They're a bit like people from Love Island. They've been round the clock quite a few times, and then some. And they were exactly the same. He said, oh, I've lived. He said, I've been a student. He said, so obviously I've lived. But then they take this vow of celibacy. It was really interesting. I sat there sort of last night, sort of watching this, thinking, it's quite a devotion, isn't it? I mean, I have a devotion to Global, which is roughly akin to a religious experience. I come in here every day, and we all need blessing. God knows we all need blessing on a daily basis. And the Groovy Gang this morning, we've all been made... It's no good hanging around with us, hoping a bit of the glitter is going to rub off on you. You ain't in it, all right? You're not in the Groovy Gang. By the way, that 20 quid you shoved in an envelope and left in my pigeonhole the other day, it's coming back to you straight away. You and Joe start your own group. Yes. Be called Bookends, would it, I should imagine? I don't want to say there is a similarity between the two of you, but, But we all got masks made. Corey's mother made us masks, and we got them in the LBC colours. He's got blue. Scottish boy has got red. Thomas, I'm so sorry. It started already, I can't remember. And I've got black. Look, they look good, don't they? She makes those herself. Isn't that good? Yeah, you haven't got one. No, you're not in the gang. It's only for the gay. Look, red, white, black, blue and red. There isn't another colour. There is only 3 colours in the LBC colour. Look, it's here. Red, blue, black. There's no... Yeah, that's just the way to emphasise the white bit, so you can see the L, B and the C. It's not for you. There's no other colour. If there was yellow, we'd have a yellow one for you, but there is no yellow in it. Yeah. And I mean, but, you know, stop trying to... Listen, when one of them dies, you can take their place if you're elected. But as they're not going to die, you know, most of them look fairly healthy. Yes. Well, put it 4 years away for Thomas. Me, of course. I mean, last night I was so ill. I was telling Chris from one of our other stations, I was watching the television and I'd had a glass of Prosecco, you know. I thought, well, it's a Tuesday, I can have a glass of Prosecco. So I picked up the bottle, quite heavy, and because it was still full at that moment, and poured it in there. And all of a sudden I started getting, you know when you sometimes sit in front of the television and you feel as though you're a bit bloated? Do you know what I mean? It's sort of... You've had a lot... Well, I get them as well. And you sort of think... You feel as though you've eaten half an elephant. And you feel a bit bloated. And I thought, I feel a bit... You know... And it felt a bit hard. And so I'm sort of... And I think... Anyway, in the end, I decided I'm going to bed. I thought this is obviously the safest place to be, Stephen. So I go to bed, and I'd rearranged the sheets so it wasn't all crumpled up. It looked quite nice. And so I sort of jumped into bed, shot out the other side, picked myself up, climbed back in again. And then I got this stomach cramp, and it was like stomachache, and it hurt, and it was really odd. And I remember a friend of mine, she'd said the other day she had this thing. She thought maybe she'd eaten something that had caused her to have a little bit of stomach upset. So I didn't have stomach upset. I just felt it hurt. It was stomachache. And then I thought perhaps it's trapped wind. So I immediately go to the wardrobe, get the kite out, and I'm waiting patiently, and nothing happened. And I thought, because I have got some tablets for trapped wind. I think they're called Windies or something like that. Anyway, I couldn't find those. And so it really hurt. And so I tried on my side, I tried curling up. I mean, if you'd photographed it and played it back to yourself, I would have looked like Marcel Marceau doing an imitation of the Sur le Pont d'Avignon. Lonnie dancer, lonnie dancer. And so I tried stretching, and then I cued back the other way, and nothing, and it went on for hours until eventually it gradually sort of eased off a little bit. When I wake up this morning, it had actually gone, but it was a right pain. It really was. And I never get stomachache. That's the 2 things I don't get. I don't get stomachache, and I don't get headaches. I haven't had a headache in donkey's years. And I know people who get migraines, and they suffer really badly. Do you get migraines? Yeah, see, I've never had a migraine. Your sight goes blurry. Oh, right. Oh, dear. Yes, because that can affect... I'll tell you what I did once. I banged my head on the boot of the car, and I got concussion. And I was sitting watching the television. I thought, oh, no, I'm going to be ill. I'm going to be ill. And so I lay down. When I was lying down, I was fine. When I tried to sit up, made me sick. Because I just literally hit the top of my head on the boot of the car. The boot had come up, not this car, years ago. And I remember thinking then, I don't like this idea. But I've never had migraine. I've spoken to people who've had it, and they've said it's terrible. You've had one migraine. Do you get stomachache, though, Thomas? Yeah, well, that's what... Oh, right. See, perhaps I better get some Gaviscon in today. I need to go and see Mr. Shah. But it really hurt. It hurt so much, I thought to myself... Do I call an ambulance? I'm not sure whether or not this is worth calling an ambulance. Well, I wasn't really sure what it was. And I like to be aware of most of my illnesses. So, you know, I don't get that many, actually. But I didn't have anything yesterday. So I went and got some water from whether that was the right idea, I don't know. And while I was there, I had some cold water. And then I went back later and had some cold milk. And I thought, would it be... I thought, no. It was almost like somebody was twisting your stomach. But I couldn't make it stop hurting. I didn't really feel better after the milk. No, I sort of lay there thinking, you know when you sort of lie on the bed and you think, if I put my feet outside the bed, I can lie back and stretch my stomach out and that might make it better. Or lie on the settee or something like that. It didn't seem to work. And I hadn't eaten anything yesterday that I'd not eaten before. It was all, you know, I had some bacon and some fried potatoes, and that was it. So nothing, no. Could have been the weather, yeah. And then eventually this morning I had to get up because I'd forgotten to water the baskets yesterday. And so I have watered the baskets in the past when it's absolutely tipping down with rain. And so I went outside. It wasn't tipping down, but it obviously had rained yesterday. And I sort of gave them a good dose I'm going to start taking some pictures, actually, because they're coming along a bit of a treat at the moment. Bit nice. And then I said to Corey, I've got no idea what to do today. It's funny, it's getting to that stage where you don't know what to do when you go home. It's all right for you lot, because you go home to bed. But I've been to bed. So this is now the beginning of my day, and it's a case of, well, you've got to wait till 8. So 7:30 I can do Waitrose, 8 o'clock I can do M&S, and then after that... Sorry? I'm struggling with English. What do you mean learn a language? I can barely get... I'd quite like to learn a language, but I'm too old to apply myself. My brain does not have the capacity to learn another language. Scottish. I tell you what, why do you... Scottish rings a bell with me. Why does Scottish... Oh, apart from the Priest programme. I was watching Goodbye Mr. Chips the other day with Martin Clunes, and in it, he has to age, and it's really good. I mean, he really goes from being sort of young and sort of, you know, with it. And it's such a good film. I've got about 6 versions of it, going back to the Robert Donut one from God knows how many years ago, which is in black and white. And have you ever seen it? It's a bloody good film. It really is. It's about a man who wants to be a schoolmaster, and he joins a public school, and it's Brookfield, which is a mythical school. But they filmed in proper schools. I think Martin Clunes was filmed at Winchester. And it's really lovely because it's him sort of... It's the old-fashioned schooling method. If ever you went to prep school or public school, this is what it's like. This is exactly what it's like. You learn to sort of, you know, live within a group of people who sort of cosset you. You've got you learn your languages, you learn all sorts of different things. And it was him going through the school, but he never made it to headmaster. He was always seen as Chips. And every master at school had a nickname, and his was Mr. Chipping. And he gets married. And he goes on holiday, and everybody's going, oh, he's an old fuddy, he's never going to get married. And he meets this wonderful... In all the films, he meets this wonderful creature who then, you know, goes back. Well, in the Petula Clark one, she's a soubrette on the London stage, a little bit risque, a little bit loud and all the rest of it. She has lots of loud friends. But she then sort of moves into the school with him. They get married, and she starts... The boys then confide... They either fall in love with them, because you don't see many women at prep school. You'll either see matron, or it's generally the wives of the masters. And in each of the cases, because it's the same story, just sort of done in a different way, they go into war, and Mrs. Chipping gets killed. In the Martin Clunes one, she dies in childbirth. But the school don't know this, the class that Mr. Chipping is taking. And he goes back in, and he's just been told she's been killed. And... in the early one with Robert Donut, they've written him all these notes as a joke. Everything is addressed to Mr. Chipping, blah, 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 but they're blank pieces of paper. And then somebody comes in after he starts opening them, and he can't understand because he's full of grief. And one of the boys comes in and says, Mrs. Chipping's been killed. And immediately the boys want their notes back. They go, sorry, sir, it's not meant for you. And they try and take them away, and he goes... Oh, yes. And anyway, he then becomes like a character in the school. Everybody looks after him. You know, boys, their fathers were taught by him and everything else. And at the very end, he gets to be headmaster. They finally decide, this committee of people, to give him the job as headmaster. So he's gone through his entire life. He doesn't know anything else outside of Brookfield, and he becomes the headmaster. And then he falls ill because he's quite old. By that time, he's been allowed to retire, and he takes lodgings in the town, and the boys go and visit him and all the rest of it. And then they hear that he's fading fast, so they go round, and they're sitting by his bedside, and they say, oh, good old Chipping, he was great, everybody loved him and all the rest of it. You know, he married, but pity he never had any children. And he opens his eyes and he go, what's that? Never had any children. He said, but I did. Hundreds. All boys. And then he dies. And it's at that moment I have to get the box of tissues out. And it's so good. It's such a good film. But there's been so many different versions, each one adding a little bit of a new dimension. And Martin Clunes' version is brilliant because he ages, and at the very end, he sees his wife. She comes back and stands in front of him, and you know she's going to lead him off to heaven. You'll buy that film, I'm telling you. It was slightly more violent with the boys in Martin Clunes' one. You get the boys holding other boys. There's a lot of bullying that went on. A bit like Tom Brown's School Days. Tom Brown's School Days, of course, and fagging was really It was where older boys, they actually got it stopped at Brookfield because it was a case of younger boys having to do jobs for the older boys. And I'm led to believe it still goes on in a lot of public schools. It's the way of, it's a hierarchy thing. You know, you get an older boy going, boys, I need somebody to clean my shoes. And you have to run to go and clean shoes. We never had it at my school. I just gave them money. It was very much easier, honestly. Great to see you. Great to see you, actually. I think I did that very well. If I haven't sold a copy of the film with Martin Clunes in, there's no justice. Steve, I defy anybody to watch Goodbye Mr. Chips without shedding a tear or 50. Any version of it, and I've seen all but the Martin Clunes one, says Tara. Get the Martin Clunes one. I mean, I've got all of them. I've got every single one of them. Martin Clunes, they age him really, really well. And he just... I thought to myself, do you know, God, you're underestimated. Steve, your pain last night sounds very much like gout caused by a fatty diet. The food you talk about eating involves additions of salad cream, copious amounts of fatty food, frying most things. I don't fry anything. Never had anything fried. I told you before, I don't do fried food. And it says, with your diabetes, an idea, says Graham, modify your diet. No, my diet's very good. That's the thing. But I do not fry, and certainly not gout. Certainly not gout. I would know that, actually. Peter O'Toole was my number one Mr. Chips, says Paul. Yeah, I mean, do you know they were all good, actually? Steve, just reading the papers, there was a column about Richard Beckinsale. He would have been 72 today. 72. 1979 he died, says Dion. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. Steve, what do you and your listeners think I should do? My nephew and niece have not phoned me to see how I've been in lockdown since March. Friends have called, says Chris in Brighton. Do you think I should change the will? Little bit dramatic. Little bit dramatic. Should I change the will? No, don't change the will. My will was written 20 years ago, and I've had no reason to change it at all. Although, I mean, it's early days, as I always say. It depends. It depends. But, I mean, I've got people that I've known for a long time in my will. My brother obviously gets the bulk of it, but then there's other people in there who are sort of beneficiaries. But just because somebody doesn't phone... People forget after a while. I mean, I haven't actually phoned and spoken to my godchildren for about the past 4 months. I've seen their dad, and I've spoken to their mum, but I've not... And I sent a birthday card for my oldest, and she sent me a thing back saying, we miss you and all the rest of it. And I'm just trying to find the right time when I can go down there. Just trying to find the right time. But at the moment, it's like going on an aeroplane. It's like sitting in a theatre. I can't quite get to grips with going on holiday and sitting in an aeroplane seat. I just don't want to sit next to people. But I did discover the other day, and I'm not sure what the law is. If you own a hairdressing salon, what do you have to do? Do you have to do anything, or do you not bother? Because we've got 2 hairdressers, or as I prefer to call them in Twickenham, barbers. OK, we have a number of barbers. They cater for... God knows how many people around my way need their hair cutting every day, but there must be loads of them. There's 2 barbers in particular. There is one which is almost directly opposite the police station, where the man cutting hair yesterday did not have a face covering on. There was no sort of... and I thought, wait a minute, I think there's a law. You've got to have a face covering on. You can't do things like that. And there's another one which has only just opened up, where not only did they not put gowns on the people having their haircuts, but they had no covering, the hairdressers, on their faces whatsoever. I'm going to find out their name. I was going to find it out yesterday, and I completely forgot about it. But I sat there and watched him cutting hair, walking round a person, where the person just had an ordinary gown on. Now, the gowns you're supposed to have on for this are supposed to be disposable. So, in other words, you wear it, you put one on, they put one on. At the end, they throw them both away. But my hairdresser, Kasia, she disinfected the chair. She had a visor on. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. This new hairdressers, which is not too far from mine, no coverings whatsoever on their faces. Now, as far as I'm concerned, it's illegal. But what's the penalty? Who's supposed to be enforcing this? Is it the police? Do the police come? Is it the local council? Because they must be worse than blooming useless. Because I've seen a number of people cutting hair and not gowning up. You're supposed to put these up. When I went in to get my hair cut Saturday morning, she disinfected the chair, took out of a new packet a gown for me. It's thin plastic. You put it on and it covers you, and I kept my mask on. She lifted it off occasionally when she was doing the back of my hair. She then put a different colour gown on. I think hers was blue. Again, both disposable, and she's got the visor on. When I finished my haircut, she took the plastic thing, she threw them both away, and she disinfected the chair. They don't have anybody in the salon waiting. If you want to wait, you wait outside. That's why it's bookings only. I reckon both of these hairdressers that I'm talking about do not do bookings. Because in Michael's hairdressing salon, his website is on the window. And it was amazing. While I was in there, the amount of people coming up to the door when he arrived, sort of saying, oh, can I get a haircut today? And he said, have you booked? And they went, no. He said, I've got no bookings at all for you. You're supposed to book, but I reckon there's a few rogue hairdressers. And I want to know who's supposed to be looking after it. Who's supposed to be enforcing the law? Because you don't want to go, I'm telling you now, you don't want to go anywhere near a hairdresser's or anything like that where they're not wearing a mask. And the other thing I got slightly disturbed by, the cab company that picks me up, takes me home every day, Addison Lee, they had, all their drivers had fitted inside plastic, and it went all the way around the car so that I was separated from them. I found it difficult to have a conversation with them because it's quite thick plastic. The mayor and TfL have decreed that they have to take them out. I thought the idea was we're supposed to be protected. I mean, can somebody possibly explain, maybe like the mayor, why you've made all these people take them out? You know, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous that sort of people have had to take these things out, and yet that was the thing that was protecting the driver and protecting the passenger. Is the mayor on some different agenda to the rest of us? He is aware that we're in the middle of a pandemic, is he? I do hope so. I do hope so. Over in France, they're easing up on lockdown, and it's not been too bad. Tracy wrote to me. You'll know who this is in a moment, because Mum, Annie Williams, that's Bryn's wife, is celebrating her birthday on Wednesday, the 8th of July. So I thought I'd let you know what she's been up to since lockdown began in March. Because lovely Annie has not been in the best of health. You remember that Bryn passed away. Gosh, I mean, honestly, to me it seems like yesterday, but it was probably a little bit longer than that. Anyway, every day they've been doing a crossword over the phone to keep their minds active. And she's taken it upon herself to learn all sorts of useful things which come up in the crossword. So here's a list of the things she's learnt. Very impressive. The Greek alphabet, the 7 deadly sins, 7 virtues, 7 wonders of the ancient world. Do you know, I used to love those 7 wonders, didn't you? Was it the lighthouse at... God, Hanging Gardens of Babylon was one of them. Then there was they had all these different... the wonders of the world. Were the pyramids in it? The 7 wonders of the world? I know Hanging Gardens of Babylon... Colossus of Rhodes, which was a huge statue. Oh, it was the lighthouse at Pharos, Alexandria. Okay, so we're doing quite well so far. What are the... Halicarnassus? What's that? No, I don't know. What were the other ones? The mausoleum... Oh, right, the mausoleum at Halicarnassus. I trust you to know that one, honestly. The temple... Temple what? Artemis. Oh, I've never heard of that one. Statue of Zeus at Olympia. Oh, is that yeah, they liked statues, didn't they? She's also learnt, this is in lockdown, she's not a youngster, is our Annie, the 50 US states and their capitals. I mean, that's a good one to learn. That's a very good one. They're very impressed by that, Annie. The periodic table of chemical elements, there are 118 of them, and she's up to 60. She can't spell or pronounce half of them. She's also learnt the Canadian provinces and their capitals, 13 of them, and 9 Greek muses of poetry and music. That is quite some list. And Tracy says she listens to you every morning, but only until 5:30 when she falls asleep again. I don't mind, Annie. Listen, I think at any age you're entitled to fall asleep when you want to. And she says the other man buried under the Palladium is Billy Marsh, as well as Bruce Forsyth, head of London management and a great friend of Bryn, Annie's late husband, and of course Tracy's dad. They were together at the tribute show for Eric and Ernie. So wish her a very special happy birthday on Wednesday from all of us here in France. Tim, Chloe and the grandchildren, Josie and Cameron and Paul, and me, Tracy. We're going out a bit more now and seeing friends. Hope life is treating you well in the UK. And Vanessa said the same. Can you please wish Annie Williams a very happy birthday on Wednesday with lots of love from Vanessa and Andy. As you know, Anne lives in France and will be listening to the show. I know. We've met, I think once. We met once. So Annie, listen, have a fantastic birthday. I know when you get to our age, they tend to blur, do they not? But I know that everybody wishes you the very, very best. I hope the weather is okay for you over there. And just to let you know that everybody misses you desperately, okay? A special birthday. Special birthday. Special lady. Special team today. The Groovy Gang are back in place, looking all happy. What do we have this morning? There's always something that that Corey comes with up every day, and I can never... We went through, because he's bad with numbers. He can't remember numbers. So we have to go back through the list at the beginning of the programme. And I can remember the stories. He seems quite impressed with the fact that I can remember stories. So he'll say, how many so-and-sos was it? And I'll go, 10,000. And there was so-and-so, and I go, oh, that was what's... And he said, how do you know that? Well, you just remember it, don't you? It's we all remember different things, don't we? Who knows? I don't think Luke remembers anything. I always quite worry about Luke, actually. Luke's... It's just... His girlfriend's gone back to Guildford. So he's... So that's not a bit dodgy, don't it? I always worry, can you have a lot... But it's only half an hour away from where he is, so I'm sure they can do long-distance relationship. Not the same. Corey's moved into the gun-toting town of Brent, and that was his first night sleeping last night. Well, I say, all of a sudden you hear... through the window, and he's lying there with his girlfriend going, I don't like it. Yeah. Do, 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 do. Dum, 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 dum. Hoo, ha, hoo, hit, do, 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 dum, 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 dum. Because that was Ennio Morricone, who died. Everybody, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 27 minutes to 5. And David says, I've lost 3 stone in weight since Costco stopped their free samples due to COVID. Have they stopped the free samples? I thought they were all doing them the other day, actually. I did go to Costco the other day. My elderly mum, Steve, loves the original Goodbye Mr. Chips film with Robert Donut so much she has about 3 copies, just in case. It's a wonderful classic. Never fails. Never fails for the oh, it's just lovely. Get the Martin Clunes one. You'll be very impressed. Really. Steve, use a taxi for full partition. Problem solved, says Dave from Beckenham, also a London taxi driver. It's just that why did they have this in the cars, and then all of a sudden the mayor says take them out? I mean, I don't quite get that at all. I mean, you know, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Steve, you're talking of hairdressers and barbers. Well, I spoke to my barber in Twickenham yesterday to find out availability. I think I'll go elsewhere now. Yes. I don't know if I'm correct, Steve, says Matt, but I think most of the current COVID-19 guidelines are not statutory law and so are open to interpretation. I don't think so. I don't think when it comes to trying to save your life... You know, why would you want to go into a hairdresser's, for example, or a barber's? I mean, one of them has got partitions. They put plastic partitions in to separate the people. I wouldn't want to go into any hairdresser's, Twickenham or elsewhere, if the actual person cutting the hair has not got a gown on and has not got a visor on. I seriously wouldn't. I mean, you're dicey with death. There was one person in there. I thought, whoa, no, shouldn't go there at all. Steve... TfL are having proper partitions made and fitted by the car dealers, so Toyota Prius are making the partitions that really fit the vehicle, not from some cowboy garage. Well, these aren't cowboy garages. This is a respectable company that's doing them. And they put them all in. They're sealed all the way around the whole inside of the car. So it's not cowboy. It's nothing like that at all. Definitely. Steve, I wish there was an injection we could give to people to instill some common sense. No chance. No chance at all. I heard somebody talking about, which I thought was quite funny, actually. Was there some man saying that he wasn't going to wear a mask? They're saying very soon it'll be illegal not to wear a mask. You still see people not wearing it. Some woman... Oh, I'm on the bus the other day. I was going to go and buy a baseball cap. And so I went to buy a baseball cap. I bought 2, actually, which is quite nice. And there's about 4 of us on the bus. And I'm sitting, you know... just behind where somebody would sit if they've got a pram in front of them. And an elderly lady gets on. She walks past an empty seat, an empty double seat, and she said, do you mind if I sit here? And I said, quick as a flash, yes, I do. Because she was too close to me. She'd have been within about a foot. And I thought, bad combination. Old lady, diabetic. And so she said, I'll go and sit over here. I wanted to say to her, it's a bad combination, you know, you being very elderly and me being diabetic. I'm protecting you, not protecting me. I'm saving you from anything. So if anybody ever says, can I sit here? You know, I mean, I deliberately stood up to move the moment she started heading in my direction. Wasn't having anything like that, thank you. John Lennon would have been 80 this year. It would be 40 years as well since he died, says Jamie. John Lennon 80. I wonder what he would have looked like at 80. Probably the same. I don't think John Lennon would have aged at all. Which is probably quite a good thing. And, Steve, you are correct. They're meant to have the barbers and hairdressers. They're meant to have masks and visors, also gloves. And they're meant to use disposable gowns. Well, these 2 in Twickenham are not doing it. You should avoid them immediately. I'm going to get quite angry about this because I think they're people who are spreading the coronavirus. I mean, and more fool the people who go in there to have their hair cut by somebody not wearing a visor. You know, you are adding to the problem. Do not go into those hairdressers, OK? If I have to shame them into closing, I'll shame them into closing. I'm a bit like that. Could you say hello to my mum, Rosa, who listens to your show every morning, says Julie. And she's truly my absolute world, and I rack my brain thinking what I could do or get for her to say thank you. But they say she's an earth angel. Good Lord. A hello from you would make her day. Every morning she gives me the rundown of everything you've talked about, including the Iceland mash, which I made a special trip and got for her. It's only £1, Julie, isn't it? Only £1, but that's good. By the way, my name's Steve. I just thought I'd tell you that now, just in case you worry about these sort of things. Steve, says Steve in Bracknell. I walked out of the barber's on Sunday. I sat waiting and watched. Then the barber didn't feel comfortable. No wiping down the chairs or cleaning the equipment. No, you go out and you go, I'm going out of here because you're spreading the coronavirus. How do you know that hairdresser is not positive? How do you know the person sitting in the chair is not positive? Avoid those places like the plague. You are dicing with death. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, and we take all of your texts and emails on the programme. Waj is locked into the spike. He said, if I don't listen live, it's not the same. It's not the same, is it, actually? Steve, looks like Boris Johnson's barber obeys the 2-metre rule. Do you know, I seriously couldn't quite understand why Boris gets saved by the NHS. He had the 2 people round there who were his nurses to number 10, and they were laughing and joking on the lawn. And the next minute, the government brings in, you're going to be paying to park. Now, if it was any other company, I would go, well, listen, you have to, you earn the money, you have to pay to park or take public transport. But if you're a nurse doing that life-saving work, or a doctor, or an anaesthetist, or any of those people who work for the NHS front line, of course it should be free. They're saving somebody's life. How do you put a price on somebody's life? You save Boris's life. Well, I tell you what, if you didn't, and something awful would have happened to him, you can't put a price on somebody's life. And the price is we want our money back, so we're going to charge you for parking on the hospital sites. I mean, it's just not right. That's what you call mean and bloody stingy. Seriously, it's so annoying. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Alan says, I use bicarb of soda for an upset stomach. It wasn't really an upset stomach. It was just, I felt like it just hurt. And it wasn't a tummy ache. I've had tummy aches before. It wasn't that. Steve, lovely film. Mr. Chips. I taught at Winchester for 30 years, and I remember Martin Clunes filming there. I prefer the Browning version. I always cry at the end, says David, who's spiked in Romania. Sounds quite painful, doesn't it? My grandfather, Steve, was in the original film. Good Lord above. Imagine that. We get somebody listening to this programme. His grandfather was in the original film. He was in the Manchester Regiment, and they were in the march past. They were paid £5 each. Yes, because a lot of the boys go off to war, and that's where they have to read out the list of those people who've lost their lives. But he remembers them. It's amazing how schoolmasters remember people. But they do, even though they haven't seen you for ages and ages. Steve, I feel really weird about your stomach thing. I had exactly the same 2 days ago. Is there a bug doing the round? Well, one of my best friends, she had it the other day, and she said, I've got this stomach thing. It hurts, she said, so I'm going to go to bed. And I said, and of course, the first thing you think of is did you have something to eat? Did you have something to eat? Well, obviously you had something to eat. Do you remember Quincy M.E.? Oh, it's still back on the television at the moment, Shane. It's repeated every day on British television. He's very good, isn't he? He's very good. He's a pathologist in America, in an American hospital. He's always having arguments with people. How people could ever be pathologists, I've got no idea. I've watched them doing it. I've watched the real ones, and then I've seen Prime Suspect, and they go, this is a Home Office pathologist. And they're always young and extremely pretty, which I'm sure it isn't like that in real life. And yet they actually sort of are able to look for things when they dissect people's body after they've died. Oh, can't think of anything worse, actually. That's dreadful. Why you'd want to do that? It's like being a funeral director. Why on earth you'd want to be that? I do not know. Another one that says, it's very in colour yellow, says Matt. Bought a T-shirt in Gap in Kingston. Yellow. Steve, is it the Stephen Thomas show this morning, says Rob? No, it's the Steve, Thomas and Corey show this morning. The dream team back together. For how long, we've got no idea. But we've got our masks, we've got everything. The boys have got blueberries and strawberries today, which is very healthy. Very healthy. I'm not sure. I think the blueberries are healthier than the strawberries. That's the way I look at it, actually. Yeah, the blueberries are healthier. Do you know, it was yesterday. I was going to buy a donut from Greggs, because our Greggs has opened again, which is very nice. And I gave them all to Paul Cooper and his staff. And I said, you know, the one thing I could kill yesterday morning, I could have killed for a milkshake. I could have killed for... Byron used to do a lovely banana milkshake. It was like from heaven. And it was done, and it was ice cold and had bits of banana in it. And I think Byron have closed, haven't they? I'm very depressed by all these places closing. It's not... Café Rouge closed some the other day. Pret a Manger have closed 30. But they've got hundreds. I seem to remember looking at the list throughout the country. And all I remember thinking is, what's going to be left on the high street? The answer is, not a lot. Coffee shops. But we had coffee shops before, didn't we? Sorry? Betting shops, yeah. Betting shops, coffee shops. What else do they... Coffee shops seem to be the thing that makes the money nowadays. Mint tea, Steve. Good for your tummy. I don't like mint tea. I don't like mint tea at all. Marilyn says there should be a date set where instead of the clapping for the NHS, everybody holds up banners, say no parking charges and pay the increase. Yes, I mean, I absolutely agree. Matt says both Boris and Cummings were unable to adhere to their own plans. Yes, the latest on Ghislaine Maxwell. She could give her evidence in the American courts by video. Which would probably be safer than taking her in and taking her back out again, because they've said... Now, whether this is true, I don't know, but I think it puts her at risk. She's going to name names, big names, and I'm thinking, oh, my godfathers, I wouldn't do that. But they also have let slip, now, whether this is true, I do not know, that they've got video footage of everything. Apparently, all of Epstein's mansions had CCTV everywhere. So, in other words, they've got people, they say... performing with some of the girls. Now, that could be crucial evidence, couldn't it? It's all hearsay, well, exactly, but it's an American court case, so it doesn't really make any difference to us because we're not worried about it. But we're interested. Even the Americans are not that bothered by the fact it's going on. It makes news, but it doesn't make big news like over here. The papers grasp it with both hands. So the very idea that you've been filmed without your knowledge is a little bit worried, because you're supposed to technically put up signs saying, you know, you're being filmed for the purposes of security. Ah, dear. Steve, the NHS staff have always had to pay for parking, but it was suspended temporarily while the pandemic was going on, says Andrew from Yorkshire. Yeah, but the trouble is the pandemic's still going on. You shouldn't have to pay. Steve, thank you for reminding me to water my hanging basket. Oh dear, just in the single. I've got 3... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. 9 hanging baskets at the moment. But you got 3. You got 3 hanging baskets? Oh, how sweet. Did you make them or buy them? Did you make... No, I didn't think you were good enough to make... But I thought you might have tried. I thought you might have had a go at making a hanging basket. It's not too difficult. You can buy the hanging bit, and then you buy the insert from garden centres, then you fill it with earth, which you can buy from all sorts, and then just pop some plants in there. But things that are going to hang... You know, the more hanging things you've got, you have something that's erect, and then you've got hanging things around the outside. And they're not that difficult to do. You could just put... Really, your flatmate did it. That's good, though, 3. George, remember to water, because they can die off fairly quickly. Yeah. I know, you have to. People think if it rains, it waters your baskets, but it doesn't. It doesn't. The water bounces off. Twice a week? Good God. I've got a 100-foot hose. I'm out there... all the rest of it. Actually, have you noticed the paper's on very quiet on the fact... It was only a short while ago, we might have a hosepipe ban because all the reservoirs were drying up. They must be chock-a-block now, the reservoirs. Must be chock-a-block. As it says, no photos of your hanging baskets this year. It's a little bit early. They're coming along very nicely. Steve, you're saying hairdressers not implementing proper measures, avoid those places like the plague. Makes me wonder in time, will we and our descendants be saying avoid those places like COVID? Piers, do you have an air fryer? No, I'm not good with anything like that. I think patients should pay hospital parking. Yes, I agree with you. Every time I went to the hospital for my burns, I took the bus because the bus dropped you right outside the hospital, Kensington and Chelsea, which is good. Connie says if barbers and hairdressers don't obey the rules of the lockdown and don't wear the thing, they should be reported. It's the law. Yes, I agree with you. But 2 of them in Twickenham, both gentlemen's hairdressers. I say gentlemen because you'd have to be an idiot to go in there and have your hair cut by somebody who is not wearing a mask. It's all right if you go into a normal shop, they don't have to wear them because they can distance themselves. A hairdresser's got to walk round your body cutting your hair and everything else. And also, I mean, it's just dirty. Dirty people, so don't go anywhere near them, thank you. Steve, best thing for a dodgy tummy is seafood curry. Oh, thank you for the greetings, Steve, says Annie. You forgot to mention how old she is. I don't want to mention this. Annie is 88 today. 88. God bless you. Look, I like the idea that you've managed to master this, sending a tweet out. Well, did it come in as an email? Was it an email she sent it in? Email. Well done. 88 today, Annie. My God, you'll never get anywhere near the bloody cake, will you? With those candles on it, you could be in another room. Another room. But listen, if you want to drop off at 5:30, that's fine. That's fine. I don't have any problem with people dropping off on this program. You're entitled to. For goodness sake, I went to bed so early yesterday, and I quite like it. I quite like going to bed early. You know, and it's very relaxing. Because then I think to myself, because I'm home so early, before when we had the in-conversations to do, sometimes I wouldn't get home till 1 o'clock. Because by the time we'd sort of finished doing the interview, and then you'd sort of chatted to a few people, and then James O'Brien had said, oh, can we have a photo taken, and all this kind of stuff. And Eddie Mayer would be saying, oh, Steve still listens to the programme. And I would go, yes, Eddie, love you. And you know, and eventually, I mean, sometimes I get in, it's time to have something to eat, then go to bed again. It was like a never-ending cycle. I was looking at... A friend of mine keeps sending me posters, photos of posters that he's found. And it's mainly... And you'll love these, Annie. These are posters for pantomimes in this country and the big names who were on the bills. And I got one the other day. This is Jack and the Beanstalk. And it was Wayne Sleep headlining, Peggy Mount, Trevor Bannister from Are You Being Served, Frederick Pine, who was in Emmerdale, Louise English, and they were doing Jack and the Beanstalk. But then going back, Wayne Sleep the previous year was with Dora Bryan, Mike Holloway, we were talking about him the other day on the programme, Lindsay Haitley, lovely, Jeffrey Davis, John Challis and Frederick Pine. So they obviously hit on a formula. But before that, the Blackpool Palace Theatre had Jimmy Young. This is 1958. And they were doing 2 shows a day, 6:10 and 8:15. They had Tommy Riley, Joe Mr. Piano Henderson, the beautiful Yana and the London Airs. And seat prices, 1958, this was August the 17th, 2 shillings, 3 and 6pence, 4 shillings, 5 shillings and 6 shillings. I mean, it was simply... Danny LaRue was doing pantomime in Blackpool at the Grand with David Ellen and Billy Pearce. David Ellen did a load of Danny LaRue shows, and that was in Aladdin. And then I've got George Formby here, twice daily. George Formby as Idle Jack in the London Palladium pantomime, Dick Whittington and his cat. There was nobody else in it, apart from George Formby, who must have cost them an arm and a leg. At the Empire Theatre, they had Lonnie Donegan, together with Stan Stennett. Des O'Connor was way down the bill, right at the very bottom. Oh, Des was. And then there's loads of other people. These theatre posters I love. Cliff Richard and the Shadows at the Palladium in Cinderella with Jack Douglas. Tanya. Now, I think Tanya was an elephant. Was that I'm sure that Tanya the elephant was the one who they had the disaster with at Blue Peter, where the elephant was standing there with its trainer, and it decided it wanted to go to the toilet. And it went to the toilet, and of course Blue Peter was live. That was a bit of a disaster. Also, Frank Ifield, Sid James, Kenneth Connor, Roy Kinnear and Arthur Askey in Babes in the Wood, with a load of other people as well, the Pamela Devis Dancers. I mean, these theatre posters, Cliff Richard and the Shads again with Arthur Askey, Charlie Caroli and Una Stubbs, who of course featured in a lot of their movies. And then the Are You Being Served theatre production with Molly Sugden, John Inman, Frank Thornton, Wendy Richard and Nicholas Smith. in their original part. There we are. This is the elephant on Blue Peter. Sorry, I'm telling you this. It was Lulu, was it? It wasn't Tanya. It was. You watched it. This elephant in a minute, and the keeper can't. Have you not seen this before? Oh, watch it. The elephant decides to go for a walk. And this maybe wasn't the best idea. The keeper, bear in mind this is live television, Valerie Singleton, Peter Purvis, the elephant now decides it's going to go wee. And so it has, so of course they have to move around the back of it, well away from the weeing bit. And then it decides it's going to go to the proper toilet. And so the keeper decides to take it for a walk. The elephant's got other ideas. And so the keeper can't hang on to it at all. Elephants are so strong. This is a baby elephant. And the keeper's trying to be very, very discreet about the whole thing. And you could see him going, bloody well, come back here, as he drags the elephant back in again. Peter Purvis can't stop laughing. Val Singleton and John Noakes with the team on Blue Peter. But in a minute, you watch this poor keeper's go. Look, here we go. Look, and the keeper's going to go down any second as the elephant decides nobody's pushing me around on a television programme. There's only one star here, and I'm it. Look, it goes, and he's going to, and down he goes. It's fantastic. I went to see Blue Peter live. I got invited down by Biddy Baxter. To go and see Blue Peter. It was a huge studio, #1 studio at Television Centre. So funny, though, the elephant. Lovely. Never worked with animals and children. And what am I working with? Both. Also today, Steve, non-approved partitions in minicabs after some of them collapsed mid-journey. In one case, wrapping itself around the driver at 70 miles an hour. Well, there's no point in that. You can't on this one. You can't. It's because they were fixed in all the way round, and it was thick. It was thick plastic. Somebody says we're not cutting hair any longer. Says Alan. They saw a sign. We're not cutting hair any longer. And the barbers, we're cutting it shorter. Thank you, lovely lady Susie. Annie, happy birthday. I wish I'd learnt as much as she has. I feel very ashamed. You and me together. Actually. Also. Your symptoms could be the coronavirus, says David. I think not, dear. Apparently in Dubai, it's a 700 quid fine for not wearing a mask outside. Everybody I know here is wondering why the UK thinks that they don't need to. I know. I mean, I don't get it at all. I really don't get it. I work for the NHS, Steve. I sometimes work at the main hospital and pay parking. One day my ticket blew off the dash, was visible on the passenger seat, got a £100 fine. Tried to appeal, showed the ID, nothing, had to pay it. Said Zoe. It's a private company. Yes, they farm it out, don't they? They don't have enough staff at the NHS to start doing things like that. Also, I had your recommended mince baked beans with cream yesterday. Bit stodgy due to the Bisto granules I put in, says Reggie. You don't need to add Bisto granules. That's the whole idea of it. Oh, don't add Bisto granules. That would be horrible. That would be horrible. And no, just do normal. Just do normal. Steve, haven't the London Nightingale Hospital recently been scaled back, says Matt, having treated less than 50 patients? Yes, they were all ready, and it wasn't needed, but let's not count our blessings just yet. Ian says, I've taken the vow of celibacy. Well, it's more of a guideline, really. Here in Melbourne, we've had around 400 new cases in 2 days, says Joe, and now going into the 6-week lockdown. Things are getting so bad, I've started watching Big Brother. Oh, I hope to God that never comes back. What a pile of rubbish that was. Oh, dear me. I'm furious too, Steve, about the impending reintroduction of parking charges for nurses. Well, actually, it's not just nurses, it's doctors and everything else. I bet some of those who so diligently nursed him back to health are wishing they frankly hadn't. They need a pay rise. So, not an effective penalty for their wonderful work. I agree. Listen, we can take a short break for the news at 5 o'clock. Chance for us to get... Oh, you've got a poem today. Who picked the poem today? Oh, it was Corey's picked the poem today. So you can imagine it'll be death, doom, gloom and despondency and probably disemboweling and everything. There's always something. There'll be some depressing thing about the poem. It's another one from Shel Silverstein. So we've obviously accessed Shel Silverstein's account so we can find... talking about beans... reminded me about the rhyme my granddad used to tell. Beans are good for your heart. The more you eat, the more you... Good Lord above, there's the word that's probably banned from everywhere. Actually, we don't have beans that often. We didn't have them when we were growing up. I don't remember having beans. My mother made everything. Literally made everything. But beans wasn't one of it. Next time MPs, says Jill, want a pay rise, why don't we just go and clap on the doorsteps instead? Yeah, there you go. And whistle. Go and whistle for your money. Bron, thank you. Good morning. And Steve, I think you have found, says Trevor, the new chain of hairdressers. They're known as the Russian Roulette Group, specialising in no PPE. Everybody takes their lives in their hand and hopes. Don't use them. If you go to a hairdresser's, male or female, doesn't matter, and they don't have masks on, and they're not putting gowns on people, avoid them. There's a very good chance you could pick up coronavirus, OK? Just making sure you stay safe. That's why the government issue guidelines. So much easier. Steve, I've just seen The Elephant on Blue Peter. Was Blue Peter a kid show? It was, yes. Except they did have one period of time where one of the presenters got pregnant. And they then decided to make it the Blue Peter baby. They had the Blue Peter tortoise, the Blue Peter dog, the Blue Peter cats, and they had loads of different things. It was the programme. The reason that they had dogs and cats on there is because a lot of the kids watching the programme lived in flats and couldn't have cats and dogs. So the Blue Peter cat and dog became our cat and dog. And they had quite a few of them, which went home with the presenter who was looking after it. And I remember John Noakes, who was Daredevil. Do you know he climbed up Nelson's column on a ladder strapped to the outside of it? You ever seen that? Oh, my God, I'll tell you, it makes me go ill and weak thinking about it. They decided to put him to the top of Nelson's column, which is in Trafalgar Square, down the road from us here. And to get to the top of it, you'd think they'd sort of, abseil in or something, or parachute on. No, ladders were roped to the side of it, and no safety harness, no nothing. He climbed up the outside. I feel weak thinking about it. And then when you get to the top, you have to climb over the ridge to stand. Oh, not a chance. Not a chance. It's terrible. It's terrible. Are you watching it? It's awful. It's like people who do the climbing up at the outside of the buildings, just with their fingers. Say you cling onto a bit of metal and all of a sudden you feel it bending away from the building. But this is on ladders, and there was no... You'd never get away with it now. Health and safety would have clamped down on John Noakes doing that. And he climbed up the outside and then climbed onto the top of Nelson's column. Just supposing you get to cling onto Nelson, all of a sudden it starts moving. Oh, no, too awful. Too awful. Steve. London's population is over 4 million, says Matt. Where have you been? It's over 9 million. It's over 9 million. And the London Nightingales had less than 50 patients. Yes, but it doesn't work like that. That was just one sort of hospital. I mean, I think you're fine. I mean, we had less deaths the other day, but 400 people the day before died of coronavirus. So what they've done is they were anticipating, and what they're trying to do is sort of get it sorted out. But 4 million, 9 million we are in London. Thank you very much indeed. Matthew says, talking of Big Brother, you're going to sit there and drink that in front of me, aren't you? You're really going to do that? Really? You burnt your tongue? Thank you, God. Thank you, God, for letting Thomas burn his tongue. At least that'll stop him talking. Thank you, God, very much indeed. In Scotland, people burping would say, excuse me, I'm so rude. But it was not me, it was my food, says Alan. Is that what they say in Scotland? Do they? I hate people burping. It's the only thing I'm really funny about. Dale did it once in a restaurant. I walked out. We were in Copenhagen, and he burped. He said, it's polite to burp, Steve. I said, no, it's not. It's absolutely not. And so I would, is his tongue still hurt? Shame. I guarantee I'd win Big Brother, says Matthew. Having met Kate, Laura and Islington, I'd love the fame. Yeah, the trouble is, it's the way that you're portrayed on the programme. And sometimes the people, because my friend Toby Anstis was in and out fairly quickly because he's too nice. They don't want people too nice. If you're too nice, you don't get the coverage. What they're looking for is people who've got an edge to them. You've got to have an edge. I think it's like being a radio presenter, isn't it? You get some people... In America, they used to have shock jocks, and they would say something that was so ridiculous that you would go... I mean, there used to be one in this country. He appeared on a radio station some years ago. It turned out that he wasn't really a shock jock at all, this particular person. He'd robbed a children's charity. He was a deeply unpleasant person. And people sort of... They weren't interested in shock jocks because you can't keep a programme going on that. I've heard of people having breakdowns on air, which is probably quite an easy thing to do, I should imagine. But it's a case of you just have to be yourself. The more you are yourself, the more chance you know, you have of being successful. If you try and imitate, I read something that, I think it was David Lloyd wrote about it, saying, oh no, it wasn't actually, I tell you it was from somebody who used to work at LBC, now looks after another radio station, and saying, if you're going to be a radio presenter, be yourself. There's no good copying somebody else. It's no good going, oh, I like the sound of that person, I'll be like that. You're never going to get anywhere at all. And I was going to write to him and say, yeah, absolutely right. I've always said to people, they've said, what's the secret? I said, there is no secret. The secret is being yourself. It's like going out and you're yourself. Why would you want to be any different? And so the more you're yourself, the more people go, oh, you know, have you heard so-and-so, so-and-so? But they wouldn't say, oh, have you heard so-and-so, because they sound like somebody else. Steve, I too, says Tara, am furious about the impending reintroduction of parking charges. I mean, it's so annoying, isn't it? It's so annoying. It's just one of those sort of things. Helen in South Yorkshire says, it sounds like irritable bowel spasms. I have to stretch out on my front and get a heat pad on my abdomen. It's so painful. Ask your chemist for Buscapad. If it happens again, see the GP. I've never had it before. Never had it before at all. I mean, it's just one of those things, actually. One of those things. Fred Dibner did. Did you ever see Fred Dibner? Yes. He was the steeplejack. He died some years ago, and he would bring down those huge, tall brick chimneys by literally taking out the bricks and putting in these big wooden, whatever they call them, I don't know, posts. And then he'd light a fire inside, and the fire would ignite the posts, and then he could do it in such a way that the chimney would come down at a particular angle. It's like cutting a tree down. You don't just go straight through it. You cut an angle, and then you go, then you have to shout timber, apparently. And then you do... Have you seen that one on YouTube of the tree coming down in Ealing? Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. And very nice. Steve Ree, John Noakes, I believe he had to do it twice, as the first time there was a sound problem. So, well, I wouldn't have done it first time. I couldn't have climbed up the outside of Nelson's column on a ladder that was strapped with a bit of rope. I mean, perhaps some people don't have a fear of heights. I can't stand on a chair. Seriously, if I stand on, I get ill thinking about it. I can fall off chairs. I can fall off stools. I could fall off a box. I'm very much like that. It's just, and it's got worse as I've got older. I can't spin round or do something, which you do years ago. But, I mean, nowadays you can't do stuff like that. Apparently, Anthony says, Dale was right. Burping in Belgium is considered good manners. We didn't go to Belgium. And it's not just because it's good manners in Belgium. I mean, I'm really not interested. Really. Steve. There's another one here. Somebody talked about the MPs as well on their pay rises. I don't think they should get a pay rise, to be honest with you. Ailsa says, Corey's poem was lovely. Does he write professionally? If not, he should. No, he doesn't write these things. He just finds them on the internet. I mean, he finds some of them are very peculiar. We've had some very odd ones over the years. Daily Mirror this morning. The Stars back in the bid to ban the sick fur trade. This is Dame Judi Dench and Ricky Gervais. Quite a number of people, actually, who are backing this one. Also, there's a couple who go off with their children to Spain. This is Nadia and Nizar. They booked an 11-night trip to Costa do Rodo after being quoted for a caravan stay in Cornwall, £1,000 for 5 nights. £1,000 to stay in a caravan. So they flew off to Spain for 11 nights for the whole family, along with their children, Layla and Riyadh. They flew out on Monday. Cabin fever had been building throughout the lockdown, so we wanted to get out and escape. 30 degrees here, 14 degrees and raining when we left Britain. So, apparently, he's a food delivery key worker. The accommodation cost £1,000 for 11 nights, while the flights were £200. She said, I've had some backlash on Facebook. People say I should be staying in the UK. Oh, ignore them. Flower pots they are, aren't they? Flower pots? Snowflakes. And whatever they are. She said, but it was cheaper to go abroad. We wore masks throughout the journey and took wipes. The flight was half empty. There were hand sanitizer dispensers everywhere. I felt safer travelling than I do shopping at my local Aldi. Woo! There you go. So bookings for staycations of sorts, say Airbnb. Most trips are for 2 to 6 nights, often involving journeys of 300 miles. You see, I used to fancy going camping. The idea of setting up a tent and things like... If it was a big enough tent, not some piddly little thing, but I quite fancy, a tenting holiday on a caravan site. That'd be quite nice. Or having a caravan that's got the awning that you put on the outside. That'd be nice as well. If it's a big enough caravan, or one of those Winnebagos. Have you seen those things? Which it's like a tour bus Groups take them, and they've got beds, showers, toilets, kitchen. Really nice. When I first moved into where I am at the moment, all of them decided to go on a thing, and one of the blokes worked for a film company, and he brought the Winnebago round. It was huge, and they all I didn't go because I was working. Holy smoke, locals seeking the blessing of a deadly volcano clamber into the crater and hurl offerings down the side. I've seen this before, actually. This is in the Yadna Kasada Festival. It's in Java, Indonesia. And what they do is they throw chickens, fruit, all sorts of things into an active volcano. And this apparently, the gods are kind to them. Goes to show, doesn't it? People are so odd about certain things. Harry Hill's coming back with a new series of TV burp-style show, but this time it's on the BBC. So that's good news, isn't it? And still to come, biscuits that are too posh to dunk. Although one member of the team, and you have to guess which one it would be, dunks chocolate biscuits. Nice to be company. 5:20. Very rare do we give you time checks on this programme because we assume by now you know it's a 3-hour programme. You know how long it takes to get ready. And you know exactly what time the bus and the train is. I better tell you as well that it's a little bit wet outside this morning. But there again, we did warn you about this before. Steve, I had visions of Charles Hawtrey in the Carry-Ons, you in a tent. I did it when I did buy a tent. I told you some years ago. There's a company called, I'm assuming they're still going, Blacks of Greenock, which I believe is a very famous tent company. And I saved up to buy a one-pole tent. It was all sewn in ground sheet, everything else, really nice. And we used it all the time. It was fantastic. When we went caravanning, you could take the tent with you. I specifically bought it for a particular thing that we wanted to do. And I thought it was great, actually. Where these things go to, you know, when you leave home, all the stuff that you had, you kind of forget about it. You go sort of, I wonder where that went to. Because that was actually quite a good tent. There you go, Blacks of Greenock? They're still going. Mine was it was a one. So they do bell tents as well. Imagine, and see, then you know for what they are, they're not very. I thought they were really good. I mean, my one wasn't too expensive. It just had one pole though up the middle, and because it was fairly high, it had sort of drop down sides and a sewn-in ground sheet. Because the one thing you don't want to do is end up with creepy crawlies all over the place because it's the grass. But yeah, they're like that. Look at that. Now a Solace tent, 415 quid, sewn-in ground sheet, and there's enough room to sit up there. I loved it. I thought it was great, actually. They had a thing a short while ago on the telly. It was a whole programme based on caravanning. And that's good. Somebody says, did I hear right? Well, I don't know. I mean, have you got new batteries in? You might not have done. You've not seen your godchildren for 4 months. Have you heard of coronavirus? Why don't they ring you or visit you? I'm sorry, I'll repeat the question again. Have you heard of coronavirus? That was like listening to somebody speaking to Darren saying, I'm never going to wear a mask. And so Darren went, why? He said, because it's all just what did he say? It was a conspiracy or something like that to get people to wear masks. And then Darren said, what'd you do? He said, I'm a lorry driver. He said, goodbye. Which I thought was fantastic. As if you're going to be checking on people. Listen, if you don't want to wear a mask, good. If you like playing Russian roulette, I think it's fantastic. Howard says, I've got to wait until Tuesday before I can have a haircut. Oh. It's because you didn't book. I didn't book, actually. It was done for me. My friend Michael, who owns the salon and cashier, and I went in there and I was in and out. I think they allowed 10 minutes for my hair. 10 minutes. Which I think is quite long enough, to be honest with you, because I'm one all over. It even said on the actual booking, it said booked with cashier for a one all over. But I said to you before, if you go into one of these hairdressing salons, of which there are many, many out on the streets, many, many, and they're not wearing a mask or they don't have any gowns to put on, go somewhere else. It's too dangerous. Way too dangerous. Also, I don't like people slurping. Says Hazel, I'd walk out of a restaurant if somebody did that. Oh, Hazel, don't be silly. You probably don't go to restaurants. You don't sound as though you can afford to go to restaurants. How close are you sitting to people when they go like that? I mean, really? And you'd get up and walk out, would you? I'd call the police. Get her. She's already eaten the starter. Drag her back in by the hair. Caveman, bring woman back restaurant. Oh, yes. Yeah. I'd walk out of a restaurant if somebody did it. God, you must be right old nosy bag in a restaurant, mustn't you? I'm sorry, did I hear somebody slurping over there? Was somebody slurping the other side of the restaurant? God, blimey, I tell you. I hope you never appear in a restaurant that I'm in. Steve, any luck last night with the Euro Millions lottery? Says Matt, no. I don't know, I didn't buy a ticket. I didn't buy a ticket. I do have money in reserve, as they say, which is good. Steve. My uncle worked taking chimneys down, says Martine. You don't get so many of those now, do you? They don't seem to exist. But they do get... Timothy Spall lives in London. He is sick to death of building work going on. They've had it for the last 2 years. They've now got another 3 years while an office block is redeveloped into flats. Just what we need, isn't it, in London? More blooming overpriced flats. And he said they've complained, actually. They've actually complained because they're not getting much sleep. Poor soul. Very warm in Minnesota. Today, unbearably warm, says Jake, my favourite Methodist minister. And he said it's going to be 36 degrees. So double it and add 30, 72, 100, oh my God, 102. He says some pretty severe storms. Things are busy with the churches, and I'm taking some time this week to be our lake home in Painesville. Plan to spend time on the pontoon boat today, and we'll jump off and swim in the lake. Oh no, I couldn't do that. Have you ever swum in a lake? Oh, have you done that? Oh, no. Oh, the American summer camp. What, you swam in just an open lake? Ooh. No, it's all full of things. Creepy and fish swim past you. Oh, no, thank you. No. You were a sailor. What do you mean you were a sailor? What were you a sailor for? Were you a little topper? I've heard of a topper, I think. It's a little miniature... So you were what do you have that for? Recreation. What, did you live near a lake or something? Or a little reservoir? Oh, how sweet. Right. And so you went out there... It's got a sail on it, hasn't it? Little top and well, obviously it's got to have a mast on it, otherwise you wouldn't have a sail. You'd just be holding a bit of material in the wind, waving it about. That would be a bit pointless, wouldn't it? But anyway, well, that's what Jake is going to be doing. He says, we've got some friends staying at the resort next door, and I've been enjoying Prosecco every night with them. He says, the good old days of summer. They did this programme, Jake. It was called Preschool. It was about Scottish priests in Vatican City. I was amazed how many of them drank alcohol and smoked. I don't know why I should be surprised that priests drink alcohol. I've seen Father Ted loads of times. Now there's a programme you should watch. Definitely. Noah says, I think today marks a year since I received a shout out on your show. Thank you. Just shave your head. You'll never need to worry about a hairdresser again. I always want to go to the hairdresser. Always. Matthew says, bearing in mind they're your head boys, Luke, Thomas and Corey, for some reason I'm going with Thomas as the biscuit dunker. Well, you're not wrong. Thomas is a biscuit dunker, as is Corey a biscuit dunker. Which is not very good, is it, really? They both do it, but there again, I've seen the families. I'm not at all surprised. I mean, if I dunked a biscuit at home, my mother would have crawled up the furniture. Seriously. What do you mean? What do I do? I eat. No, I just... It's like saying, so I have a cup of tea, and I have a sausage, and I put the sausage in my mouth, and then I put some tea in my mouth. Of course you don't. But yet you'll do it with a biscuit. I mean, really? It's just... I mean, and then you hold it and you're chatting, and then all of a sudden the biscuit has dissolved, and so now you've got bits of biscuit floating around on the top of a cup of tea or top of a cup of coffee. It's horrible. It's not to be done. You're the sort of person who gets I'll have two fried eggs, and then I'll cut the top open and all that yellow gunk stuff will flow all over the plate. And then I'm going to get a piece of bread and wipe it over the plate. Oh, no, it's just horrible. See, that's the reason we're never going to go out for lunch or dinner or anything. Not even a cup of tea, just lest they go, we're going to have a cup of coffee in this coffee shop, Steve. I'll just get a packet of biscuits. No, thank you very much. No, thank you. Steve. And Shane says, I went camping. I woke up, there was a huge spider near my face. Oh, no, I don't do spiders. I'm not very good, actually. I'm in no rush to get a haircut, Steve, until this dreadful virus is gone or a vaccine is found. It's a non-essential service, luxury in my opinion, says James. I bought myself a pair of clippers online and my partner cuts my hair now much safer. If she ever leaves me, she will, I'll just stay home and just grow my hair out like a hippie. Oh dear, we don't really have hippies anymore, do we? Do they still exist? It's interesting. Steve, how are the Groovy Gang this morning? Well, they're existing. We're going to take a picture, actually. I don't know how we're going to manage it. It might be the same as the one we took with the Groovy Gang T-shirts on. We're all wearing our masks, so it's red, blue and black, so I'll be at the back. So who's ever got the red mask could be at the front, and then blue will be Corey, and then I'll be a little one at the back. You know. Steve, I think a shaved head would suit you. Just get Corey to do it. Are you serious? Have you seen the state of his hair? I wouldn't aim anywhere near my hair. Not in a million years. Not in a million years. It just doesn't happen. Steve, I waited months for my hairdresser opening his books. Got an appointment for the 10th of July. Then my boss said, can I go back part-time? So I'm about to rebook for the 20th. Yeah, but you have to book. If they're allowing people in, they're not following guidelines. But as I say, no mask, don't go there. Don't go there. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. Mind you, I see loads of people on the buses who are... What are you doing? What? You're talking about something. I can tell. I've got a live read. Have I? Oh, right. No, it's not after the news, is it? The live read after the news. Always have it. It's here. There. I got 2 this morning. Well, you didn't. He did. I got 2. I got 2 this morning. So I said to Corey, I said, I've got 2 live reads. And he went, oh, you don't need this one. And so threw it away, honestly. We're very good at recycling. Very good at recycling. Yeah, so I'll do the Nick Ferrari live read, shall I? I'll do it after the news. After it's 2:06 is the time. It's wet, it's miserable, it's horrible. Oh, and in response to Neil in Stafford, it would never happen. I could almost guarantee you that would never, ever happen. It's quite sweet, actually, though, but it would never happen. And that's all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you. Steve, please do promote the hairdressing issue. It's happening wide and far, and it's wrong, says Angie. Yes, I mean, some people have gone completely and followed the government guidelines, which are you must, wear your masks, you must put these gowns on, and they're just cheap throwaway plastic, but you wear it and it will protect you. It's as simple as that. COVID is going to be with us for a very long time. That's what I've said. If you bump into any hairdressing salon and they're not wearing the masks, do not go anywhere near them. They're dangerous places. Seriously, you must never go there. Happy birthday. Oh, it's Matthew Wright's birthday today, is it? No, he wasn't on my list of people celebrating. Matt says the missus gave me a Corona crew cut last week. It looks good. I think actually some people are sort of managing to do it, you know. Corey's worried. If he has it cut, his hair, it will... he'll be like Samson. All his strength will be sapped. But to be honest with you, I mean, there isn't exactly much strength to sap out of his little body. But you got lots of comments. I'm not at all surprised. Not at all surprised. Have we got any comments? What we're going to do, we're actually going to tweet a picture of us with our masks made by Corey's mother. And it's in the LBC colours. But we're doing the photograph as per the LBC colours. So it's red, blue and black. So, of course, I'm wearing black, so I'll be at the back of the queue. Of course, they're all looking forward to this time. Normally it's Steve's at the front and, you know, they just sort of pile in behind. Steve, moderate continuous rain in East Grinstead. That'll wash the virus out of the air. No, it won't. Definitely not. Definitely not. Also, if you bite off each end of a Kit Kat and use it as a straw, it's the best thing. How common. Seriously. So you bite the end off a Kit Kat and use it as a straw. Right, you're barred. Not having this, actually, it's terrible. Somebody else said that's a good idea. Have you seen the video with the man swimming in the lake and there's an alligator comes up behind him? His friend jumps off the side of the riverbank and slam dunks the alligator. Oh. You see, you wouldn't get me swimming in a lake. I know people who do, but it's not for me at all. I think it's horrible. Steve, you don't see any hippies anymore. No, you don't. They sort of... Well, I mean, apart from Corey, there is... that's about it, actually. But good news, Wayne the Trolley Dolly says some good news. Now, you know Wayne works for British Airways. He says some good news. My furlough is over and I'm going back to work. They're all clapping for you, Wayne. They're all clapping. The aviation industry says it's a start. It's still in a terrible mess, but we're hopeful. We listen to you, he says, in our thousands, quite literally. Listen, you're going back to work? I think that's the best news we've heard. Well, apart from Annie's birthday today. So, going back to what... That is good news, isn't it? That is good news. That is... And I hope that happens for a lot of other people as well. So, it's a start. It's a start. Steve, we need more pictures of you in the Groovy Gang. Well, I'll be at the back of the queue, I'm afraid, for it. Not my favourite. Steve, 10 minutes for your hair. Is that a minute per hair? You know, seriously, I mean, why do I put up with this? Perdita says, have you heard Gabriel's oboe from the 1986 film The Mission? Oh, another... I went to the... excuse me, I went to The Mission, the live showing of it in the Empire, Leicester Square, with a live orchestra conducted by Ennio Morricone. I went to see The Mission. Lovely. I agree with you. It's absolutely... excuse me. Hang on, wait a minute. Hand cream, hand lotion. We love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yes, I agree with you. The music is fantastic. But Ennio Morricone, he did about 400 film scores. It's lovely. Have you heard it? Have you heard the music from The Mission? It's really good. It's very good, very atmospheric. You should see the film. I haven't seen the film, strangely enough, for years and years and years. Because we went to see it. I can't remember who I went to see it with, actually. Might have been with Darren. And we went to a lot of these sort of film screenings. This bit here, this little tiny bit I'll play for you. It's so beautiful, it really is. If you saw the film, it's really atmospheric, very, very atmospheric. Have you seen them? You've seen it? Oh, good. I was talking to myself. And it's very nice. You played it in an orchestra. God, there's no end to your skills, is there really? Honestly, you just have to be one up from me, don't you? Because I've never played it in a brass band, an orchestra, or when I was in charge of the Triangle. Nobody bothered. Brings tears to the eyes. Perdita, that's called conjunctivitis. Okay, it's not quite the same. Tears to the eyes. If you were sitting where I'm sitting this morning, you would be also having tears in your eyes. What? What's the matter? Because you're a dunker. You're a dunker and you admitted you're a dunker. Paul in Warwick, I'm going to ask the boys on this one, actually. Which one of your 5 senses would you be most afraid of losing? Which one of your 5 senses? Of course, you've got to work out what you think their 5 senses are. That'll be the first trick. It'll be... Which one would you... Humour. Not. And, Corey, what would it be for you? Hair bands, probably, I should imagine. Corey, it'd be... What would it be? Common sense. Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. Gives you a rough idea what I'm working with. Working with people who haven't got the faintest idea. Absolutely useless. Steve says, man, it's going to rain all day in Edgware. Queues outside shops, a nightmare. And somebody said, you're wrong, Steve. Dunking is in. Not, absolutely not. Dunking all the way. Steve went to Tony... and guys in Canary Wharf, really impressed how they set it out and their protection, says Iceman. That's all the proper salons are doing that. If they're cheap and they don't have it, you avoid them. Completely avoid them. Steve, they filmed a lot of The Mission in Chatham, in Kent, in Fort Amherst tunnels. The music was beautiful. The music is really... I'd forgotten how beautiful it was. I hadn't, actually, really. Rob says, is it too early to order my Christmas tree? No, not too early. I'm already looking at Christmas items this year, as indeed is Darren. So the reason I mentioned about dunking is because McVitie's have unwrapped a range of upmarket digestives they say are too posh to dip in tea. The top brand is targeting the luxury market with £1.79 VIBs. Very important biscuits. They come in classic caramel bliss, heavenly chocolate hazelnut and luscious blood orange, and are rated as its finest to date. They might not sound appealing to those who love to dunk a bicky in a mug of tea, but research suggests a third of us will crumble. Oh. I wouldn't mind trying the luscious blood orange. That sounds quite nice. I'm not interested in anything that's got hazelnuts in it, and I'm a bit bored with caramel. But apart from that, I'm absolutely fine. But blood orange sounds quite nice. I've got to try and source these blooming candles at some point. When that's going to happen, I've got no idea. Also, here's a picture of Kate Garraway. We send lots of love, as always, to Kate Garraway. And Ringo Starr, staggeringly, is 80 years old. He doesn't seem to have changed. He doesn't seem to have changed at all. But here it is. Posh London restaurant, Sexy Fish. Have you ever heard of Sexy Fish? I haven't, but everybody will have heard about it after some complete idiot made the biggest faux pas of her life. It's supposedly posh, but they couldn't have bought more effective publicity for their smart dress code than what Jess Glynn gifted them on Monday night. Now, I've heard of Jess Glynn, but sadly, I don't know what she's famous for. She turned up, Jess Glynn, dressed in a hoodie, baseball cap and trainers. And she then accused staff at the expensive restaurant of discrimination after they looked the singer up and down before turning her away, which social media users merrily turned into memes all day. On the website, Sexy Fish asked diners not to wear sportswear or specifically workout trainers, which, thanks to Jess, a lot more people now know. Well, I would turn her away as well. She turns up to a posh restaurant wearing a hoodie, a baseball cap and trainers. You peasant. Go eat somewhere that's more in keeping. Go to the local kebab shop, dear. Don't go to posh restaurants. People pay good money to eat there. They want to look at somebody like you. Have you heard of Jess Glynn? Do you know who Jess Glynn is? Yeah, she obviously can't afford any clothes, so she can't be that successful, can she? She can't afford to dress up for a mind you, he's next door wearing his Alice band. He thinks people have commented on it. I said they have, but not in a good way. You don't look like David Beckham at all. You really don't look like... There was that bloke who appeared on the television. I don't know if you ever remember seeing him. He was sort of, he just didn't look like... He claims he's had cosmetic surgery to look like David Beckham. He looked more like Victoria. He didn't look like David Beckham at all. He was so delusional and so ridiculously stupid. But there you go. Also, statue of Lord Nelson vandalised for the second time in 3 days. Get some... We've had posters put up all over Twickenham. Somebody said, when this coronavirus is over, what would you like to see happen? And somebody's stuck these posts up over people's shops and things like that, and then put a felt tip pen next to it. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Also, what else have we got? Dogs. Lots of dog stories in the papers. Loads of dog stories in the papers. People buying dogs, and I wish they wouldn't. Which have come in. These ones were found, 6 of them from Romania. They're in a terrible state. They might not survive, but the people who bring them in are people who flog these by the side of the road. If they die, they just chuck them over a fence. They don't care. They really don't care. Steve, how can we see what you, Corey, and the gang look like? I'm interested. Well, you'll find out shortly. You will find out very shortly. Especially today. Oh, you'll see me with my new haircut. I've just realised, actually, I haven't tweeted a picture of my haircut today. But you will see it, which will be quite... I think we're doing it, actually, in the break coming up now, are we? It's all very exciting, isn't it? We're all getting ready, getting the masks ready. So, as I say, I'm going to be at the back of the queue, but these were the masks made by Corey's mother, and especially in the LBC colours. So we'll be wearing them. We've all got our hair cut except Corey, but luckily he's in the middle, so you won't notice him. So that'll be a lot... You can't stop looking at yourself in mirrors, can you? You are absolute... Picture is being processed, even as we speak. There's a team of people on it. You watch. I shall get the phone back. There'll be a different voice coming through. We tried yesterday to... I can tell they're going to do something terrible to it. He's promised that he's not going to change the voice again. We wanted the other day to change it to an American. Well, you can change it to male, but I couldn't change it in here for some reason. So I want to know how you lot managed to change the voice. Don't change it yet. Let's get the picture done. Steve, on this day, 1937, the first 999 call was made. Originally, the system was just for calls made within a 12-mile radius of Oxford Circus. So what is taken as the first 999 call was taken from a Mrs. Beard of Hampstead, reporting a burglary at about 4:20 a.m. on July the 8th, 1937. How fantastic. Sexy Fish, says Matthew, is similar to Sheesh in Chigwell. Nice, but you'd hate it, full of towie types. Yes, I knew, judging by the amount of people I've seen going to Sheesh, I wouldn't want to go anywhere near it, thank you. My godson went. He went. I think he took a girlfriend to it, but you're right, it's not for me. Thank you. Steve Kim says a face covering is adequate for many. These fancy masks are not and might not actually be unhelpful, and because it's the droplets, wearers can propel much further. Not on these ones made by Corey's mum. They're very good, and the caption should be the Groovy Gang setting new heights. I think setting new heights. What does memes stand for? I don't know. Thomas will probably know, I should imagine. I've got no idea. What are memes? Meme? Weird little videos. Oh, right, weird little videos, apparently. So there you go. Pictures. Oh, OK, pictures. Steve, my brother would have a tea without actually drinking it. Only by soaking up with Dunkin' custard creams. Oh, no. Definitely not. Mad says, send my love to Angie, Sue, Karen and Paddy on the Facebook page. Tony in Romford reckons Dunking chocolate hobnobs gets him through the lockdown. And somebody else telling me about The Mission and how good the music is after Perdita raised it. Yes, absolutely. Front page of The Sun this morning, a current court case in London, so we'll leave them to one side. And I'll tell you inside, it's more people turning up for a court case. And also the teething troubles. They've got pub closures all over the place. They've literally just started opening, and now they've started closing again. A Super Saturday boozer who had COVID-19 caused a takeaway, a pub and a vape bar to close. The reveller was drinking at the Lighthouse Inn, one of 3 English pubs to have been shut after customers later tested positive. And that's why I say to you, this is going to happen all over the country, and that's why you don't go near any hairdressers if they're not wearing them. We've got 2 in Twickenham. If I find any more, I'll tell you who they are tomorrow. There's no point sort of targeting everybody with the same brush. We just want to make sure that you don't go to the places where they're just not wearing face masks. It's simple as that. Steve, lovely show. You clearly all have a great time working together. No, I don't know about that. If we actually put it to the vote. No, we do. We enjoy ourselves every... Oh, here he comes. We enjoy ourselves every day. So is it actually up there now? Is it done? Is it all ready? We shall find out in a moment. Failing to wear a face mask in public should be considered as antisocial as drink driving. That's what the Royal Society president says. And if they say it, they've got to know what they're talking about. Thea Green, founder of Nails Inc., says save our salons. But again, if they're not wearing masks, but these people always wear masks, don't they? In all the salons I've ever seen, as I walk past the window, they're all wearing masks. So that's what I'm assuming. Oh, right. Is it done or is it not done? Is it done? Do I need to write anything? Oh, no. Do I need to write anything on this one? Oh, right. That's it, is it? Oh, right. There you go. So where do they find it? Where do they find it? On my Twitter page. On Steve Allen... I don't know what it's called now. What's it called? Steve Allen Show. I don't know what it's called. At Steve Allen Show. And you can find the picture. You'll notice that I'm sort of last in line. Thomas is looking... Actually, the funny thing is, when you don't see somebody's mouth, it's quite funny, isn't it, really? It's quite funny. And Thomas has just retweeted. Sorry. So, here we go. And the Groovy Gang, now with LBC colour-coordinated face masks. And that's what we look like this morning, OK? That's as good as it's going to get. And if you're very good, you can enlarge the picture and stare at it day in, day out to give you inspiration. Steve, I can only have my tea with boiled milk. Oh, right. Steve, Alan Sugar frequents Sheesh and advertises it. Does he? Are you sure? Soft Touch Britain, that's us, Steve. Most European countries have tough sanctions. People don't follow the rules, but we don't even bother to properly enforce the rules. It's pathetic, says Alan. Well, I think that they should have the council going up and down the high street checking. If these salons do not have people wearing the masks, you close them down. It's as simple as that. If they refuse to be closed down, you issue a court summons. OK? This is just ridiculous. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Ridiculous. Also, did you read about the letter that intellectuals and public figures signed against politically correct cancel culture? I didn't. Quite clearly, I didn't. Another one here, which says... somebody else was telling me about the original 999 calls, where they first came from. I was right, though, wasn't I, actually, by saying the other day that we thought the first SOS came from the Titanic that sent out SOS. That was the first time they'd ever used it. My friend Ian has retweeted. If you could retweet, we'd be very grateful. The picture, thank you, and made by my wonderful mum. So there we go. So we've now got the. Honestly, what do we look like? What do we look like? So well done to Corey's mum for making them, and they're very nice. I can't make mine stay on my right ear. It keeps moving off my ear. But that's probably my fault for having odd ears. But Thomas looks quite scary, doesn't he? He's about to go, give us the money. Give us the money now, OK? Give us your money. I'm holding a cucumber. Or a banana, I think. 84850, Steve at LBC. Lovely shirt, Steve. Where can I get one? Tommy Bahamas. And somebody says, Well, this one. Steve, one of the pubs that closed was told on the Sunday they had a COVID-infected person. Yes, that means someone went to the pub whilst they were waiting for test results. Yes, they came out positive. They came out positive. That's why they've closed all these other places. That's why when you go and get your hair cut, they're supposed to know who you are. They don't. Of course, they don't. Steve, I like to bite both ends off a Twix finger and use it like a straw. Will you stop it with the dunking biscuits? It really is not good enough. Jane Moore's column today in The Sun, talking about Maxwell, found living at, surprisingly, her own house, which is interesting. Nearest town is Bradford, New Hampshire, and after a year of Where's Wally-style intrigue, there she was in a house. Been living there for about 8 months. But all sorts of things going on. And here they talk about our very own Prince Andrew, who, despite being at Pizza Express in Woking, already looked like a worried soul when he crossed the Atlantic to officially end his friendship with a man he claims he wasn't close friends with. Ghislaine as well. It could be done, they say, via a video link when this thing eventually moves on. And 2 Brits have been jailed for trying to smuggle migrants across the Channel. Skipper Wayne Mills and Joshua Van Prague were arrested at gunpoint as they tried to ram a French Coast Guard. Oh, great. One went for 4 years, another for 3. Give you a chance to reflect, won't it? I would think. It's always quite good. We don't want people doing things like that. Also, can't do that one. Oh, there's so many... loads of pictures of Rod Stewart. He must go out with his own photographer so that everybody can see him. Somebody said, is that Joe Lycett in front? Joe Lycett. He doesn't mind that, Thomas. He's more than happy. I think we're quite a good-looking team, actually. I just look a bit sort of odd at the back. But, it's all there. It's all going on. It's all wonderful. Tom Cruise has wowed audiences and performed death-defying stunts in his films. He does all his own stunts. Isn't that good, actually? I quite like that. And, Steve... I'm trying to get a job at the BBC. Any tips? Don't bother. They're just making people redundant. They're trying to lose about 470 people, I think. They're trying to save 125 million. I spent the last 2 months ensuring myself, staff and clients are safe. We're in masks, visors and aprons and clients in masks. I've removed interior doors and installed, says Richard in Essex, sanitising stations, bought lockers so staff can isolate their possessions, screens, banner. The Turkish barber opposite my salon, nothing. Well, that's what our one is. No PPE, same gown over and over again. The government needs to enforce. I'm fuming, says Richard. Well, this one's only just opened a short while ago, but nobody wearing masks. They should be closed down. But if I keep banging on about, if you live in Twickenham, avoid any of these places where they're not wearing masks. Too dangerous. So I agree with you, Richard. There's loads of people who are doing it properly, throwing away the gowns. These people are just using the normal gowns. And I think they should be closed down. I think they're an absolute disgrace. But mind you, you might find they actually end up going, themselves. Tea is only for dunking toast. What? Toast? You don't dunk toast, do you? That is barbaric. Yeah, even the boy thinks that's barbaric. In soup, toast in soup. Food at your house must be like feeding time at the zoo. It must look awful. I mean, now we know your mother makes lovely Mars, but for God's sake, the food situation is do you sort of sit there and go and just throw food at people, throw it at the wall, see what sticks? Terrible. Somebody here is a litter picker. A lot of litter pickers everywhere. This one was burned when she picked up a phosphorus grenade in a school field in Ashby de la Zouche. Always like the sound of that, but I've never been there, but it sounds wonderful, doesn't it? That all these hairdressers and people who are not wearing their masks when they're cutting people's hair, we have to report them. I have a good mind to phone up the local council and find out what they're doing about it. And I bet you anything, they're doing nothing. Because they've now been open since Saturday and they're not wearing masks and they're cutting hair and they're not giving people these gowns. They're not following government guidelines at all. What are the council doing about it? So far, nothing. If they do anything, it'll take months, won't it? They operate very slowly, which is not so good. David in Brighton, good morning. Do you like Jaffa cakes? Is it cake or biscuit? I think we actually decided it was a biscuit, didn't we? Did we? Or was it a cake? We think it's a cake. That's right, because it goes hard over time. Thomas from Edinburgh says, is Corey in negotiations with L'Oreal to appear in the next campaign now he's grown out his hair? He could do, actually. He could actually... I mean, if he actually grows it really long, he could just sort of tie it back in a ponytail. And it wouldn't make any difference, would it, really? Because it seems to grow at an alarming rate. Seriously, I've had cypress trees that have grown slower than his hair grows. Literally comes in on a daily basis, and it just gets longer and longer and longer. But there is an art to growing your hair long. If you sort of cut it a little bit, then it will grow properly. Otherwise, it just looks a bit peculiar. Steve, could you welcome ex-New Era driver Stuart to the LMD Skip Roadies, says Ian. Poor Ian, honestly. Giving out photographs, I should imagine, very shortly. Is Joe Lycett your son? If not, sue him for plagiarism. Joe Lycett? Good Lord. And then somebody else says, wait a minute. Wearing masks should be compulsory, says Ben. I don't mind wearing them because in Toronto, since SARS, everybody just got used to it. But actually, if you go to Japan, as you probably know, Ben, everybody walks around wearing masks. You can always spot Japanese and Chinese tourists in London. They're all wearing masks. Go to any nail bar, run by Chinese or whatever. Everybody's wearing masks. They have to because of the fumes. Why would you not want to wear it if there's a pandemic on? But I'm banging on about this one. It's beginning to sound a wee bit repetitive, but anything that is tantamount to a hairdressing salon and they're not wearing masks, and I don't care who they are, then you avoid them. You don't go anywhere near them. So picture in the paper today, clowns turning up outside Parliament. They say, can you help us? Please help us. Again, it's something else that could disappear. You don't want these places to disappear. We really don't. Fewer than 1 in 7 people now smoke. How can it be fewer than 1? I've just realised. Perhaps it's 2. But anyway, so a lot of people are not smoking now. You know why? Because it kills you. It's as simple as that. We don't want to do things that kill us. Playing with the coronavirus can kill you. People die. People are dying even as we sit here now. Also, all of Prince Andrew's exes are distancing themselves. At one time they go, so-and-so's famous because she used to go up with Prince Andrew. You stay well away. Well away. Happy birthday to Pauline Quirk and Monty Don. Happy birthday. Kelly Brooks says her sex life is stronger than ever at 40. She lives at 27. Ha! It's an old gag, but we love using it. And the store manager, he's only 26. He says he won't give up on his job, despite scooping £1 million on a lottery ticket. He spent £3 on a lottery ticket, and he won £1 million. And of course, he's absolutely right. £1 million when you're 26. You want to buy a house? You want to buy a few little bits and... Well, that £1 million is going to go very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. Davina McCall speaking in the papers of her heartache, watching her father's Alzheimer's decline. And Dawn Neeson, headline in her column today in the Daily Star, incredible sulk seeks privacy for his rants. Who could that be? I gave it to somebody in the office who went, I'll tell you that is straight away. Dawn Neeson, incredible sulk seeks privacy for his rants. Yep, that's him over there. Lewis Hamilton says his bulldogs are vegan, and he loves it. Apparently his fur is softer, he's a happier dog. He's a bulldog. And because he lost a dog a short while ago, and so the bulldog, he's become vegan. I didn't know you can also get diabetic dogs as well. Did you know that? I never crossed my mind, actually. Diabetic dogs, but this one's gone vegan. So I suppose it's whatever food you put down for it. After a while, dogs and although cats are very funny. Cats are very, very funny. Steve, somebody keeps sending flowers with the heads cut off. I think I'm being stalked. You're barred. The new Lidl in Watford has no hand sanitisers anywhere. Do they have hand sanitizer? I haven't been to a big supermarket, so I don't know whether they've all got hand sanitizer. You'll find it somewhere. They've all got it. All the ones around my way have got it. Hand sanitizer. You walk in the door and there's hand sanitizer. It's on a counter. They've even got it by the bus stop, by the Ritz. Hand sanitising here. Although, to be honest with you, if you can't persuade hairdressers to buy all the right things, but I'm going to name them tomorrow. What else we got here in the papers today? It's a court case which runs to pages and pages. Ghislaine to appear in court by video. Here's a picture of her with Prince Andrew again, the one who took her around the castle and Buckingham Palace and let her sit on the throne and everything else, really. Seriously. 50 performers from the UK circuses delivering a letter to Downing Street. And they look lovely, actually. In fact, one of these, judging by the costume, it looks like A circus that I might know very, very well indeed. So well done to all the circus performers. You've got to hang in there. They don't exactly earn a fortune, people who work in circuses. They really don't. But so they've got to... they have to sort of keep hanging on in because that's part of our great British tradition. Sarah Vine, talking about after the arrest of Ghislaine Maxwell, I began watching the Netflix documentary on Jeffrey Epstein, Filthy Rich. The picture that emerges is one of a persistent sexual predator who used money and influence to pursue his depraved passions. Yes, I would think that was exactly what it was. The more money you have, the more you can get away with. And he got away with everything. Really did. She says, I have enormous respect for Jenny Murray anyway, but even more so for her courage to speak about her lifelong battle with the bulge. Oh, God, everybody suffers with it, but she spent 10 grand on weight loss surgery. I don't think I'd ever want to do that. Sad news about Pret a Manger, the sandwich chain, shutting 30 stores with a loss of 1,000 jobs. So she quite likes Pret a Manger. And also, Dear Harry, a letter here. Check your history before making howlers about your grandmother's finest achievement. He couldn't care less about them. He couldn't care less about the royal family. Why do you think he just sort of decided to do what he wanted to do? He doesn't care. He really doesn't care. And so, as far as I'm concerned, the longer he stays in America, the happier we'll all be. We don't really want to see him back any time soon. So Pauline Quirk is 61 today. Monty Don is 65. Plus, Donny Osmond got his first UK number one in 1972 with And They Called It Puppy Love. Also, 1965, great train robber Ronnie Biggs escaped from Wandsworth Prison. Took us, God knows, he only came back to this country because he was ill and he wanted the free medication. Nobody else wanted him here at all. Actress Nadia Sawalha did show her cellulite, and it's quite horrendous, actually. It's on the back of her legs, and she says it is unattainably perfect skin. So when you see it, photograph and it was touched up, it's flattering lighting. When you see the reality, it's unbelievable. Do men get that as well? Do men get cellulite on the back of... It's generally on the back of their legs, isn't it? I think. I don't know. Corey, don't start hunting for it now, dear. We'll be here all years. Trying to find out whether you've got cellulite. You only ever know if somebody's behind you, don't you? Wasn't there a line in a Victoria Wood sketch where they're both sitting there and somebody says, that's the colour of our shower curtain, that blue there, the varicose veins on that woman. Colour of our shower curtain. She was funny, honestly. What a miss. What a loss. What a loss. Tales of the Unexpected. Oh, yes, this is because Roald Dahl's grandson, somebody called Ned, has got married to a Jordanian princess. Honestly, they get more remote, these people, don't they? They go, this is a grandson. Also, small weddings can go ahead, up to 30, I believe. But they've got couples who still want the romance of a big doer facing a nightmare. One particular couple have been together for 19 years, and they were finally due to get married last month. They'd chosen a Tudor barn in the grounds of Ye Old Bell Coaching Inn, a pub in Hurley, near Chalfont St Giles. They paid half of the total, £6,000, and £611 to the Royal Borough of Windsor and Maidenhead for a registrar to carry out the ceremony. Is that how much they earn? Registrars coming out, take this woman in, take the man, you're married. When lockdown meant the wedding breakfast was cancelled, the pub repaid their £3,000 deposit. With the couple unsure how long it could take before they could have a wedding for 75 people, they decided to get married. And Celia says, we only wanted to get married in Maidenhead because that's where the venue was. Once it closed and we decided to have a small wedding in the village, they should have agreed to give our money back. A Royal Borough of Windsor and Maidenhead spokesman says it's not liable for any loss if a wedding's cancelled due to force majeure event. They've always got an answer, haven't they? Haven't they? The council has refused to refund the £611. Tight-fisted little so-and-sos, honestly. Shan't be liking them anymore on the programme. Also, Kelly Brook reckons her sex life is better than ever at 40. I think, actually, the older you get, the better it gets. I'm saying this, I have no experience in this matter at all. I'm just trying to stoke the fire, as they say. Steve, we have a fruit and veg man shouting out to customers. Why would a fruit and veg man shout out to customers? But many of the customers buy apples and eat them walking down the street, reported him to the council. You can't stop somebody shouting, I don't think. I don't think there's a law about that. Well, I don't think so. Harry has left the royal family, so we'll hear no more about him, says Dave in Beckenham. Oh, I think you do. On a daily basis. You can't resist it. You can't resist the allure of publicity. Also, I bought a Dior cardigan at a charity shop. It was a worn-again Christian. Oh, dear, honestly. Right, you're definitely not going to appear on the programme again. Susie said Corey should have his hair cut and raise some money for a charity. Yeah, what I didn't point out, and you're now going to have to write and apologise, is that he wears a toupee. OK? I'm just telling you that now, because that's very important to know. So he can't get it cut because it's not his. It arrived in a jiffy bag, and it's double-sided tape holding it together. Would either of you ever wear a mankini? No. Would you? Oh, Thomas would. I could tell you. You just look like the sort of person who he'd wear a mankini. There's the picture we don't want to see anyway. Henry's got one. They don't make it in his size, do they? A mankini. Good Lord. I can't imagine what that looks. Seriously, that must look like something horrendous. That must be... Yeah, but I'll ask him. I want to go out and see him, actually. Dear me. Also, Sherry Hewson, former Corrie star, is desperate to return to the cobbles. She's 69. She says, I only went in for 6 weeks and I stayed for 5 years and I loved every second of it. I think it must be like being on radio. You know, once you've done something for a long time, you get to like it. And you can't imagine life without it, because it takes up a big part of your life, doesn't it? It doesn't matter whether you're working daytime, nighttime. I mean, look at the weather outside. Blooming miserable, honestly, for a Wednesday. It couldn't get any worse, could it? Did I bring an umbrella? Yes. Do I have a hat with me? Yes. Do I worry about getting wet? No. Don't worry about that at all. What to have for breakfast, though? That's the problem. I can never think what to have for breakfast. So, it's, you know, I mean, I can't be bothered to cook something. You know, so you want something that's nice and easy. So perhaps a sort of a baguette or something with some... I've got some smoked salmon at home. Do you like smoked salmon? You do like smoked salmon, do you? Oh, of course, it's very Scottish, isn't it, smoked salmon? We had a bottle of whiskey. Ian Wright is... they call him a footballing legend. I don't know enough about him. He confessed about his unsavoury past, regretting some of his life choices at the start of his career. He says success went to his head, leading to a stint in prison and trysts with other women, but counselling has sorted him out. So there you go. But he's also revealed he received daily racist abuse online. Everybody gets abuse online now. Ever since people could sort of hide behind Twitter and email addresses, people just write abuse to anybody at all. I want to go round to them, actually, with a film crew and shame them. I want to have a whole channel devoted on the television to the bozos who think they know everything. You know, the ones who sort of go, oh, you know, you shouldn't be doing this, you should be self-isolating, all this kind of thing. You want to go round there and go, what's it going to do with you? What's it going to do with you? Steve, going through the pics and such like, and found a mini movie of you from your Make Some Noise night some 2 years ago, says Silicon Valley Sue. A bit of you on stage. The movie was too large to email. File link was recommended for the volume. Feel free to have one of your celebrated lads. Let us know how we can send it to them, whatever tech translation is necessary. Well, you don't expect they're going to know stuff like that, do you? Goodness sake, they don't know things like that. We do thank you so much for sending your good wishes on air the other night. Terry has gotten used to the fact that I go to bed with Steve as well as him. There you go. So, in other words, we're a little bit like the royal family. There are 3 in our relationship. Although I think you have to share me with a few thousand other people. Steve, back to work, says Monica, my favourite Jewish multitasker. Sailing. We had a very short holiday on the coast. We talked about masks, among many other things, and all agreed we didn't really expect ever to walk in a mask to the bank and ask a teller for money. But yet we did, as a group, and they weren't surprised. Mind you, it was even more surprising for me, despite having walked into the bank once in the past with a rifle in my hand. They asked me to put it in the rack by the door. Well, on Spitsbergen, everybody walks with one. So there you go. It is funny, isn't it? You can now go into a bank legally with a mask on and ask them to give you money. And nobody says a word. Nobody says a word. Nobody says a word. Here's Gordon Ramsay. He's got an exotic travel show coming up. He's visiting all sorts of places. In this particular one, he's tucking into a tarantula. It's a bird-eating tarantula. And you sort of cook it and then you eat... I couldn't eat anything like that. If I was in the jungle and they said, right, you're going to be eating this, Steve, followed by a witchetty grub, I'm afraid I'd be going, no, I'm not. And they go, well, nobody in the group will be eating. Well, they'll have to starve then, won't they? It's, you know, it's just not my sort of thing. He says you pull off the first leg... and it's firm, sweet, almost crab, meat, stroke chicken wing texture. Close your eyes and think chicken wing. It's not the same, is it? It's not the same. And 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Chris in Goodyear Park says, I have a hairdressers in Brentwood. I agree, any hairdresser not following guidelines are irresponsible. But can I pick you up on your choice of words? We actually need to wear a visor, not a face mask, as per government guidelines. Also, my salon doesn't use disposable gowns, but they're washed after every use. Well, how many are you running? All the ones round our way, they've got packets of these disposables. And so you wash your gown after every use. Blimey. He says, I'd hate my clients to think that because they're not disposable, I'm not doing things right. Well, they're supposed to throw them away afterwards. Because I don't believe that everybody's... So in other words, you've got two people running, then you throw two in the washing machine, then you've got another two, then you're going to take them out, dry them. No. But the visors, well, put it this way, they're not wearing anything. It's not just a visor, you know. It's a case of they should be wearing something. To not wear anything is almost shameful. Steve, you work with two gorgeous men. Excuse me. And where would they be? Honestly. Steve, I wore a mankini in Tenerife, so uncomfortable. Then soon my partner said I had it on back to front. We decided actually only Thomas would be wearing one of these. Nobody else would be wearing one at all. And somebody says, if you can stand the smell of them, sardines on toast is good for the heart. Oh, I can't bear the smell of them. Can't bear the smell, David, in Beckenham, of sardines on oh, no. I've seen them in the tins. They're like little soldiers lined up, don't they? A baguette with cheese and chorizo with slatherings of mayo. Great way to start the day. That sounds quite nice. My dog, Jack, was diabetic. Had to inject him twice a day. Loads of tablets. 2 years. 2 years. He managed it until it all got too much for him. Great show, says Viv. Oh, Sally. How do you ever discover that that all of a sudden your dog or cat is actually diabetic? Do they tell you? I think it's bowel movement or something like. Oh, right, okay. I just wondered how you would know. Actually, I've heard of people who've had diabetic dogs before, but I don't know how they would first of all find out. I suppose taking the dog to the vet. Ronan Keating's daughter, Missy Keating. Ronan Keating. I can't remember what he was. Wasn't Louis Walsh the one who said of Ronan Keating? He was the only one who couldn't sing in the group, but they always put him down like a singer. I don't think he's sung for ages, has he really? But his daughter's a model on a Dublin beach. To be honest with you, I don't. What does a model constitute nowadays? Is it somebody who'll manage to get their boobs out for you or something like that? Is that a model? Because Missy completed her look with sunglasses plus gold earrings and a necklace. She doesn't look like a model. She looks like somebody off Love Island. Not quite the same, is it? So Harry Hill's coming back. That's good. Pleased about that. We love Harry Hill. Watching TV will never be the same again. Programmes featured in the series will include old favourites like Dixon of Dock Green, Dr. Finley's Casebook, Barry Bucknell's DIY, and Fanny Craddock. And don't make me do the joke, please. There is a very good joke about Fanny Craddock. I'm not going to tell you. Ellie Goulding may have to change her surname to Gothling. She was a teenage goth. Oh, we've got here Corey's goth. Corey's goth as well. Well, sort of goth with sort of other bits thrown in. Bit of a hybrid. Scotland Yard's been asked to release footage of the handcuffing of two athletes so the public can see what happened. I don't think they'd have a problem with that. They have viewed it, they've said. Excuse me. And they've said they thought it was okay. Here's a picture of dogs in shopping trolleys, which is very sweet, but to be honest with you, I wouldn't want to see a dog sitting in a shopping trolley and then you put your food in there. No, thank you very much indeed. Dawn Neeson, talking about Boris Johnson, who was astonishingly blamed care homes for not following procedures before admitting that at the time nobody actually knew what the coronavirus procedures were. Still nice to know his dad Stanley got it bang on and proceeded to break lockdown rules and fly to Greece. And then there's a young lad called Kieran Lindsay. He sent his mum a picture of him pretending to be asleep, whereas in fact he was on a flight to Magaluf. That's where he went, because that's where sort of teenage boys go to. You know, even though you're dreadfully ugly, you go to Magaluf with your mates because it's like, yeah, because I pull a girl, like, you know, it's really good. But he's an electrician. He sent a group selfie to his mum, Claire Braithwaite. He's called Kieran Lindsay and she's called Keith Brett. Well, anyway, I don't know. And she said, do you think I'd miss MAGA with the boys? The furious NHS nurse bombarded him with irate texts. And then somebody sort of criticised him. I mean, he's obviously a bit of a dipstick. Kieran, who comes from Ayrshire, says, when I got home, my mum was pretending to be angry, but I think she found it a wee bit funny herself. And best week of my life, man, sharing trips last June. So, but as I say, Magaluf is aimed at people like this. Basically, these sort of socially inept, the people who can only do things when they've had loads and loads of booze, and then you can pull a girl. They couldn't do it over here, so they have to go to Magaluf, because it's basically, you know, everybody's got the word easy written all over them. Traffic pollution and noise is driving birds out of the countryside. Small migrant species are struggling to cope. And it's mainly meadow pipits and lapwings. So I don't know what they are. I don't know what they... It's just a bird, isn't it? It's in a field. They're very pretty. It's what? Ask Matt... Well, Matt Styler would know. Yes, I did ask him, actually, once about that. I don't remember asking about meadow pipits. They sound quite exotic, don't they? Meadow... Have you seen a meadow pipit today? Yeah, they sound quite... It's sparrows I don't see very often. We used to see sparrows all the time. Now, not very good. And, Steve, do you remember when Victoria Beckham failed to recognise David's autograph in a memorabilia shop? She disputed the signature. Turns out, says Lawrence, it was authentic. Yes, I did that yesterday on the programme. It was so funny. They were sort of trying to find... They went, that's a fake. And it turns out it wasn't. They had it authenticated. Steve, diabetic dogs drink loads. Ours became obsessed with water. Any tap turned on, he'd whine and try and get the water, regardless, says Melissa. Oh, right. And somebody says, diabetic dog or cat, lot of water. Aha, thank you. And Carolyn Newark. She said they drink a lot, become lethargic, and lose weight. Oh, God, Thomas wishes. Thomas wishes, but it's not going to happen just yet. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Mr. Mankinis. Is it Mankinis or... Yeah. The only person I've seen wear one is Bobby Norris. Nice bloke, but looks ridiculous, says Matthew. He's always looked ridiculous. I mean, seriously, I don't know what his purpose is in Towie. He's way too ancient for things like that. Steve, hairdressers wearing nothing. It's an absolute joke. And, Steve, I hope you get the irresponsible barbers in Twickenham brought to the attention of the relevant authorities. Well, I'm surprised they've not seen it, because they're on the high street. They're in the main high street. Can't miss them. He's standing in the window with no mask. No nothing. Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Also... a lot of people talk about... I didn't realise it was such a problem, actually. It's amazing how many of you know about diabetic dogs and cats. Steve... Waiting to go to Memphis, says Carol. Still waiting for 4 bags. 2 waiting to go off to Memphis. And says, off for haircut and colour this morning. Packed my own drink, mask, gloves, own magazine, loo roll, in case a wee is needed. Not allowed to take a coat, still will need a brolly, as it's pouring, frightening stuff. Yes, so there are no magazines, no teas and coffees available for you ladies who have to sit there waiting. I bet there's people flouting that one as well. You know, where they sort of go in there. And if you're having cut and colour... The colour, you sit there... I mean, you can be an hour and a half by the time they've done it all the way through. It'd be ages. And most ladies like to sit there with a magazine and with a cup of tea. Well, you're not going to be getting that, actually. Says, I feel like Barry Cryer writing your gags for you. Oh, that'd be quite a nice idea, Wayne. And, yeah. Did you hear about the massive lockdown fight in the Great Dunmow chip shop? 2 fish got battered. Well, you're definitely barred. You live in Dunmow. That's out straight away, isn't it? Goodness sake, honestly. Talking about food, I once judged, Steve, says Matt, a sandwich competition. The winner, breast of chicken with peaches and ginger mayonnaise. Seriously, it was amazing. Well, it sounds quite nice, actually. Chicken and peaches. Is that like a peach puree or something? It sounds very good, actually. It sounds very good. And, Steve, I've just found a dead shrew on my kitchen floor that the cat... Mazurka has dragged in. I know it's supposed to be a present for me, but I wish she wouldn't do it. I've picked it up with a kitchen towel and thrown it out through the cat flap. We'll have a burial service after work, says Helinka. Oh! My friend Lou, she used to get that with her cat. They bring in squirrels, decapitated squirrels and things like that. Sounds horrible. Jane says, dogs and cats in their pet plan with the vet, blood test twice a year, won't let them have basic drugs without a blood test. Aha, so now you know. You must get Pet Plan, mustn't you, or any one of the other companies which operate, because it's so expensive. Tom in Southend says, Captain of the Groovy Gang, Steve, and the Spikers. I love the photo of the Groovy Gang. Also, I love the show. Well, they're very pleased. I had very, very positive response. Very positive response to the picture of the Groovy Gang as well. But I'm amazed at how many people seem to think that we know all about diabetic cats and dogs, but we don't. Somebody says, Steve, I guess some people think COVID is over. Yep. Nice Tommy Bahama shirt, Steve. I have loads. I buy them in the Tommy Bahama shop. It's the only place you can get the blooming things, isn't it? I order them from America. But the quality of the material is sensational. Seriously, I've had these for the best part of 10, 15 years, and they're as fresh as the day that I bought them. So that's nice, isn't it? But mind you, as I said before, they're not cheap. 3 hours plus, Steve, for cut and colour. 3 hours plus, really? Small wonder men don't have colour very often, do they? It takes two. Who can spend 3 hours in the hairdressers? Obviously not everybody. Obviously not everybody. Here we go, Hot TV. Bosses at ITV are lining up for something for the weekend. They say 3 new shows airing on Saturday and Sunday, fronted by Ainsley Harriott. Oh, God. Surely not Ainsley Harriott. And ITV boss Katie Rawcliffe says there's hopefully something for everyone. Ainsley will be cooking up a storm on the show The Food We Love. He's another one of those fake smiles. And he'll be joined by a special guest and fellow chefs. In fact, it's the same as every other programme on the television. Alan Titchmarsh will do Love Your Weekend. And Ranveer Singh. I don't know who Ranveer Singh is, actually. It doesn't help, does it, I suppose? Will be joined by her Good Morning Britain co-star Alex Beresford on a new show called All About Britain. Oh, God. And they've said here, Ranveer said it's exciting to be involved in a brand new Sunday morning show. The competition is too hot, I'm afraid. Shining a light on interesting people and places around the country. Oh, God, I'm bored already with it. And taking a close look at what makes the country tick. Nothing makes the country tick. Why do they all come up with this claptrap? You know, we want... Yeah, it's not a clock, is it? We want to go round the country and see what makes it tick. So they put on 2 of the most inexperienced presenters you can probably find on television, and they think they're going to get ratings. The only person who's going to get ratings out of that is going to be Alan Titchmarsh. I mean, surely even Ainsley Harriott has sort of wandered off with the Pixies. Here's more stories in the papers about the fifth Beatle. After 58 years, Pete Best has finally buried the hatchet with Ringo Starr, because Pete Best played with them where they were in Hamburg. And they then fired him and they brought in Ringo. But yesterday, Pete Best tweeted, he's 78, he said, thought about it and thought, why not? Happy birthday, Ringo, it's a special one, have a good day. I didn't even know he was still alive, but I'm sure he only featured on one thing, really. But he was in the first season of Club Dates when they were the Quarrymen. And they met Best some years earlier at the Casbah, a cellar club in the Liverpool suburb of West Derby, set up by Best's mother, Mona. So after returning from Germany, Pete Best was then fired in favour of the more technical drummer, Ringo Starr. From that day, not one of the Beatles ever contacted him again. Not that he ever tried to contact them, but... you know, we were cowards, Lennon said years later. We got Epstein to do the dirty work for us. Isn't that a shame? Isn't that a shame? He was with them, and they must have been friends at some point, but yet there's been no contact whatsoever. So he's had to reach out. I mean, come on, goodness sake. Pull yourselves together. Also in the papers today... I'm trying to find something that was sort of... It's the same old, because it's stuff that's unfortunately in court, which you can't do anything about. It's what might or might not be happening in America. And then the other story, which emerged a couple of days ago, about British Gymnastics, who've launched a probe into allegations that coaches mistreated athletes. I mean, nobody knew anything about this. There's a few people come forward, and one former elite performer said mental and physical abuse were entirely the norm, and another claimed to have been shut in a cupboard to cry myself to exhaustion. They do the same in Russia. They start them very young in gymnastics. I think they start from the age of about 5, which is incredibly young, and the pressure that's put on them is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, it really is. It's very, 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 very difficult, and they just have to put up with it because it's so competitive over there. So competitive, as we've all seen. And it's a great shame. Only now are people coming out talking about it. Apparently Christmas shopping, you say, says Ian. It's Christmas in July this weekend on QVC and Home Shopping Network, and I can't wait to get some bargains. Fantastic. See, I love that. Home shopping, Christmas shop. They've already started on one of the channels over here. They've started showing, you know, the Christmas cut, because you've got to get in early. And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say that it's too early. But unfortunately, for the Christmas markets, they will have known, all the big companies already have planned out Christmas. Their displays, their windows, everything. Because you can't leave it till the last minute. Alinka says, I shall miss my glass of wine at the hairdresser's. Could always take it in, couldn't you? See, something tells me you're a secret Towie and Love Island binge watcher. I think you got the wrong end of the stick. Absolutely hate both of them. I only see Towie. I mean, the moment Love Island comes on, it's off immediately. I flick to another channel. Who wants to watch boring people wandering around who can barely string two words together? Really dreadful. You can buy ham and egg sandwiches. Why can't you get chicken and egg, says Gary. I think because they don't think that chicken goes with egg. I don't know why I thought that. And Dell says, my sister's cat brought home a mouse, still attached to the trap that killed it. Oh, dear. So awful. Steve, says Liam, here we go, another one banned. Takes 5 minutes to walk to my local pub and 45 minutes to walk home. The difference is staggering. Thank you. Still think 3 hours for cut and colour. That's amazing, actually. 3 hours for ladies. This is if you're going to the hairdressers. When I was a boy in the 60s, Steve, I was a great fan of the Monkees. At one time, I managed to get my parents to buy me a ticket to see them play in London. How I was very disappointed with the show, as they ignored us and just spent the whole time eating bananas and throwing stuff at each other. Thank you, Rob. You're barred. We have nobody left very shortly. Just finished watching Floyd on France. And the pioneer of guerrilla cooking. Well, he was drunk. Keith Floyd was drunk most of the time. He spent most of the time with a wine bottle in his hand, pouring it in copiously and talking to the cameraman, which sort of was the... you know who's got his car? James Martin bought his car. He bought Floyd's car. He just wanted its iconic little thing to have, bless his heart. Keith Floyd, honestly. I mean, he did look bad, actually. Somebody's saying, and I have no clue. I'm a diabetic, and I have no clue what I can eat. I need advice. Can you read out 2 or 3 items a day? No, go to your doctor. Go and speak to the professional. You must have... Listen, if you've got diabetes, you must have a diabetic doctor. I've got one. I've got diabetic nurses, diabetic doctors. You have to have, because they've got to do your eyes tested. I have a blood test twice a year to check that everything's okay. You go to the chiropodist. You must have that. And it's not a case of having 2 to 3 items a day of what you think you can eat. All of us are different. Some people react differently to things. I probably have things that people say, how can you eat that? Because I can't eat that. But everybody's different. Everybody's different. Barbara in Whitton High Street, Steve, no mask. Avoid. Don't go to anywhere. Have you watched The Joy of Painting on BBC 4? Didn't know there was a BBC 4. Far too many stations at the BBC. If you want to save money, just close them down. Nobody will complain. There's only a few, people who sort of watch these things and listen to them. Gordon Ramsay. Oh, I've done Gordon Ramsay, haven't I? Who was eating his stuff. And also campers have been slammed for leaving behind everything, including a pitch tent, chairs, cooking equipment, food, booze and barbecue. It was found near Cirencester. They posted online, shocking people can be so wasteful. But they do that at the festivals, don't they? Glastonbury. They have more tents left there than anything else. People can't be bothered to fold it back up. I mean, surely they can put those to good use in other countries. Somebody can go... I know that they did start taking them down, but you can... I mean, people take large tents and everything and then just dump them. Mind you, people get robbed left, right and centre, don't they? Which is not so good. 6:45 is the time. Let's have a check on the time. Jill says, is it too early to start sending out Christmas cards? We were just talking about Christmas, actually, just during the break a minute ago, on whether it's going to be different this year, or whether we might have sort of wandered through the other side slightly. We do know, I think there is one pantomime that's taking place, but I can't remember where it is. But for an awful lot of people, it's a tough time. So the government have announced that injection into theatre. That might not solve the problem. And then you've got circuses. Then how many gyms will go under because they've got nobody going to the gyms? Although you could socially isolate in a gym, can't you? And gyms are normally big enough, so you can be on one piece of equipment. You just take out the middle piece of equipment. I mean, I've never been to a gym yet, well, not for years, where they were all occupied. I mean, you can still go out. Some of them round our way are having exercise classes on Twickenham Green, and they've got the council going around stopping them doing it. For the simple reason that they're in a public place, and they're not... You can't just sort of rent out a bit of the green. So they've started stopping people, which is sort of an interesting concept, I think. And yet they don't mind hairdressers, operating without putting on a mask or something. Do your ratings go up when Mr. M is on holiday? I don't know. I never work it I don't work it out at all, actually. Somebody else has to work out things like that. I don't know. I just know that when we do have the ratings, we seem to be going up, which is very nice. Plus, my local McDonald's opening for breakfast today. I can't wait to get my McMuffin, says John. Right, you're barred. And are they all open, all the McDonald's? Are they all open now? There's sort of in our local Greggs, the actual counter where you stood in front of is all one sheet of Perspex, and you point at what you want, and then she delivers it down this end. The people who invented screens, we've got them in the studio here. It's sort of separating the boys from each other. It's a bit like they're in the hairdressing salon, except they're not. And the companies who make all these things, they must be, that's like the people who make masks. They must be they've probably never sold so many. Millions of masks going everywhere. Millions of screens. You go into the bank. There are screens everywhere. I got on the bus the other day, and the actual screen between me and the bus driver, the little one where it's got the holes in it, they've covered that over with plastic. Amazing, isn't it, really? Listening with friends, Renee, Isabella and Nikita and Simon. We're listening to your show and loving it. Hope you have your roller back. Says Lorraine. By the way, we're COVID-19 secure here. Well, that's good news. Coaches push training young people to the point of abuse and then giving them performance-enhancing drugs. It's disgusting. Here in Russia and anywhere else it happens. End the Olympics now. It's not worth it. Well, that's always been the case, hasn't it, of people who unfortunately get pushed to the limit. That's the whole thing about being an Olympian. You are pushed to the very limit. And I mean, I've taken part, well, not in the Olympics, quite clearly, but in other things like that. And you're with people who are so competitive. Tom Daly is very, very competitive. He's got to be. That's how he makes his money. What he's going to do after that, I've got no idea. You wouldn't even get me climbing onto a diving board. Ridiculous. Steve, why just NHS staff? 15 years out of my 30, I paid to park to go to work. Why is the taxpayer funding one group of workers and not the other? I think because it's the NHS staff. They're charged with saving people's lives, and that's quite an important. But then on the same token, you might as well say, why don't funeral directors get free parking? Because they're actually taking care of people after they've sort of passed on and stuff like that. I don't know. I just think people seem to think in this country, most of us seem to think, that if you're a nurse or a doctor or you're sort of frontline staff working for the NHS, you should get free parking. In Twickenham, and probably operates in your area, people who work for chemists and stuff like that, they put a sign on their cars saying, I work for the NHS, and so you don't get parking tickets. So why not? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't expect radio presenters to actually get free parking because we're frontline staff. I wouldn't expect that at all, because they'd say, well, I can come to work on the bus if I so choose, or on the train. I shall go out of here. Thomas will tootle off down the road and get the bus. Corey will go and get the tube. Now that he's managed to find out where he lives, which is lovely. It's Barnet, is it? Oh, it's Barnet. Oh, Barnet's posh. Heavens above, I got loads of listeners in Barnet. Very nice. How long did it take you to get home yesterday on the Chuff Chuff? 40 minutes, that was nice. Did you read a magazine or a book or something? Oh, you're reading The Private Eye. Stories we can't tell, which we always want to. I always think that's an impending court case. Also, stand-up comedy clubs, not allowed to put on shows inside. It's the inside bit, isn't it? It's the inside bit. Patricia says, can you mention the details for the £10 show? Well, just go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. Okay, lbc.co.uk. On the right-hand side, drop down a little bit, you'll see a picture of Steve Allen, which is me. Just realised, looking at a picture of myself. And it's got all the details of how you can buy a ticket. Front row seat. Get a front row seat for August. And we definitely look forward to having your company for that one. It's a first. I don't think I've ever had a virtual show before. But it'll be very good. Very good. Somebody else says... good morning from a very good morning from a very damp Dublin. Same problem here, Steve, says John. People roaming about with no masks on. Muppets. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, what is it? I mean, it's a case. You ought to go up to them and go, I'm sorry, do you want to live? Do you not want to live? It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. Even the producer. producers, they won't go out without their masks on. You know, and we're all sort of at-risk people, because we are socially distancing. You know, boys were always very good at coming in, they put a mask on, put their hand over their... You know, it's just normal. So that's why when you get people getting on the buses, in certain countries, they won't let you on the bus. I think we should start knocking it down a bit here. You know, excuse me, you know, you're not coming on the bus unless you've got a mask, unless you've got a very valid reason. And if you've got a valid reason, I need to see a letter from your doctor. You know, if you're diabetic, not diabetic, if you're sort of asthmatic or something like that, well, then that's why. That is why. So much easier. 84850. Have the bags gone out, said Sid. I think they're still sending them out. They're still sending the bags out because they've got thousands. And I've told you, the little old lady who's doing it, she has to take the bag, fold it in a certain way, put it in the jiffy bag, write the label out. Then she's got to stagger down the post office to post them every day. And she can't carry any more than 2 at the moment. It's proved a little bit of a tricky thing. So she's doing 6,680 of these tote bags. She will get to you, but it might be Christmas. I just thought I'd let you know that now. Oh, dear. Fraser says, we've just had a baby. Well, just this precise moment. How fantastic. We've named him after LBC's second best presenter. We'll be calling him Eddie, says Fraser. Eddie. There you go. He'd be thrilled. He'd be very thrilled. It's like an end scene in a movie, isn't it? You know, in Steel Magnolias. So what else we got? Front pages of the paper, same sort of thing. Harry's a ginger whinger, says Dawn Neeson. There's a court case. How to clean up. They're obsessed with this cleaning up bit. How could they? People dumped a dog, Britain's saddest dog, because she'd not learnt to be good. She's quite a big dog, actually. And the people have said, thank you for looking after me. This particular dog was abandoned by his owner of 10 years because he hadn't learnt to be good. Well, it's a bad owner. You don't get bad dogs, you get bad owners not knowing how to train their dogs. Also, generation of women betrayed. 3 health scandals amid culture of arrogance and intimidation. The Sun. Oh, it's another court case. It's the same court case that's in all the other papers, which is running and running and running. Campaigners Dame Judi Dench, Ricky Gervais, banning the sick fur trade. Thank you. And another court case on the front page. It makes all of them. The Express. Statins do help you live longer. And that court case. Also, the final split for Wills and Harry. Really embarrassing, really, isn't it? David Tennant in The Guardian on acting and parenting in a pandemic. And not wearing masks on the front page of the Times and many other papers is as taboo as drink driving, says a top scientist. You have been told.